faster. Go. faster. Go. efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Three, I think 10.
It's going to be very difficult.
I'd be happy with 5.
Alright, let's give this a try. Oh no. Wait, I'm actually kind of good at Dude, this is rough. Lagging.
Wait. Oh. Wait, 15. Oh. Wait.
19, that's not too bad. Micro setup?
What does that mean?
I don't know what it. He's giving me a small mouse, isn't he? I figured it out. He's giving me a small mouse.
You need to play on that thing. You need to play.
Yo, wait. Yo, wait.
Good luck, man. How many you gonna get, Jake?
I think I can do this well. Let's give this a try.
Nice. I'm so small, bro. You are smurfing it.
Oh, I'm kind of good.
Oh my god, 10 no.
11's not bad. It was fun. I've never seen a monitor this so small. Wait, can I have this?
Upside down.
Oh.
Upside down goggles. Oh, you look so cool, bro. Bro, you look like mad scientist. I'm gonna be honest. If I even get 2, I think he's lucky, bro.
Oh, you're back.
Oh my god. Wait, 2. Oh my god, I'm smurfing it.
Oh, get one more. You got
Wait,
it.
I can't.
On the left.
I can swear that like my crosshair is on them. Okay. How slow is my reaction time for you guys when you guys
It's very. No, you're actually pretty quick.
How many? 5. 9?
5.
Oh, it look like
You
9.
got 5. You got 5. I mean, that 5
yeah,
is
5
good.
is good.
5 is good.
You try.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh wait, this is actually kind of tricky. Hold on a second here. Actually, shoot. Go, get back, cheater.
W.
Oh.
O W. A B. Okay, W. D B. W.
Okay.
A W D A W. Okay, stop. Turn around. Your mouse left.
Yeah.
One swipe, one swipe. More left.
Like
more
almost like 90 degrees.
Left.
More swipe. Okay, stop.
Stop. Press E.
And now straight up.
Straight up.
Down,
Too
down,
high,
down,
too
down,
high,
down,
too
down.
high.
Keep
A
it
bit more
down.
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 Up a bit.
Up a bit.
Left
a bit. No,
right
too
a
much.
bit, right a bit. Right more. A bit.
Right.
Right. Okay, stop. Right.
Right.
A bit,
Right.
Keep going a little bit more.
A bit more.
A bit.
Okay, nice.
Nice.
Stop.
Okay, stop. Smoke.
Drop in a smoke.
Nice.
Big.
Right now. Nice ball.
Do you play this before?
No, never.
Really? Oh. We love
First time. Okay, I will do my best. First time.
Okay, go.
Oh, he's speed running. Yep.
Nice.
Oh.
Don't
Okay.
have to be rush. Just
Don't greedy, bro.
yeah, just slowly be nice. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, this one's tricky.
Yes. Nice.
It's okay. You spot
You
it.
got the checkpoint. He's
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Calm down. Yeah. Be cool.
Okay.
Learning from his mistake. Oh.
Where do you go?
Turn around.
Yeah, that little bit. Yep.
Yes.
On the
On
pipe.
the pipe. Yes.
Oh, he's on.
No. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, it's okay.
You got this. Yeah. Calm down.
Lock in.
Down. Me.
I actually want to try too.
I want to try. Okay. I show you this now.
If you're better than me, I will give you watch.
I watch it. You're not even take the watch.
Pon's not saying like a word. He's locked in.
He wants his watch back, bro.
He wants to watch. Oh, he's taking his time.
Go buy a watch.
I cannot jump here.
I want to fly,
man. Okay. Calm down.
Bro, come on. Okay. You thought you get free watch.
Yeah.
Free watch.
I'm just funny because I got free watch.
One day.
It was a very enjoyable experience. Thank you guys for having us so much, and we hope to do more in the future.
ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you guys, and bye-bye.
Bye.
스파이크가 중앙에 떨어졌습니다. 비켜!
Faster. Go. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster.
After 4 weeks, we finally come to the final day of the regular season for VCT Pacific. We're live from the COEX Shinhan Card Artium, and we've got just one more day to get those championship points in, one more day for these teams to give it their best shot. So we're gonna get right into it. What's up, guys? My name is Mika Fabs, and we are here right now with Paperthin and Valdez joining me over here for our analyst desk. What's up, guys? It's been a long journey. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, it was a long day yesterday. It went the distance. You know, both games were really good, really close. Every map was extremely long. But, you know, there was so much to play for yesterday. You could see that every team that was up there really wanted it. But now we're kind of sort of almost set in our playoff picture. So it's been a great stage so far, and now we're just getting ready for playoffs.
Yeah, yesterday was the drama day. I feel like today is kind of the kick back, relax, have some fun matches. There is still some stakes to play for, obviously, for seeding in the Omega group, but it should be kind of like a fun way to kick off, or rather finish off, the regular season before playoffs.
And just as you say that, suddenly we are not having a chill day after all. You've cursed us all. Thank you very much, Valdez. But no, I mean, it's been such a memorable season. We've had a lot of firsts on this stage, right? We've had, for example, like, you know, my immediate thought is DFM's first win. You know, you've had Bleed, for example, you know, the team that made it from Ascension, making their debut on Pacific. It's been so memorable. It's been like, I think a season that, you know, is definitely going to change the course for VCT Pacific from here on
yeah. I mean, this is, even though it's kind of still sort of the same teams at the top, there's still a lot going on in the middle of the pack that's really interesting because it's a lot of teams who are good. They're really, really close, and you never know who's going to win day to day. Like, there's been so many upsets and other things like that. So it's a really interesting stage, and it's not just here, it's across the world. So it's been a really fun season so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I think those upsets you're talking about really add some spice into the season. You know, if the favorites always won every single day, it would be kind of boring. So feels like a very competitive season so far, a very competitive league, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. And also, those predictions, those upsets are very memorable for us because, you know, we do have to acknowledge, of course, the Prophet Azurai, who happened to have a 12 prediction.
It's like 13, I think.
13? Lucky number 13. Man.
Yeah, but he fell. He fell yesterday.
Eventually, it had to come to an end, right? All dynasties eventually do fall. But right now, we are checking out our standings. And, you know, this got a little dicey, especially yesterday, because that third spot for both groups got quite tense.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta could have sent T1 packing out of the playoffs if they had been able to beat them there. Instead, T1 is able to barely scrape their way into the playoffs through the Alpha group. They needed that second win, of course, because you had to have at least 2 wins to make it into the playoffs out of your group. So that was a bit crazy. I mean, even if Zeta had won yesterday, there was a bunch that needed to go their way afterwards to get in. So it is what it is. It's sad to say goodbye to our 2 Japanese teams, Zeta and DFM. It's sad to see RRQ not be able to compete for a spot here today, but it is what it is. And still, again, things to play for. Championship points. Who knows? DRX could lose today, and then things get weird. So I'm really excited for the matches.
Who knows, indeed. I mean, there are still championship points to play for, and all of, you know, what happens here, you know, you could be setting yourself up well for stage 2, right? And right now we are heading into our playoffs format. What are your immediate thoughts on this, especially since, like, you know, Alpha is more or less locked, but for Omega, you know, the first and second can still change depending on today? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely change up. We'll have to wait and see who gets kind of that better seed and has a match to just watch one of those teams face off against Talon. But then obviously, as we mentioned a couple days ago, if you do make it into the losers bracket, the bottom side of the bracket, then you do potentially get a chance to face off against a team that was in your group, right? So you could see some of those matchups that we have not seen yet here in the regular season. So that's always a lot of fun. Outside of this, I mean, you know, we'll get into it a little bit later in terms of who we think is going to be favored moving into the upper echelon of the playoffs and then eventually Shanghai. But some obvious names already, and as you were talking about DRX and PaperX, one of those teams is going to have a chance to have that higher seed, so definitely still a lot to play for DRX today. Yeah, because you want to have that #1 seed, because then you need to win one game and you're going to Shanghai. Like, that's really what it's about, right? Like, you want to get there, and then you're guaranteed at least a spot in the next Masters tournament. So certainly for DRX, a lot to play for here today. Genji is in a fairly comfortable spot already. Again, you just got to beat whoever comes out of that group, and then you're good to go. And, you know, it seems like Genji is starting to kind of get back together. They kind of looked like a little bit rocky there in the middle, but right now, seemingly on the upward trajectory again.
It's interesting because you know how before you would have these very, very clear favorites, right? But now it seems like even though you have like DRX, who has had an undefeated streak so far, right? And Genji even, who went over to Masters Madrid as well as PRX. There is still something that can be 50-50 about how the teams are performing at this stage, right? We're seeing right now, by the way, DRX, if they do win, they will get the first seed. If it is a 1-2 loss, then there is a little bit of a contention there with PRX. And if they lose today, they will be the second seed for Omega. So like as I was saying, again, that 2-0 loss could actually happen to DRX if Bleed are feeling it today.
I'd say it's a pretty low chance. You know, just being honest, I think that Bleed,
so cynical,
they've had their ups and downs, and I'm not as faithful as Victoria is today, but I think that there is a reason why DRX is getting a lot of the predictions in terms of them getting the win against Bleed, but I mean, we've seen crazier things happen, I think, in this season. I think, though, that with DRX, they know what's on the line. They want to get first place. They want to set themselves up for Shanghai. And I think they're going to come out maybe stronger than they've looked all season. They've already looked really strong, so Bleed has a big monster ahead of them.
No doubt. I mean, it's going to be really tough because DRX is really well balanced right now. Way better than any of us thought they would be coming into the stage with the last-minute change to Bane. So that definitely is really awesome to see in a way because DRX looks a lot more stable. I think a big part of that is now that Foxy's on the Sentinel, you have a lot more freedom because you can rely on him to hold his angles, hold his flanks, and you have a lot more freedom on the map because of that. And it could be interesting him against Retla today if they kind of butt heads, because Retla actually looked pretty good against Paper Rex. So, Foxy may have his work cut out for him, but overall, the depth in the tactics and strategy for DRX right now is much bigger than Bleed's, and that's just true.
I agree, especially since, Foxy9, we were wondering, at the top of the season, even during kickoff, into what role he would eventually settle in, right? And it's looking like Sentinel, he was born to play this. He plays it so, in such an amazing way, and he's been, that undefeated streak for DRX, that's partly because of Foxy9 just performing so well and really proving his spot over here. On the side of Bleed, though, this is, again, a roster that, it's been a tough season for them, right? Things still aren't clicking quite as much as we would like. And, I mean, this matchup is we have to talk about the elephant in the room here. You have Zest going up against DRX, right? It's this former team, and not just that, he's now with Ye, and there is some history between Ye and DRX as well, because, Ye during Peak Chamber, he was the one who stopped DRX from going into a finals, right? So, really quickly, Paper Thin, what are your thoughts here as, you have this history?
I mean, I think, definitely there's going to be some extra motivation for Zest here today to try to really pop off against his former team. I don't think there's bad blood or anything like that. I just think, obviously it's your previous team. You want to do well. And DRX did beat C9 when Ye was on it at Lock-In last year, so.
Well, let's see. Let's find out how Bleed are doing. Jen, what you got for us?
You want my internet? No, stage 2 bro. Stage 2.
Next floor, first seat.
Okay. Em no. No. Never. Never. No. 아, 진짜. 휴통 못 추나? 왼쪽으로 좀 가거든. 그래가지고 저번 20일로만 전에 갔겠어요? 힘이 너무 우리가 갔죠? 아니 수리부터.
Hello, boss. Hello, Mambo. Hello, Stacks. Hello, Foxy Night. Bane? What?
What a spike!
Spike? You see how closely tied these teams are, right? They have an imposter in there, and I bet none of them even realized.
Yeah, no, that was actually amazing. I mean, I appreciate the throwback to, you know, my job as the elevator guard.
I love the hands.
Yeah, the hands were amazing. Yeah, that
yeah.
looked great. The paper cutouts.
Can we just take a moment and appreciate Jen, because like, you know, she really prepared for that. We saw her earlier coloring the tie. She was looking for a tie. She found none, so she made her own. I mean, props to you, Jen. That was amazing. Somebody please save that. We're gonna bookmark that for like stage 2, because I think that elevator needs to come back.
It does.
But yes, I mean, again, it's Zess going up against his former team. That wasn't too long ago. So that could be another X factor for Bleed, right? You have Zess, who is on there, who was, you know, on the side of DRX for such a long time, for the entirety of 2023. So how is that going to factor in here as Bleed goes up against them?
I just feel like, you know, as we were talking about a little bit earlier on, like, I don't know if he's going to be angry going up against DRX, but it is going to be a little bit of an extra motivation, right? To come in and say, okay, I want to prove myself. I've been kind of the guy on Bleed that's really stepped up when our team wasn't really doing great. I think that Zess has had some really good moments so far in the season, and he wants to come up against DRX and make another name and say, okay, well, I used to play with these guys, but that's gone now. I want to be the best guy on the map, and I think I don't know if it's going to be enough to do it alone, and I think that DRX should still come out ahead, but it is going to be interesting to have that little, you know, back storyline going on.
Yeah, and he might have some extra ideas on some of the tendencies of players and things like that that he can, you know, pass over to his teammates, be like, you know, so-and-so likes to use their utility when they're kind of indicating that they're going to do this, things like that. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked at all if Bleed's going to lean into maps where he's playing Sova as well.
What is going on?
I don't know what's going on today. If we can't have it, we'll break it.
Over there with like the nice, you know, hair.
Oh no, wait, who are you again? Oh god.
Oh no.
That sounds like something Dax would say though. So, yeah.
Well, very clearly they didn't notice him in their practice room. So, you know, just goes to show that Zess may have a few tricks up his sleeve, right? But I just want to, you know, do a bit of a callback to when we did an interview with Legia, right? Because he did shed some light on the challenges that the entire team is going through. And it just feels like throughout this entire stage, right, Bleed seems to have drawn the short straw, right? There's so many things. They're incorporating new players. There are language barriers, and then there's the chemistry, and then there's the pressure of having big name players and being the pioneer team for Ascension here. There's a lot. They're playing under a microscope here.
Oh, for sure. They have more to deal with than any other team in our league. And it is rough, and I do feel for them. I mean, it is a very difficult situation that they're dealt currently. And, you know, I think given the fact that they're going to have a break between this stage and the next one, my hope is that they can really buckle down, you know, get all those issues ironed out pretty well, and come into the next stage and look like that team that we all know they can be. We know how good they are individually as players. It's just a matter of now putting it all together.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, stage 1, it's not that long. It's 1 month, right, to try to get through and figure out all your problems throughout, you know, a bunch of weeks, and that's honestly just not enough time for Bleed to get it together. So like you were saying, Paper Thin, I think give them enough time. Like, individually, we've seen some of their crazy plays, even guys like Scary really stepping up and individually having amazing performances. It just, you know, Valorant at the end of the day is a team game, and you have to have really crisp calls. You need to be able to be on the same page. It's not just going to come down to one guy acing or getting like multi-kills every single round. So especially when you're going up against some of the really good teams in VCT Pacific, you need to be super crisp, and I feel like, unfortunately for Bleed, they're not quite there just yet. So, You know, again, it is going to be difficult, but it is going to be interesting to see this matchup between Zest and Stax and the rest of his team. We talked a lot about Zest versus his old team, but also the guys on DRX going up against Zest. I feel like they're also going to come in with a little bit of extra fire today, too.
For sure, for sure. Again, a lot of history here between them. And DRX is our only, our only truly undefeated team, right? This entire stage 1, we were wondering, like, oh, is DRX back after missing Madrid? Well, the big answer was when they went up against Gen G, and they proved that exactly. Like, that was a big test for DRX, and passed that with flying colors. Now they're on their way to a clean sweep, just like the days of old. Is this a little nostalgic for you?
Oh, yeah. No. It feels like I'm back in like 2021 or something, watching Vision Strikers just absolutely dumpster everybody in Korea. Just coasting, just sitting back every time DRX is playing. I mean, obviously they did get beat a couple times, like F4Q and a few other, and New Turn as well. We're able to best them, but in general, this team has been, the flag bearers for Korea, Valorant. They're insanely talented. They're so well coached. They're just all individually so great at their roles. And it's great to see them come together like they have this stage. You know, Bane's been such a wonderful addition. He's that vibe merchant guy. I mean, it's a lot of fun. It really is nostalgic for me, honestly. It feels like, I honestly feel like I'm back in 2021.
I love the term vibe merchant. I love the term vibe merchant. It's like, we see players like that, like Xelsis on the side of Sentinels, right? And we were talking earlier about how Bane seems to be that way for DRX as well, really, bringing up the energy when the team needs it to be, right? Right now, we are about to head into our map select. What are we expecting here from these two teams? Because I feel like right now, it's just it's going to be a case-to-case basis. I feel like Bleed would probably ban out Sunset and Split, as they always have. They're not too comfortable on those maps. What are you thinking, Valdez?
Well, I mean, the first map that comes to mind is definitely Bind. Bleed left it open against Paper X, and they had to play that map against Paper X. It didn't quite go so well, and DRX is not scared to play on that map either. So if they do end up banning Sunset, then maybe we just go back to Bind, even though it is our most banned map so far, I believe, at least at the start of the week. Slowly but surely, teams are leaving it open and trying their luck on that one.
I'd be curious to see what DRX is going to ban, like if it's going to be Icebox or something else. I'd like to see Icebox picked by Bleed if it goes through, just to test DRX. We haven't seen it in a really long time from DRX.
We haven't seen it since VCT lock-in.
That's insane.
Can you imagine that?
And they used to be pretty good on Icebox, so I mean, I get it, you'd be a little scared. So it is actually going to be, okay, Ascent is going to be banned by DRX. That's really smart, because that is by far Bleed's best map, I think. So DRX is going to go into Bind. We saw it against Paper X as well, that a little bit of struggle there. And then Breeze. Oh, this is interesting. A map that DRX is not, well, we've only seen it once, but they weren't very good on it.
Yeah, so it seems like they're going for DRX's weak points rather than, I mean, we've seen Bleed a little comfortable on Lotus, right? But it seems as though they're like, you know what, DRX, they are also really comfortable on Lotus, so we're just going to go with a map that you are probably going to fail on, hopefully, on the side of Bleed.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. The Icebox does eventually get banned because Breeze was picked, so DRX not going to have to go on to that one. Bleed do not get a chance at playing on the Icebox. Lotus also getting banned, and then Split for the Decider map.
That's surprising that Split is going to come through. I mean, again, like you said earlier, Mika, it's been a rough, or not a rough map, but a map that Bleed has been very much avoiding. So curious to see how that goes. I mean, definitely Breeze, I think, is a good map for Bleed, because you're going to have Zest on that Sova, probably. So that's kind of the one I'm really looking at. I think they're going to have a rough time on Bind again. DRX's Bind is really, really good. Foxy9 is an absolute nightmare to deal with on the Cypher, like in the showers area and things like that. Buzz is pretty good on the Raze, so we know who Mako is. He's quite good. So and the Viper, yeah, it's gonna be tough. But they did look okay at times against Paper X, so you never know.
Yeah, and if they take it to a map 3 on Split, it's going to be Bleed facing the ghosts of their past, in more ways than one, right? So I don't know. I feel like right now DRX are probably feeling comfortable. They're probably feeling confident here. But for the side of Bleed, I feel like, they might be of the mentality that, like, okay, if we're going to go out with a bang. We're going to go out with, the biggest possible challenge, and we're going to be up for it. That's the only way you can approach matches like these, right? It is your final moment on that stage. You have to give it your best shot. You have to put your best foot forward here.
Yeah, I just feel like, especially the Breeze pick is saying, like, okay, we wanna throw some kind of oil on the pan, right? We wanna prove ourselves, like you were saying. We wanna pull out this map that DRX didn't look great on, and maybe Bleed gets a good lead on that one, and maybe they can pull things around and Split will be interesting if we do get there. I think that Blind's definitely very much favoring DRX, as we've talked about a lot. I think that Bleed struggled against Paper X on this one as well, so kind of interesting that they leave it open, but they didn't want to play on Sunset, and I guess this is, as I was saying before, this is kind of what you leave yourself with. You only get that one ban at first, and DRX immediately pounced. You saw how quickly they picked the Blind for the first map, so I hope that Bleed can make it through this first one, even if they don't win, and then they have like a pretty good performance on Breeze, and that's where they're going to have the best luck.
Yeah, I mean, on Bind, what I'm really looking for is improvement from like the initiators in particular, Zess and Darion. I'd like to see them be able to combo a little bit better with their teammates and things like that. I think that has been kind of one of the weaker points on, especially on maps where you don't have Sova available for Zess, where they want to lean into the Gecko. That's not an agent that he's very experienced on. And he has looked a little bit off with some of the util timings and things like that. Or it could be a team thing as well, where they're just not maybe following up, at the proper times. It could be communication issues. Who knows? But in general, I'd like to see a bit of a step up there.
And we see why it's a map that has been widely banned actually throughout stage 1, right? Because it's one of those things where you need just the right amount of coordination, especially when setting up your duelist as the entry on Bind, right? It's something that not a lot of teams can do, especially when a lot of teams have new rosters in here, right? There are a lot of changes that have been happening so far in stage 1. So I think that DRX, having been that roster that is like, really stabilizing, they're up for it, and I think that this is probably going to be one of Bleed's biggest challenges ever. And right now, it's been quite a season, it's been quite a stage, as we mentioned earlier. I want to know, now that more or less our playoff teams have been locked in, was there anybody that surprised you? If we can bring up right now the playoff teams on our screens, I think that again, this could have been like really, really dicey. There probably could have been like somewhere I didn't quite expect, like T1 to actually be in that position, for example. And I was actually 50-50 between Talon and RRQ to be making it to playoffs.
Yeah, I was too. I thought I favored at the beginning of the stage RRQ just a little bit more, just because of what we saw in kickoff against teams like Gen G, right, who were very, very strong teams. Obviously, they went on to get second in Madrid, so I thought RRQ would come in here pretty much just, firing on all cylinders. They'd have their plans all together, the communication issues wouldn't be a thing again, but it seems like that all kind of fell apart a bit, so I'm a bit disappointed with that, because I thought that they would be a team that we'd be talking about here as a contender, potentially even to go to Shanghai or something, but they're not even going to be here. But that being said, I'm very happy for Talon. Love these players. So happy to see Cruz back at a playoffs, maybe even an international event. Who knows? He's got international experience with Jersha and X10 and things like that. So I'm really, really excited for Talon. Honestly, I'm so thrilled they got through.
Yeah, Talon was definitely a nice surprise. I think T1, that was going to be the one I pointed out, because they just looked like, on paper, they should be really strong. They should be one of our top teams, but now they just barely scrape by with only 2 wins. It's like, how is it even possible in a lot of people's minds? So I think they're really going to have to step it up, and maybe they could be like the dark horse as the team that had the lowest amount of wins. But yeah, they're really going to have to step it up for playoffs.
Are you saying that they're not in your top 3 teams potentially?
I would say that, yeah, pretty easily.
Really? Okay. Well, let's find out which teams are in our Pacific top 3. We're going to start with the 3rd place. So you have your props over here, gentlemen.
Yes.
And I would like you to raise up on the count of 3 which team you guys think will come in 3rd. On the count of 3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. All 3 different answers.
Different answers all around. Okay. All right, let's start for you, Valdez.
Yeah, so I think Paper X, on paper, this roster could be a team that gets first. They could be a team that gets second. They could be the best team by far, but I feel like there have been a lot of changes. Jin coming back, not really looking quite like his best self. I think that Gen G is in a really awesome spot right now. DRX is a little bit of spoiler here, but DRX as well, just kind of undefeated. It looks like they've kind of found a new formula at the top. So Paper X, while they are a really strong team, and you never really know just how strong they're going to be, I feel like they're going to low roll compared to some of the other top teams, so that's why I put them in 3rd.
And you, Paperson?
I feel like Gen G has looked the rockiest of my top 3 teams so far. I still think that the talent on that team is too good, but I'm noticing that they're starting to get red a little bit. They seemingly have run out a bit of strategic depth, but you're seeing this with a lot of the teams that went to Madrid, right? They're not all performing at the level that you would hope. I mean, Sentinels is the first one that comes to mind, right? They are on the verge of getting eliminated, not even making Shanghai. Who would have thought? But I think that's kind of a consequence of just the lack of time they had to prepare for this stage, so they're kind of relying on what had worked before, and now teams are figuring it out.
Yeah, are you saying there seems to be like a trend with the Masters Madrid like finalists potentially?
Sort of.
We'll see. I have a little bit more faith in Genji at this point. For mine, I don't think I need to explain myself. I don't think I need to explain. The only thing I need to explain is that I can't put them first because that would be like too biased. So we kind of have to tone it down.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's my explanation. That's my just a little bit. Let's head on over to our second place.
Wait, who did I pick for my second place team? Oh yeah. Okay.
Do you want to pick this as your second place?
Well, my first and second are very close.
You can borrow this as your second place.
No. Thank you, but
all right.
My first and my second are really close in my mind. So
okay. Yeah. No. Same. All right. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Valdez.
So, I think as we kind of spoiled it before who our number one is going to be now at this point, but I think Genji, they just have so much talent. They've already been to an international stage where they have played against so many strong teams and many best of threes. So much experience on this roster. I feel like, yes, they've had some slip-ups in this season, but it's a short season. I think that they should be able, with their consistency that they showed at least on the international stage, be able to pull it through for at least second place. I think they're absolutely top 3, and it's going to be pretty close between them and the rest of them.
Yeah. Paperthin?
I think DRX is, again, the best version of them we've seen in a really long time. It's just a matter of whether that can keep true. If teams are going to start to kind of figure it out, but they have been difficult to read. They're a lot more cautious. They're not just kind of setting up for like big, death ball executes all the time, and they're spreading the map well. They're mid-rounding well. So it's definitely really close between my first team and them. But I think just some of that lack of experience together, some of that cohesion that you might need with Bane sliding in so last minute is going to eventually bite them in the butt in the finals, I think.
Yeah, I think like for me, Genji comes in second just because same as you, Paperthin, that it was really close between the second and the first. But I just feel like maybe the refinement isn't quite there yet for Genji for this season. Do I think they're going to make it to champions? Yes, I actually do. I do think that we're going to see them in the top 2, top 3 consistently for all of these events, but will it be their time to lift a trophy? I'm not quite sure yet. I am very happy to be proven wrong, though I would love to be proven wrong and see them lift a trophy. But let's see who, in our eyes, does indeed take the trophy with our first picks. Here you go, Paperthin. You can have this one.
No, put that down there. Stop with that paddle
You
away.
can have this one. All right. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh
Where's
my gosh.
Paper X for you, Mika? Just
So
not top 3?
They're not going to make top 3?
That's where I need to explain myself for the friends at Paper X, right? I feel like, first of all, it's like I got to tone down the bias just a little bit, right? But I feel like Paper X right now, they're at an adjustment period. And I think we talked about this on the desk also in previous days. But even though Jing goes back to the roster, we don't experience a lot of rosters where you actually roll back and then you actually get the same roster back again. But there's still time lost there. So I feel like there's still an adjustment period for Paper X. Do I think they're making it to champions? Yes. So there is that.
So they'd be the 4th if there was like one
there
more
would be
battle.
A 4th. There would be It comes really close though.
Okay.
It came as close as the Team Secret and Paper X matchup.
Okay.
So that's that. And I stick with our undefeated team so far here as first for stage 1.
It's fair. I get it. All right, I'll explain myself. I think like when you go and look at what Paper X has been able to do, just not only last year but this year as well, even given kind of some weird situations, they have answers on maps where the Raze doesn't really make sense. Sliding Jing into the Sage, that seems to be a agent that causes a lot of teams a lot of grief because they're not really used to it. And Paper X plays so well off of getting information and then responding to it quickly, and that's something the Sage Wall actually gives you in spades. And so I think that it plays into their strengths. Obviously Jing on the Raze, I don't think it's going to take very long for him to just be another, the best Raze in the world again. He hasn't looked great at times, but it's okay. And then Devi and Mindfreak are playing some of the best Valorant I've ever seen these last couple weeks, so I'm just all in on this team right now.
Yeah, definitely very solid individual players. I feel like DRX, the fact that they were able to kind of bring in a somewhat new roster with some new players, right? Foxy9 coming back and Bane as well, kind of that last-second addition, and still they're able to look this strong and just absolutely dominate teams very consistently over and over again. It was hard for me to vote against them for number one. I feel like Gen.G have had some slip-ups, PaperX have had some slip-ups, but DRX really have not. So I feel like this might just be the comeback of DRX. This new roster seems to be clicking. They have all the different parts. They have the Vibe Merchants, very important, and obviously just insanely talented players as well. So had to give them the number one this time.
I totally agree with you because you know how in recent matches you kind of miss stacks and peak energy levels, but I think that it's come to a point in Valorant where just one person hyping up the entire team isn't enough, right? And I love that Bane brings that into the picture. You now have two hype men that are there, able to catch the energy when it's needed. But we're gonna see indeed who has more energy on that stage. Is it gonna be Bleed or DRX? Let's find out and take it to the stage.
Lead Esports. DRX.
It is Bleed's final chance to make a statement here on the VCT Pacific stage, and it's up against DRX, a team that is hot on a win streak and a team that's proven to be consistently one of the biggest titans in the Pacific region. Last week, it was PRX, and now it's DRX. It's just one titan after another here for Bleed.
He's wearing it backwards.
That's a new way. I should wear my hoodie that way.
Should you?
Yeah.
Should
the
you?
logo's right there.
It's like a nice big pocket to
It
hold
is.
your drink in.
Yes. Yeah.
Or
Why
snacks.
not? I'll give it a try.
All right.
I think Foxy's onto something.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I'll let you try it first. Let me know how it goes.
Also wearing the sweater is Sturmy.
Yeah, he's got now he's added to it. I mean, we lost the suit and jacket, but he's added the hoodie, so he's going just full-on relaxed vibes.
Wait till he starts wearing it backwards. Then it's gonna be.
Then everybody's in trouble.
Yeah, everybody's gonna start wearing it backwards once Termy starts doing it. But right now, I feel like DRX. Oh, everybody's in the hoodie. Everybody's like,
they're sick hoodies.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
they are indeed.
I wear it a lot when the weather dictates that.
Yeah, I wore it over here. It's quite a nice one. I really do wonder as they go into their final huddles for this season. You're seeing Bleed with some smiles on their faces, so I think that's we have nothing left to lose. Let's just give it our best shot. Those are the vibes that I'm feeling from Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good opportunity for Bleed to just workshop things, right? Like, just get in a place where you're comfortable for the next stage, just see if there's a few things you can tweak out, and there's no better practice than in a match.
Let's get into this match. Bleed and DRX. Over to William and to Quack.
Thank you very much, Mika, Paper Thin, as well as Valdez. I mean, we've got our Vibe Merchants, we've got our hoodies from the teams, but we've also got the last day before playoffs begin.
Yes, obviously, playoffs already determined in terms of which teams are moving on, but there's still championship points on the line, and even as the Des mentioned, listen, we still have Stage 2 waiting for us as well. You have to make sure every match that you get to play on stage counts, and you have to keep building forward to that future.
That's right. Not a single match can afford it. You can't afford to drop it because those championship points really rack up, and it might just be your chance at this, sort of LCQ. But at the same time, I mean, that's why this is this DRX versus Bleed. DRX, they are looking for that top seed spot in their group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, DRX, they're going to come out swinging with everything they got. They're about to try to go undefeated once again here in the regular season as they have done so often in the past. So yeah, not expecting any changes in the agent compositions from either side. I think for Bleed, obviously, it just hasn't been much time, right? 2 days ago, they had to play Paper X here. Obviously, not too much success on this bind map. but they'll just have to retool what they prepped that day and bring it now forward against DRX. Of course, the biggest difference here being no Sentinel on the side of Bleed, while Foxy9, he's probably going to be vying for that Showers control once again.
And at the same time, yeah, Foxy9 has been such a monster, sometimes on his own. Although we don't really have that Sentinel on the side of Bleed Esports, I'm kind of looking at players like, maybe Scary or Retla to really perform in that sort of pseudo role in a sense. But I do really want to point out, on the other hand, for DRX, when they did play this map, I have to think that that's the reason why they picked this. They played it against Genji and they did a phenomenal job. Not only did they frag out, players like Foxy9 controlling Showers incredibly well, when you're comparing players like, okay, actually I don't really want to compare them, Will, but Stax and Zest. Stax had 20 assists as the KO here. This is such a big deal because it speaks volumes as to how DRX really operates as a whole team.
And you have to recognize that this is single initiator, right? So Stax has to be really cautious with when he uses his util. If you let them get away with setting up with the lurks, with a little bit of contact play early, and he can save all his util for the executes, for the retakes, then he'll rack up those assists. But if you can force him to have to use that to gain information early on, maybe that's when things get a little bit easier. That's what I would love to see from Bleed today. Last time they played Paper X, they focused a lot on A short and B short, but we know on Bind, you gotta get that teleporter control on the extremities near B main and Showers at some point to apply that pressure as the attacker.
That's the thing about Bind, right? You always want to keep your options open. You don't have that teleporter, it's gonna be a long route just to rotate, and by that point, you're losing timing, you're getting improvements right, but right now we're starting things off, that's right, going up into B long. Love that Zest is using the Trailblazer just to create a little bit of space, but DRX is very aware of this.
Okay, but what they've already done is they've drawn out the paint shells and the 0 point as well. Yes, it's the pistol. Obviously, too early to read into too much, but I will just commend Bleed. Last time they played Paper X, they kind of wait, and then they say, okay, let's re-clear B main step by step. This time they throw the Dizzy out early. They're trying to apply, the pressure that, hey, we're willing to take some actions early on throughout this map. We'll see if that works against DRX. Obviously now, with the audio cut, DRX, no big reason to shift up the default, but a nice pickup from Scary.
That's a great hit, and now we've got, only a couple players on the site itself. You have that toxic screen that allows them to creep in towards lamps, but also the camera from Foxy9, so he spots every single one of it, and Bane is prepared. Oh, it's a triple! Foxy9 on the other side as well finds one of his own. They've spotted Darien too, so all it comes down to is the final peak, and DRX picks up the pistol.
That's devastating. Because here's the thing, as long as you could just leave maybe one, maybe two people in lamps, the rest back out, maybe one of you guys wraps around towards Showers, it wasn't a bad post-plant start here for Bleed. You got the plant with 5 members still alive, you got the 5v4 ready for you, but Bane just holds that angle. And the reason he's holding it, yeah, he's not even looking for extra kills. I was just wondering if Bane, Bane sometimes pops off. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
A little bit early.
Yeah, but he was really just trying to hold it to make sure the rest of backup can come in the form of stacks. But he actually just gets 3 for all his troubles.
Great crosshair placement. Again, it's all the information from Foxy9, but as we head on to the next round, same protocols. You've got that sky smoke. You're picking up the alt orb. You don't want to let Bleed pick that up.
Dude, and this is something that Paper X did so well as well. Okay. This ult orb was free for Paper X on that defender side. And sure, right now it's Seiko, but Bleed's got to do something about that in the upcoming rounds, because otherwise, or at the very least, they're trading orb for orb, so I like that. But if you keep giving that B space for free, this map gets a lot easier for the defenders.
Just trying to switch things up a little. I do like that Ye was trying to, toss a bit of damage, fire off some Sheriff bullets up against Stax. But it wasn't too much. It wasn't really, consequential or anything like that. So just biding their time right now, trying to find a bit of space. It's the same creep up, and they're going to spot that tripwire. It's been spotted now. Mako's very much prepared for it. Here comes the Spectre. Oh, okay. We are firing off on this weapon right now. Retla able to fight back with a little classic, but it's going to be the ace collection for Mako.
What is going on with the aces, right? Yesterday, today, we're getting quite a few back-to-back-to-back, but kicking things off nice and easy. 5-1 for Mako, 3-0 for Bane. The controllers are going to get those big impact, especially on the defender side. Ultimates quite early. Now, obviously, yeah, it's the anti-eco. You've got a Spectre in close quarters. And Bleed, I can imagine what they were trying to do is they cut the trap wire, and then they say, okay, don't throw util. We'll just try to get him on an off timing. If Ye doesn't get the kill, we go for the trade. But Mako is on point. Just one magazine, that's all he needs.
That spray transfer was like masterful stuff. Now you've got Buzz on the Outlaw. 2 shots, he might be able to take off the head. Unfortunately, it's not quite going to happen. Bleed managed to make it work. Darian, unfortunately, though, not quite able to hang back. It's going to be Ye who takes the hit. Going a little bit, well, maybe a little bit too fast for comfort. Toxic Screen got propped up, so Bleed's going to have to reassess their options.
Yeah, without that raise, you're going to have to make sure that you push and pull a bit more. They've already gotten to Shower's control, though. And this is interesting, because when there was a Sentinel on the other side, when DRX was playing against Gen G, Foxy9, he threw everything he had, including his life, to protect Showers, both on the attack and defense. But they're willing to leave it open. And I think this is DRX saying, listen, we know you guys love to control short, right? That's all we need to block off. Until you really tell me that you're a force to be reckoned with in Showers, I'm not even going to deal with it. No reason to spread myself thin. And this could bite him. This could bite him in the end.
Waiting to see that happen. I mean, these are all the adjustments that come through. And if Bleed does, invest more resources into this Showers take,
30 seconds
they might
left.
be able to overflood Foxy9. He's kind of banking on that CQB duel, but Retla picks him up right off the bat.
Now, this was all off of a fake with the Trailblazer over on B main, so Bleed banking on the fact that it should be a weaker site.
Rotations go through, though. The site is slightly weaker,
gotta
but
push
let's see
him
if
out.
Mako can do anything. It's not quite going to happen because Retla has snuck behind him. It's all down to Bane now. He's only got the Incendiary. Can't even push out. It's going to be Scary who takes out his counterpart.
Well played by Bleed. Correctly noticing that Showers has been left open, right? They've been actually pushing through this even in the previous round as well. So now that you've let that go 2 rounds in a row, I imagine Foxy9 starts to maybe put the cam in Showers, or maybe he starts to push out a bit earlier, things like that. If it's not that, at least make sure you're holding on to B main, because this time they tried for a bit of a different play on the anti-eco with the Outlaw over by Hookah. It doesn't work out so well. And Retla, let's give him the props he deserves, because he looked a little quiet in the beginning of this stage, but he has been doing his job as we get to the end of stage 1.
That's right. He's always got those clean mechanics, and as long as he's got the positioning, he's able to strike them down as they come. So, on to the next round now, and you're exactly right, Will. I do love the fact that DRX are trying to adjust around this. Maybe it's not Foxy9, he does have the trip up, but you also have Mako, and that's such a big thing, because the snakebite can delay, but it doesn't matter if Ye just gets the heads-up tool against you.
Okay,
even
but
blast packs away.
Trips are still online, and here's the thing, is that Bane has now returned to the A site. He has that orbital strike to the speed, not on Bleed's side, and
there's that trip.
Yeah, not able to clear that. It's right outside the entrance.
All right, now it gets cleared. Wingman will get the plant down, unless the shot goes through. Bane will prop up the orbital strike just to deny a bit of space. But unfortunately, the duels aren't quite going DRX's way just yet. Foxy9 still holding up around Dice, able to take down Scary. Retla, they're watching the back, will be able to deny Buzz any form of entry, so it's a 1-on-3. 8 rounds in the mag. He flicks over. He's able to get the 3rd kill, but not quite. Retla shuts him down and denies DRX any comeback.
This was Bleed just recognizing that DRX is playing a little loose on this A side, right? Sure, that late trip, it gets Ye. But the thing is that they recognize you've always put that Brim smoke out on B main early. So the Brim's going to be away from the A site in the beginning. We're going to push this through. Then you break the trip, but you still send the Wingman, so it's a little hard to tell exactly where the plant's coming through. And DRX greeds for it. They throw the fragment on the spike plant, but then the orbital strike to catch whoever's planted in lamps. They actually get neither. They're not able to capitalize on any of that utility. I think DRX has to recognize that if you leave that space open, this Bleed will punish it. Yeah, so now we're seeing them on that eco bunch up towards Showers, bunch up towards Hookah, and then you're just leaving B main open this time with the Cypher utility.
And you really gotta admire it, Will. I mean, Bleed are being proactive across the map. You mentioned it before, that Trailblazer or the Guiding Light just to toss in a bit of presence around the B site and then the hit on A. Now they're adjusting back towards B, and Stacks, along with Foxy9, they've adjusted their positions because now they're on eco. They don't quite have the resources to fight B-Long, to really control Hookah. They're trying to with a crossfire setup right now, but Bleed is very aware.
Yeah, it does do a lot of damage. Now, Stack's got a nice tag on TA as well, but the heals come back up. And
full stack?
I mean, this is DRX reading that Bleed. They will stick together, right? They're not too complicated in their calls.
Okay. But here comes the Thrash.
Yeah, they get one.
Tag Buzz.
All these mollies. You can't capitalize on it.
Good job by DRX. They are fending them off. Ye's still trying to get the wall bang, but it's not quite going through. Buzz will toss out the paint shells.
You hear how many weapons there are on the side. If you're Bleed, if I'm Bleed, you've got weapons. Go in as a death ball through the TP. Yes, you have no information on the A side.
Now they go.
Yeah, but you heard minimum 3 sheriffs being fired off. As long as you stick together, this should be safe.
Should be able to make it work. I'm curious about Scary's positioning, though. I mean, Stax is. He peeks out at the right time, able to take down Ye. But the spike plan goes through regardless. Daria now rears his sights back over the short, able to take down Foxy9. The rest of DRX trying to go for that high and low peak. It doesn't quite work out. Buzz only able to pick up the 1. Mako tries to flick back, but Scary is too darn good. Bleed, take the lead.
Listen, this is what Bleed is good at. They have great individual players. If you stick together, you're gonna be okay for the most part. Are you gonna be the strongest team in Pacific? Not yet. But listen, we all have heard, even from the players, from the coaching staff, that they're working on the basics right now. They're trying to come online as a team. They've had to go through roster changes time and time again, starting from last year. And so you keep it simple, and you say, okay, you know what? It's just like too much util. Rather than trying to go in with some fancy set execute, try to go in for some crazy trades, we just say, did we hear 3 weapons? Sure. Then it's a 5v2 on the other side. We rotate, and you stick as 5. You don't try to go too deep into the site. I love what Bleed did in that previous round.
Deathball strat. You know, keep it simple. They watch each other's 6s. Everything works out because, again, it's up against an eco, so they feel confident and safe enough to make it happen. But this time, adjustments out from DRX. You've got the Sky Smoke outside of showers now. What does that say, Will?
You know what's interesting about this is that it seems that Bleed's game plan coming into today was target Foxy9. Right? It's not about B main. Oh, nice cover from Darion as well. So they're even able to sneak out the ult orb. I mean, listen, it's not the fanciest of things. I know what people are thinking. They're thinking, well, we've seen this kind of play done and before. But the thing is, for Bleed, this is a step forward, right? To have these extra layers, to have a couple more options early on, right at the 1 minute mark, this is big. Now they're going for the execute.
Again, you know, you mentioned it. Focus on players like Foxy9 or extremities of the map. If they can find those numbers, if they can deny those trades, that is huge for Bleed. Now Ye has the showstopper, props it up.
Clear it.
Bane's trying to stay hidden inside of the Sky Smoke to get the peek up against the Spike Planter, and he does! He actually takes down Ye and Scary. A double kill now going through. Spike planted though, so there is a bit of a hold coming out from Bleed. Stax trying to get a bit of space up around Lamps. He has to be very careful. There might be a bit of utility tossed his way, and unfortunately he's not quite able to deal with it just yet. Down to the 1-on-3. Bane playing up around Dice, goes in to try to isolate the angles, takes down Zest, and 2 targets left, but the zone's a little bit too hot. He's running out of time. He's thinking about the save.
Listen, I've been giving Bleed their medals, but for now, we gotta praise Bane. This guy is so good. Sure, he's not gonna be able to clutch up the round with an ace, but he is clean. And how does he do it coming back into this team after so long? His first time on Tier 1 against some of the best players around the world and in Pacific for sure. But overall, this plan to target showers, make Foxy9 uncomfortable. They even get Mako as a bonus. But this is Bleed's plan. They recognize that we can shake up Foxy9. He's always on his own on these lurks. He's always on his own in these anchors. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's the weakest player, but if you break it, you absolutely break the weakest spot on the map. It's a good read from Bleed.
Very good point. You break that link, the rest of the chain will start to fumble. But that's the other thing as well. I mean, very incredible stuff. DRX's players are always individually skilled too, and Bane having the confidence to go for that peak. You know, even when you're staring down the barrel of a showstopper, a rocket launcher, he manages to make it happen. That said, though, you're absolutely right, Will. Bleed does pick up the round. It's going to be that eco for DRX. You've got a Stinger, you've got a couple of Sheriffs, you've got a Vandal. Is it going to be enough for DRX to, claim a round back against from Bleed?
Well, the setup is very good, right? That Hero Vandal gets sent out. You just say, you know what? If you lose it, too bad. We're saving up for the next round. Yeah, Buzz already has this cleared. It's a stack over on the B side. It's a tag.
Ooh, not too bad. He actually gets the info, and he's prepared for the hit. The Stinger shots will fire through. Swaps over to the Vandal that he's picked up, and now Foxy9 is going on a tear. The Fox in the hen house again. An ace against Bleed.
2 aces for DRX so far. Only 7 rounds in. Foxy9 didn't like what happened in that previous round, and he says, you guys can't just target me every time. This trap was expertly set up by DRX, and they did everything perfectly, right? They push out of A showers to make sure that they know that this is going to be a B hit. The tripwires, they're further into the site, so it's a little bit harder to read. You don't even actually put it up. You're letting the Rays get in because you're watching with the cam, and then he gets the upgrade. He's just dancing back and forth. The coverage is there through the smokes. It's a good round from DRX.
Unbelievable. He is laser focused right now. 3-4, DRX to bleed. And DRX are still trying to switch things up. I mean, look at Buzz on the operator right now.
You should have caught sight of this, I believe, even though it gets taken out at a distance.
Trailblazer, yeah.
Yeah, so they're a little wary of it. You can see they're really keeping their distance away from showers. Now, I do want to say the previous round, Bleed going to that B site was, I think, a good call, right? They absolutely targeted showers a couple rounds in a row. Then they try to shake things up, and now they'll have to go for a bit of default to make sure they get a better read on DRX's setup.
Yeah, I feel like that's what they want to do, or to at least find some kind of a pick, you know, test the waters a little, if you will. They don't want to commit too early because that's just going to be too darn risky. But at the same time, DRX are doing such a good job. I mean, that hold really changed everything because now you've got the economy, you've got the rifles, you've got the operator, and they are not just, you know, switching things up in terms of weapons or positioning. I like that Buzz is going out on little solo missions to get information. Now that they've kind of spotted and time has passed, it's going to be that B commit from Bleed, and Foxy9 is once again prepared for the hit. Bane is supporting him with the off angle. 7 rounds left in the mag, and again, the choke point is just too darn tight. Bleed cannot rush out of hookah.
You got to save here, I think. It's a 2v4, only 20 seconds, yeah. The only way to get to a site is to make a lot of noise, and your credits aren't looking that great. I mean, most of you will scrape by in the next round, but obviously Darion only sitting at 600. And while Bleed had a lead, they're going to have to allow that tie up. So with this default, we go back to seeing the weaknesses that Bleed still have to deal with, right? Because he can't go with crazy mid-rounding, they're currently not in a state to go with the most complex of strategies. They go test the water on one side, once it's the default, then they wait, they rotate to the other. That second time that you see that utility come out, that's usually a good sign that it's going to be the entry. And as long as you're holding back and just make sure that you have the site covered in half like DRX did here, right? They have the Octagon side covered with both Foxy9 and Bane. You're able to have a crossfire. They're going to have to come through a choke point, and you're running out of time with that smokes. You weren't able to draw out the Brim smokes early. You couldn't draw out the flash drives early. Too much util left in the hands of DRX.
I think that's why it's just a little bit difficult for Bleed right now too. I mean, not only are they, you know, working against odds or working against difficulties like the communications issues and whatnot, the fact that they are kind of holding back and just trying to play it passively or trying to play it safely, it allows for DRX to push out a little bit. It allows for DRX to, you know, gather information on the other hand, and that's why Buzz does what he does. That's why Foxy9, with those spy cameras, is always prepared for these hits coming through.
Yeah, I mean, you have double initiator on the side of Bleed, and you have the Gecko who gets the cooldowns. I would love to see them try a couple rounds to be a bit more aggressive with that util. Force Stacks or Bane to have to just use all of their util early on so they can't hold on to it to the very last second.
I see what you're saying, you know, try to tickle them down and force them to, you know, spend their resources and then fight it through. Through skilling, you know, maybe a bit of attrition as well. However, I'm a little bit worried too, aside from tech pause right now, is the fact that if we're looking at alt cycles, you know, what we just saw a glimpse of quite quickly, Darion was one away from his, you know, thrash, but at the same time, the rest of DRX, I believe it was Buzz, maybe even Stacks, they are 1 point away from their ultimates as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big couple rounds coming up, right? And of course, these will be kind of the last cycle of that ultimates on both sides, as we only have 4 rounds left on the half. So curious to see. I mean, Bleed, they haven't been giving up all the ult orbs so far. They've always tried to just give one and then put pressure on the other, maybe take it for themselves. So it's a good improvement. But if you play that way in this coming round, you getting your ults online won't mean much, right? Because it'll just get countered by the other side. So curious to see, is it a boost up in tempo? Do you just say, you know, fight for an orb, then reset, make them waste their util? One of those, I would like to see that change of pace.
Definitely going to have to try to mix things up. But that's it. I mean, we always have to admire Bleed. You know, coming in through Ascension, it has been a little bit rocky with the new roster and whatnot. But I love the fact that they are keeping things competitive. A 4-round win streak, and then DRX comes back. They are still not backing down. Bleed is definitely in the run.
We'll see if they can keep it up. Hopefully they don't run out of steam too soon. Now that operator online for DRX, that makes things even easier, right? You just set up that op on one side. You see it over on showers.
Okay.
Then it's just Cypher setups everywhere on B with the KO as well because, again, you have the Operator, then the Viper over on the A side. You can hold on to a lot of util if you're DRX.
That's why they're so comfortable right now. I mean, look at Buzz. That's such a great angle to hold with the op, too. Nobody can peek against him. I mean, they're going to have to be very careful with that. Oh my god,
that dink. I mean, Retla had a timing. That jump was not a bad idea from Retla because he saw him spraying through. And the Trailblazers gets taken out before it can even trip up one of the traps as well, so they're not quite sure where the Cypher setups is. Because here's the thing, you saw both the Brim and the Viper over by the A side. You gotta imagine the Cypher's on the B side, but where are the trips? They're trying to get ready for a TP, trying to target the showers. Oh, the op misses!
Wow!
Here comes the Thrash.
Although he misses, he was fast with the blast packs just to get away, and then the Thrash goes through, but Mako's already on site to receive. And look at this orbital strike from Bane as well. Buys a bit more time. The entire site engulfed in smokes. Mako holding the angle just to wash up around lamps, but Bleed at the very least have managed to take the first half of the site, and along with Wingman and everything else, the plant goes through. Double flash up now, and then Bleed peeks out. At the same time, because the spike is planted, because they have the control, Viper's Pit goes down. Scary holds from lamps and ensures that DRX does not make it out any further. They're going to have to walk into the pit. And can they survive? No, sir. Retla denies any form of entry. It's all down to Foxy9, 1 against 3. Tries to find them. Can't see anything. Walks past the spike. Spots a little barrel. Takes down Retla. Now turns back around. But again, it's just too many angles to cover. Scary swings out from Showers to take him down.
Bleed keep the lead, right? They don't let it get past him. They took it over on that 4-round win streak, and now they'll only allow the tie. It's back to a 5-4. And even though they get stopped, the orbital strike was great from Bane. It's what keeps both Mako and Buzz alive. However, Bleed doesn't panic. They wait, and I love the double flash. The Dizzy and then the pop flash over with the guiding light by Zest as well. He doesn't, convert it into more than one kill, but it's enough just to hold them at bay and allow Retla to set up the pit. It's a good plan from Bleed, but now they got to deal with the ultimates on the side of DRX. They only have the orbital strike on their side. I mean, again, when you have that orbital strike, it's great for the post plants. You could go for a rush, and it looks like they're trying to put some earlier pressure this time around.
It's not too bad. I mean, it's one of those rounds where you feel that impact from Coach Lagia's timeout. Actually, good job from Bleed. But like you mentioned, those ultimate cycles now from DRX, they have to watch out for it. Trying to go in for a bit of a rush, but I think, it's just a little bit too hot from DRX. That utility from Stacks just spots out everything.
I would love to see Retla right now go back to Showers on the minimap. Go back, clear that entrance out, and see if you could go for another rotate. You still have a minute on the clock. Just sticking around here with no audio is not going to fake out a team like DRX, and what's more so is they can just hold on to their defaults.
Oh, okay.
Well, that changes things a bit.
Not a bad idea. And
Stacks
again,
position.
It's just that good. Goes in for the dive right now, but yeah, Stacks right underneath the window, actually able to take down Ye. Does tamper with the timing for a little bit because Darren able to find back a trade. But Bleed does not want to commit quite yet. Retla has managed to sneak in. That's right. Can he get the heads-up duel against Mako, though? Not quite. Mako still Johnny on the spot with this. He's ready for any hit that comes his way. He knows his role, and he's going to perform it to the best of his ability. You've got those trips. You've got the off angle, and he goes in for the spray. But going for Wingman and Darien, it's a little bit too much. Darien takes him down. Now going into Lamps, Darien does it all. It's all down to Buzz. And it's a little bit tricky. He's coming from the round back of Market. Thrash goes out, and he's kind of been spotted from Showers, but dives straight in just to eliminate Darien. Back down up against Zest now, ex-teammate. How do you make this work? Zest is trying to take the initiative against him. Sneaks outside of Showers now, and Buzz has no earthly idea. A little bit of a ring around the rosy moment. Buzz just watches the angle, spots him, and he actually nails it down. Buzz! What have you done?
Oh, man, Zest, the reposition to triple was so good from Zest, but what that meant was that he now had to worry about 2 angles on the fake. Oh, didn't quite think that far.
Bad.
I mean,
it looked good on paper.
I mean, it did, but in hindsight, yeah, right? It makes it tougher if Buzz goes for the fake. How do you make sure you hold on to that? In hindsight, obviously, if he actually just wrapped around to backside, yes, and he doesn't have to deal with the 50-50. But Zest, in the heat of the moment, just wanted to make sure he checks the spike nice and clear, nice and early. And at that point, doesn't have a clue.
Just, again, ex-teammates.
Stack's a little mad. He said he's getting a little pissed off. I mean, listen, I think if you're a DRX, you should be pissed off. Letting Bleed get away with a 4-2 lead, a 5-4 lead in the first half on the attack, where Bleed, I mean, they're the ones who have to make the decisions, and they're not known for the fastest of decisions. I mean, this is not where DRX wanted to be 11 rounds in.
On their own map pick as well. I don't think they expected this whatsoever, but I mean, Bleed are just doing such an incredible job. Still a little bit tricky though at times. Again, Buzz was just an absolute monster in that final clutch. On to the next, and Bleed go back to a bit of that, you know, full squad march upwards. DRX trying to tamper with it.
Yeah, but the timings are right now still too good from DRX, right? You kind of trade between the Brim Smoke and then the one-way with the Poison Orb. It is just infinite smokes right now on the side of Bleed. With that smoke, you know that they're trying to target. I love the sneak in here. It's a good read from Mako. He gets one, he gets two!
And then Foxy9 on the other side as well. Bane coming in to support. It's too much for Bleed. The death ball doesn't quite work out because DRX gets the read on it. DRX knows how to play off the smoke timings, and they read every situation so darn well. Buzz now going through the showers. You've got the pop flash from Stacks, and Stacks is in again in this situation where he's up against these old teammates. Feels that it's a little bit too much, and he holds back. Goes in for that guiding light. A second one tossed out now, but again, Stacks is just trying to tap the spike. Zest doesn't care, doesn't get phased by it. Now hears it, and Buzz is just confident
he's just gonna
stick it through.
The mind games are too good for Buzz! He fakes it once, but he'll stick it the second time.
What just happened?
I can't blame Zest, man. I can't blame Zest. The previous round lives rent-free in his head. He just doesn't want to make the same mistake. He doesn't want to wrap around the wrong side.
You can't do this.
Oh, dude, Buzz just straight up told Zest to sit down with that play. Holy.
Yeah, this is my lift, my elevator. I'm going to step out and in whenever I want to.
Jeez.
That's unfortunate. Oh, God.
Oh, you see Buzz. He's happy with that decision. He knows exactly what he did.
Might have died at the very least, you know,
I mean,
so
it's
Zest
an absolute,
picks up the kill.
It's an absolute brain destroyer from Buzz on that one. That hurts if you're Zest.
Hey, but still, 6-5. This is not, you know, a one-sided match by any means of that word. And now, Bleed still stand a chance at turning this into a 6-6, picking off that early hit up against Buzz. Scary, managing to win out in the one-on-one.
Oh, that drop.
Foxy9, he actually made use of the toxic screen to get the drop on Retla.
Yeah, I mean, Retla, he read the timing. I don't blame Retla's decision, but the drop from the box messes up his aim a little bit. Can't stabilize in time. Wasn't quite expecting it, it seems. So now overall a 4-4. Obviously, Buzz getting taken out nice and early by Scary over by that B side. Forces Stacks to have to sit there. But again, Stacks can sit on his util. And while Bleed's been overall getting some good rounds, you know, I worry in the future, right? Also for DRX, if they're not tested for what happens when you run out of the util, curious what's going to look like in the future.
Gonna have to wonder about that second half, but for now, the last round of the first. And you have to imagine DRX is trying to set up for stalls, delays, and maybe a bit of a retake hit as well. Stacks has the ultimate. The Viper's Pit, although it was down, it just denies it completely, along with his showstopper. Foxy9, though, still trying to stay hidden inside of the smokes. Bane actually finding 2 kills through the smokes up against Gate as well as Darian. Now Foxy9 swings out, gets the drop on Zest. It's all down to Scary, the Clutch Master, 1v3. Can he make it happen? He doesn't have the time, and DRX just stay away. Coming in with the swings at the last second. It's a 7-5 first half for DRX.
Oh, Bleed kind of misread the situation there on that last round. Think that they're not going to be able to clear the site fast enough, so they want to do a full wraparound into the back site, but that is an absolute bottleneck, and they just get straight trapped in there with a little bit of panic sprinkled in. They step out one by one, and Bane's there to pick up just like he did in the pistol. So it ends the same way it started. DRX picking up the last round, barely inching out with the 7-5 lead.
It's like those great reads again from DRX. They're prepared for any potential outcome. Stacks, like you mentioned, just sitting comfortably on the B side. He had his utility, he had his null command, and he knows he doesn't have to do too much. Meanwhile, Mako, getting the read on it, dropping that Viper's Pit that early on was great timing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Again, DRX while Bleed has made some good reads on their own, obviously DRX overall in terms of util, in terms of overall their timings, they were never quite pressured, right? Bleed just made some good decisions in their own realm, but we'll see, because DRX now in the attack, they'll have the initiative to really try to make Bleed's life miserable on the defense, especially with no Sentinel. That's a big weakness. You're going to have to try to push out to gain some space.
I mean, you got those two initiators, you know, you can try to get information off of some of that utility. I have to imagine Bleed is going to try to do whatever they can, but again, this was one of those sides where they kind of struggled against Paper Rex. They only won one round on that defense because, you know, again, it's Paper Rex on the attacking side. So Bleed going to have to do whatever they can.
Yeah.
I don't think they can like sit too comfortably.
Yeah, with the toxic screen set up, they're trying to make it look like the default's always the same for their pistol, right? So that they're going to try to go for a TP play, that they'll try to do some sort of pressure over onto A Showers. But quite frankly, this is a good screen, but DRX reads it. They actually just meet him 3v3. It's a shootout.
It's a shootout that DRX wins. I mean, Bane able to pick up the first one, and then although you have a couple of players from Bleed trying to trade, it doesn't quite work out. There's a little bit of space from Zest right now, and he's able to push outside of Showers, but guess what? DRX has already made their way into the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one. I mean, Foxy9 even just digging deep, even though the round is pretty much said and done already with the postman situation right now on A. It's a good hold from Zest, but look at this. Foxy9 knows exactly what he's doing right now. He just needs to buy time, right? They already pretty much have the round secured. All he needs to do is tie someone up in Showers and make them scared of that flank around.
Unbelievable. I love that from Foxy9. And of course, it's quick work from the rest of DRX, just holding out around the spike, knowing that it's up to Bleed to make the move. I mean, I feel like a Foxy9 from last year might have made that peak. And if you think about it, these two players, Foxy9 was the one who kind of got subbed in for DRX, and Zest had to step out a little bit last year.
Sure. I mean, yeah, they were trading places a little bit, but Foxy9, he's come to his own for sure. Yes. I mean, I think, you know, I don't think we need to talk about last year anymore, right? He's really shaking that off. Obviously, big role change as well. And he's been finding that patience as that Sentinel. Missed what Stax said there, but I think there's a lot on Stax's mind right now. He really wants to send a message over to this Bleed squad. I mean, it's not just Zest, you know, it's Yay, it's Bleed overall. And DRX trying to send a message to the rest of Pacific as well. Zest in a good position. It's a peek from Retla. DRX should know this, though. Yeah, the anti's there.
Ooh, good little flash, but the peeks out along with the classics. The range not quite there. Retla able to pick up the only one. DRX makes it a quick trade. And of course, they still have the option to go through a teleporter if they want to. Foxy9 able to, you know, take control of the Showers. He does have that Ghost. They're trying to get the drop onto Retla, and they will. The dive-in works great from Buzz. The Ghost might not be able to connect onto Scary just yet, so Bleed able to fight back. They've got those Sheriffs, but as soon as they peek out, it's easy work for Bane. A couple of bursts, and it's going to be a 9-5 to DRX.
I mean, it's some damage. Obviously, 2 Vandals will still be carried over. DRX making a big investment going with the triple rifle buy in that previous round, I believe. So they'll be okay with it. Not giving any free upgrades either. But this set play early on, right? Again, really utilizing the double initiator. At the very least, Bleed is sticking to the strengths that their comp has. If only they had something other than classics. That could have actually been some more kills off of that Dizzy. Unfortunately, yeah, they can't go for it. And Buzz just asking for the plant as well to make sure that they bank up the creds. Now, what I really liked there was Stax's flash over the wall was in perfect timing for Buzz. I mean, DRX continued to impress in their timings.
Again, I mean, the way that they work together, the way that they time everything together just shows why they are so strong, why you cannot allow them to set up for such set plays. Bleed are, you know, being a little bit passive, and they're doing that because they want to hold on to any advantage that they have. You know, this is their buy round right now, and they have to make it count. At the same time, DRX wants to complete this entire map as quickly as possible, but Ye's not going to allow that, not too easily. Finds the drop against Buzz, so no more dive entries for DRX. Foxy9, though, doesn't care. Pushes out of Showers on his own. The great pop flash from Stax just to support him, and it gives them a lot more space. The spike plant goes down now for DRX.
Oh, Darion lucky to stay alive there. That's a bit of a choke point, but he'll get out. You've got the regen coming in from Zest.
Okay, let's run this point.
Still a 1-2 split, though, for Bleed, right? And obviously, yeah, it's double initiative. They'll try to do what they can with the pop flash to take control of backside. But Retla's got to start to run here.
They've managed to push a couple players back, and Retla might be able to catch Bane like a deer in headlights if he finds the timing on it.
Yeah, but there's the trip.
There is that trip. Bane just fires off the incendiary at the right time, peeks up again. Darian and Zest continue to push up, just buying the attention away. They actually managed to make it work, but they got to work against the spike. Bane is just toying with them, playing around his safe
the orbital
cover.
strike.
The orbital strike now goes in and lands down, able to call out the bomb. Darian does not have any more time, no health remaining either, and Bane just patient in the clutch.
Dude, Bane's calculation on the timing for the Molly, I thought he was just tossing it early to make sure he can cover the flank, but it was perfect. It stays online all the way to the end, and then he's got the orbital strike. I mean, very, very well read. Obviously, the couple kills help as well for Bane, but it's tough to get through here. Now, Foxy9 there on the showers, I mean, they had a bit of a mind game between him and Scary, trying to go for wall shots against each other. But Foxy9 knew, because of where the traces were coming in from, that he was continuously pushing him backwards. And then he just takes the lead.
What?
Bane's just having
That's
fun
not
here.
a pop-up.
Oh,
That was
man.
awesome and monstrous from Bane. I mean, you're absolutely right. He's miles ahead, streets ahead, and ahead of Bleed right now. If Retla got the drop against him, then that might have been a different story, but unfortunately, that's not quite meant to be just yet. A bit of a judge buy from Bleed, but of course, they're also pushing out along with some upgraded pistols. It's going to be a contest for market, and Bleed continue to march up front. They've managed to make a trade happen. They're looking to pick up a weapon, and they've managed to do that. Ye will be glad with that Vandal.
But with that, Bleed, their ideal scenario was that you make them panic, drop a weapon, and force them to rush into A, making it look like A is weak. But now that time has passed and you didn't see all 5 members, there wasn't a push out of B main, DRX has to be very wary of this, but oh my, that's a lineup from Retla. Takes down Bane from afar.
Wonderful stuff. I mean, he does it from defender spawn. And now we got a plant coming right back in, but it's a 3-on-4 scenario. You've got quite a bit of utility as well, though, so I wouldn't count DRX just yet. Bleed has to be very careful in how they want to take these fights. Now just holding up around the judge. They're denying DRX any form of sight control. So a bit of kills. Ye in with the paint shells. And the final shot from the top of heaven. Ye coming through to put Bleed back on the board.
A great push out from Hookah. Just very patient from Scary. I love that he never peeks out. He never thinks like, ooh, do you think they're in the site now? Like, no. You know what? If they plant, they plant.
Classic
I only get a kill.
stuff.
Yeah, I only get a kill if they come into lamps. And the thing is he was tagged with a 0 point. So Foxy9 knew that somebody was there. That's a great lineup.
You gotta study that.
Yeah, but I mean, Foxy9,
enemy remaining.
he just gets a little bit too curious. It's good utility on the retake as well from Bleed. And you know that if you give them that opening, that they will strike back. So DRX, now that things have stabilized a bit, you got to start to think long-term, right? Okay, maybe we can't close it out too fast. You got to start to do a little bit of conditioning because the early couple rounds, it was determined on the early duels.
I gotta love this from Bleed, though. They are taking the initiative up against DRX, not allowing them to set up a round too long, but Mako caught in the reload. Ye has to step back, and Mako just capitalizes on that moment.
You have to suspect this. You have to.
Oh, no.
Bleed thinks that they made enough noise to make it look like they returned, but Bane's already in the site.
Okay,
They have no idea.
Oh, no, I thought he was watching the angle, but Bane, he just swings up from behind them. The double kill, the micro flicks. Bane is on a tear on this map. And even with the incendiary just to block off Retla, what can you do against this?
Dude, Bane's resets are so good on his aim.
It's 24 kills right now, only 8 deaths.
As a Brimstone, Buzz has been very quiet this game, and Bane just says, it's all right, I'll do it again, I'll help carry the team again.
Do it for you, big brother.
Yeah, I mean, Bane, you know, he talked his talk in the winner's interview last time. He said, you know, I got to help carry some of my older brothers here. Made it look like they needed a lot of help, but boy, is he backing it up. We got a lot of people on stage this last weekend of the regular split, talking the talk and walking the walk. Bane's one of them.
You really got to admire how he manages to make this work on the controller roll. At times, it's the calculations. At other times, it's the way he peeks out of the sky smokes.
Yeah, it's the decision that he chooses to go into Hookah nice and early, right? You see the push out. Instead of saying, hey, I'll come back you guys up all the way back, let's create our own crossfire, he just says, listen, back off, chill off. Not sure why Foxy9 died there. That's a bit of a problem. But we won't focus on it too much. And he just digs in deep, right? Because you've already lost 2 people. You want to make sure the spike was spotted as well. You want to make sure that you trap them in there, create an opening.
형, 나 심장도 200이었다 총 쏠 때 진짜.
What? He said something was 200 when he was a teen.
What does that
I think
mean?
maybe something about his score or his reaction
Okay.
scenes, but I didn't hear the beginning part. But I think just saying that he's always had the mechanical skill to be there.
All right, one way or another. I mean, now Zest is on the other side. DRX has some open slots, and Bane just fills those shoes really, really well. Again, only 8 deaths, 24 kills, and now DRX potentially knocking on the door of map point. I love that Bleed is trying to be proactive, but what can you do when DRX is just on the ball with things?
The jump peak gets spotted. Can't be as liberal with those guiding lights anymore with the current sky.
Oh boy.
This pop flash is going to be right over the wall. All right, just for the Octagon first. They had the earlier one for right over the wall. See if they go for it time and time again.
0 point lands perfectly as well. They know that they've hit Retla at the very least.
And here's the thing, that they were pinging for the Dizzy over the wall as well, right, for that counter flash. And they don't see it come out, so they're thinking, okay, no pop flashes in sight, but there's one, the anti's ready.
Wow!
DRX not ever letting go.
Just so prepared. A showstopper right off the bat as well, but scary with the incendiary. Kind of catches them at the choke point as they try to walk through. So a bit of a barbecue roast for Bleed right now, and DRX has to, evacuate the sites. They're trying to call out a bit of a fake, and Bleed just continues to put in the pressure. Retla holding out from elbow, manages to take down 2 more to find that 3rd kill. Bleed not dropping just yet.
Oh man, that hold right there, especially once you
lineups.
Yeah, once you hear the TPS. Well, yeah, the lineups have been good, but hey, you got double controllers, you got to use them, right? If you don't have a Sentinel, you got to make sure that you can support pretty globally. That's what makes some of these controllers so good. That's what makes Viper so amazing on almost every map in the current map pool. That's why Astra for a while was so strong. It's about the global presence. And now you're having that with the lineups. You love to see it from Bleed, catching up 7-11. You've now got the showstopper for Ye as well. Another broken buy from DRX. You just know that if you keep your distance, you get that early info. This round should be yours, Bleed.
Bleed is definitely capable of it. I mean, that previous round, that was green flames. It was a combination of utility, both the snakebite and the incendiary I just noticed. Buzz tries to dive in though, tries to play off of pacing to try to get the drop on Bleed.
Yeah, they don't even re-peek it, right? They know it's a monkey, no reason to re-peek it. Force him out of there.
And then off the orbital strike too. Ye pulls out the rockets, now kind of trying to look for the Viper Spit deployer. But unfortunately, Mako just still stays tucked away. The spike still ticking off. Bane from short finds a kill with his ghost.
Still got snakebite as well.
Okay, Mako.
I mean, time is not on Bleed's side. They can't wait for all the utility to land because it's going to be a little while.
Retla pushes up. We'll be able to eliminate that Showers angle at the very least. But look at the spike. I mean, it's still up there, and it's taken away. Zest comes in just at the right time. Bane cannot find the angle. He's smoked off completely. And Bleed, along with the teamwork this time, manages to sneak around away once more.
Dude, if Zest wasn't on point, yeah, with that timing. Here's the thing is because I think Bleed was counting on the fact that little bro is not going to get taken down by the second snakebite. So I think they were trying to exploit that advantage that they have, but the shots were perfect. Wingman goes down instantly.
So it's a little bit of like panic, a little bit of nerves, but at the very least, you have enough players. Zest, able to read the situation correctly, makes the decision to sit on that spike, and of course the coaches heave a sigh of relief.
I love that little head tilt. Look, he's like, you know what? We take those, I mean, it was a little dicey, but overall, still good, right? Doesn't panic on the Viper's Pit. You don't just try to barrel through. I love that Ye doesn't hold on to the showstopper just for the Viper because he spots stacks and he just says, I gotta send it. We gotta clear out this opening part early. And then you accept, okay, the lineups are gonna come. They're probably on their way. How do we make sure that we can defuse immediately afterwards? You send in the Wingman on that second snakebite, draws out some gunfire so you know where they're positioned. Overall, and I know some people are thinking like, it's not like Bleed's playing out of their mind. It's not like they're bringing out a new meta. But overall, it's a big improvement, right, from the previous Bleeds, that they're really getting some good reads on what DRX wants to do. And more than anything, I mean, listen, they are playing to their comp's advantages, and you love to see that.
Those lineups, Zest and Darien as well, double initiator.
And here's the thing, I mean, Stax and Buzz are sitting at 6 kills. They're getting shut down, right? With 13 deaths. Bleed's doing whatever they can to try to get back into the lead.
That's an incredible point. I didn't notice that until now. Bleed have been doing such a good job at making sure that DRX doesn't have any safe entries, but this is the round after Coach Termy's timeout.
Oh, there's no drones here.
What the adjustment is. No drones, no nothing, but a good pop flash along from Stacks sets up for Buzz's success, and now they have a little bit more space. That flash just pushed Ye all the way back through the teleporter, so now DRX has the timing for the spike plant against Bleed.
Stacks' flashes have been so good, and now the post plant, not the best for Bleed. You even have that operator. Sure,
Okay,
you have
I
the
like
Seekers, but we'll see. Paint Shows just to try to disperse him a little bit. Trailblazer trying to clear out early on.
Little
Looking
angle.
up, he gets spotted!
Whoa!
And that's just the wall bang right through the corner. Ye has no idea.
My goodness, Buzz just continues to thread the needle. Unfortunate for Ye, but at the very least, Seeker sent out, and you have a little bit of space up around Elbow now. Bleed continuing to try to push through, but look at how Mako just marks the angles. Buzz gets off of his sniper's nest and continues to move around now. Spike continues to tick away. Bleed knows that it's just exits. It's going to be a save, so they don't have the option. Going to have to tuck tail and turn away. Meanwhile, DRX, they will reach map point.
Yeah, overall, listen, Bleed, they have the creds. They had to go for it, right? Even though it was a tough one, even using the Seekers, the idea was sound. You send the Seekers, then Zest tried for a really high pop flash. The guiding light actually doesn't quite make it over the corner, so it doesn't flash Buzz. But you're drawing all this attention over to defender spawn, because that way you can set up for Elbow. You go for the double flash with the Dizzy. The idea was all there, but unfortunately a couple misses on the util and not able to get the early duels. And the retake falls, they'll escape with the operator that still gets them the buys to try to counteract this map point on DRX's pick.
At the same time, I mean, it's also that timeout from Coach Termy. You know, he just kind of gets a read for Bleed setups, and they just make that call for Stacks to pop flash through, get control over B long, and they manage to walk through that. And because of that, they managed to get the side in the previous round. But now we've got Retla with the Viper's Pit. We've got Ye on the operator up around A short. We're controlling both extremities. You've got that toxic screen just out around showers as well. DRX are scratching their heads.
Yeah, and look at Bleed's control, right? You said it's extremities, and they have the information.
What?
Yeah, overall, it's just a
Buzz.
short giving up. Buzz does fly through, but Scary's waiting there right with him. At an off angle, he should have a better angle here as well. You'll pick up Bane.
Good hold. All down to Mako. Able to isolate the first duel, but still, dude, like 4 targets, Will.
I mean, Mako's done it before. It would be crazy.
40 seconds.
But if there's anyone to clutch on DRX, it's always been Mako. He does get spotted. That makes things significantly more difficult. He will get a third with the op.
I wanted to believe, but yeah, that op was a little bit too oppressive, and now DRX very aware of Bleed's tools in these current rounds. You've got that toxic screen. It's always something that, you know, extends out through showers. You're always going to wonder how, or if you should even go in for showers control. And then you've got this op in addition to that.
The op shots have been good, so I'm glad that they're able to try to stick with this, that they're able to carry it through, because that's what they'll need to move forward. Now, they did have to use an ultimate as well, and a timeout comes out from Bleed. Curious to see what Legia heard in that last round. Because overall, I mean, listen, the pit, I thought the holds were pretty good, right? You get the pit, you get the nice peek from Ye, and at that point, they actually chose to leave short open. That was the only part, because they had hookah cover with a toxic screen. You had Zest spotting for Retla in the side of B. You had showers control. So it almost felt like they purposely herded DRX into A short. So I thought it was pretty good, but maybe it's something in the comms, or it might also just be Legia trying to get a read on what DRX is coming up with in the next rounds with the ultimates and things like that on the timings.
You are absolutely right, Will. I have to imagine this is some sort of a preemptive timeout, because you are looking at just 3 rounds to push this into overtime. Bleed can taste it. Bleed can smell it. And they definitely want to make it happen. I mean, if you push DRX into that breeze and you have a map against them, you might actually be able to take this win. And then Victoria might actually be able to get our prediction right.
There is a chance. It's still alive. It's still alive. There's that orbital strike online for Bane. So one thing that you definitely have to consider is that there can be a very, very hard post plan set up here from DRX. That's something that Bleed will have to be prepared for. They've already lost control of showers. That Cam online finally fights for it back.
Roxy 9, just a little bit around showers. We're still going in for that sting.
He saw the foot.
And the angle. but a great jump peak, and it's a little bit tough to land the shot. But at the very least, now DRX is very aware. We've got that operator up around B. How do we work against it?
Okay, they drew out
Second
both snake bites. Yeah, that's actually really early. And they don't know how many crosses. This is a crossfire set up for Ye. It's a lot of pressure, and there should be another pop flash coming. It's right over the wall, and the orbital strike!
The orbital strike! It pushes Ye off. Buzz will dive in. The trades come through. Mako, a bit with a double. Zest manages to hold down 3. We're back to a 2-on-2. Through the teleporter goes Foxy9, just to rendezvous with his teammate. The spike goes down, and they are now trying to control the site. Mako, he doesn't have any more snake bites left.
Yeah, no post plant to worry about in terms of lineups, but they heard the TP. I love Foxy9's rotate over to main. You're making them think that it's going to be a split onto Hookah. Only Mako shown so far.
Whoa!
And he lands the first shot and the second as well. 4K for Mako to wrap it up 13-9.
I mean, this entire map, Bleed has stuck it in. Bleed has continued to try to make things hard for DRX, but DRX just comes back in with the strats, with the callouts, with the reads to really take down the site.
A great showing from DRX to recover, but they had to recover to pick up that victory, so it's not going to be an easy one. We'll toss it over to the desk to break it down before map 2.
That map was a lot closer than I imagined it would be. There were so many rounds where it was so back and forth, and you were down to either a 3v3 or a 2v2. And, you know, I think this was very well fought for Bleed. Like, I think they should be very proud of what they were able to accomplish here, even though, you know, for DRX, you were up against Bane, who basically put up, you know, the numbers speak for themselves at this point.
No, he was bonkers on this map, and it's tough to deal with when you've got an opponent who's just feeling the game that well. You know, on the defender side, finding so many impactful multi-kills, especially on that A side, things like that, and then the attacker side just as good, you know, switching over to that. It was really difficult for Bleed, you know, really with the controllers, and Foxy having a couple good rounds, obviously, at the Ace, you know, to really break into those sites. They still did very well. They still, you know, almost made it an even half. It was 7-5. So, yeah, I think you have to be impressed with Bleed, that they're still improving, coming, you know, week to week. They look better.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about Bleed leaving the bind-up once again. You know, they did it against Paper X, they did it against DRX here, and they look better and better every time we do see them. They put up a really nice fight here against DRX. I don't think a lot of us expected them to get this close, and they made a lot of the rounds very close. DRX certainly were caught a bit off guard, and I think if guys like Bane weren't stepping up to the plate and just dropping insane amounts of multi-kills just over and over and over again, and just like controlling, getting the clutch the one time, there's a chance this could have gone the way of Bleed, honestly. They had some really nice moments. They had the Thrifty to really take away the momentum of DRX that one time, and you see very even in terms of first kills as well. I feel like, you know, props to Bleed. They didn't win this map, but I feel like they were the heavy underdog, and they made it really close.
Exactly. I think the same thing. And I think that, you know, DRX, it's just that because they're such a, they're a team that, you know, it's basically ironed out their chemistry. All of those times where you felt just a little bit of hesitation from Bleed, that's when they were able to strike, right? Because they're such a hive mind at this point that they don't have those kinds of issues where they have to second guess themselves just a little bit. Even though on the side of Bleed, it is getting better, there is still that little bit of time wherein they need to think things through or maybe reconfirm some certain information.
Yeah, some of those rounds, especially on their attacker side, went pretty long, and by that point it was a little bit easier for DRX to kind of read what was going to be happening, and then, you know, players like Foxy9 and Bane can step up in those moments. Their util usage was tremendous, and it made it really, really difficult for Bleed in some of those situations. But early on, yeah, the casters were talking about it. The death ball style was working really well. They were trading incredibly well, and that's why players like Buzz were having a tough time. They just weren't able to really, you know, find that value. Stax was getting just annihilated, and Hookah a lot of times. So some of their game plan went really, really well, and it took some adjustments from DRX where they started having to push smokes to try to shut down those death balls early to navigate it.
And you just love how much of a wild card Bane can be, right? I feel like he stands out compared to the other DRX players, not only because, you know, he has a bit of fearlessness that the others like seem to, you know, they kind of like set him up like so much better just because he's more prone to doing things that maybe are a bit unpredictable for those who are familiar with the style of DRX here, Valdez.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear at this point that Bane is a very talented player. I do wonder how things are going to go if they do end up making, Shanghai and they get onto an international stage. If this newer player can really handle all of that pressure, but here in like a regular season, he looks very comfortable. They need him to clutch it multiple times, and he does. And it's been a joy to see him really develop over the course of the season. This was the one clutch as well. Not too much time on the spike. He's able to hold it and pick up the 2K in the clutch. Does die there, but still a very good moment. Ye had some nice moments himself as well with the operator here towards the end of the map, trying to hold on from defense.
Yeah, I think, make no mistake, this was well fought from Bleed. I feel like a lot of them had their own moments as well. All of them performed really, played their hearts out, really. You had some great moments, as you mentioned, Valdez from Ye. You had some great moments from Scary, who was really able to show off why he's one of the best controllers, in this region. That is still there, but it's just that, unfortunately, again, it's DRX here, and they are just like, with the new additions, that's just shaping up to be really the champions that we know them to be.
Yeah, but if you're a DRX fan, you got to be a little bit concerned with what you saw there on Vine, because there were some moments that looked a little shaky. It looked like some of their defaults and things like that got pretty well dissected by Bleed. So definitely some things to kind of tune up. It felt like, though, that they were trying a few different things. They weren't really using Foxy9 in that Showers like only role. They were moving him around the map a lot more.
Right.
So I think they were experimenting a little bit as well. So I wouldn't be super worried about it, but definitely there were a few moments that kind of should have gone DRX's way that didn't, and they got lucky a little bit with Buzz getting those 2 back-to-back clutches against Zest. That just shows how good Buzz is mentally, even though he isn't having the best performance with his mechanics. He still was able to kind of outthink his opponents.
And you kind of see as well how DRX, the veterans on DRX, you have Stax, you have Mako, you have Buzz, they are actually, giving space for Foxy9 and Bane to really play their hearts out and really show what they have, right? But, I think that, of course, make no mistake, these guys are still very much, the scary players that we know them to be, but it's just that, they're saying like, Bane, Foxy9, this is your time as well. You are very much welcome to step up to the plate if you have it in you, and they do, right? But going back to our veteran players, we do have players like Stax, for example. We do have players like Zest. And I want to know in our Guess and Gain segment, which player you think will step up and get the most kills going into map number 2. This is very tricky as well because, these two, they do play Initiator, so they may not exactly be like, right up in the opposing team's faces. But what do you guys think? Our audience seems to think it's Stax. We have a Stax favorite audience right now, but very, very slightly so.
He didn't do so hot on Vine. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think he had like a 89 ACS. I mean, he's not supposed to be the guy that's putting up huge numbers, but at the same time, Zest is the guy that puts up the big numbers for the side of Bleed. So I know where my money's going.
Okay.
Honestly,
I have to pick against what I want to pick.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way I win.
It's your
what I would
meta.
say is, I feel like you vote for Stax if you think DRX is going to like absolutely bomb a win on map number 2, right? And it's going to be like really one-sided, but otherwise I think Zest is the, I spoiled it. But
Well, let's reveal and then discuss. Ta-da! Okay. This is your meta, right?
Yeah, right. I'm picking against what I think is really going to happen. Because that's how I win.
True, yeah, you got to catch up.
Yes. There are we do have our own ways of making things happen here, and I think everybody also as well in the talent pool has been experimenting with their own predictions. But Valdez, I think you are right. It's like for Stax, we saw earlier that he is giving that space, right? He's not really the guy who needs to be like on the top of the leaderboards anymore. But for the side of Zest, I just feel like he's more in a position to really be, that hard carry sometimes in so many rounds. So that's why I'm voting for Zest over here.
I agree, and they're both probably going to be on Sova, and between the two, Zest is kind of the better Sova, let's just be honest, and I think, therefore, you have to lean towards Zest, even though I'm holding up the other team's side. I mean, you never know with Stax.
This is
all
great.
right, I'll try and make an argument for Stax. Look, Stax can pop off. I mean, he is incredible. He has those moments where he just gets super clutchy, and he just needs to get out of his own head. He started to look a little bit frustrated there, and that's when Stax can kind of start to have some problems. So he needs to just relax. Maybe Bane can calm him down a bit and just get back to being that normal sort of clutch master, popping off on stage, kissing the mouse, doing all that good stuff. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's that's my copium here for this.
And at the end of the day, if DRX do absolutely smack them down on the second map, most likely Sax will put up more numbers, right? That's just kind of the way it goes if the rounds do go that way. So I think it might come down to team performance as well, and we'll have to wait and see how that does go in the 1v1.
Well, we won't need to wait too long because we are just about to jump into our agent select for Breeze. We're going to put these down right now. But I'm wondering what you guys are feeling. I mean, the Yoru, the double duelist, with Yoru kind of being like a semi-duelist, semi-initiator kind of right now is very popular. What do you think we're going to be seeing for these two teams?
We'll probably see that. I mean, that is what DRX did show. They didn't exactly have the best of luck with it on defense. We saw a 2-8 score for them, but they are going to change it up, actually. We do see the Astra coming out here. Huh.
Whoa, this is weird. I mean, a double controller on Breeze makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of map that you want to take control of, and you also have the extra layer of smokes with the Cypher, of course, but this is very different. You haven't seen Astra too much on Breeze recently. She hasn't been in the meta on many maps or any at all. So this is DRX cooking a little bit. I'm kind of curious to see.
But she used to be, right? Like on this map, right?
Definitely not anymore. She used to kind of be early on, but
trying to bring back the old school meta, the DRX ways, maybe.
Oh, I see. I'm telling you, it's 2021 all over again.
We're taking a little bit of a step back in time, right? But yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting, especially since, you know, Bane, I mean, like based on his previous performance, the previous map, you know, you can tell he's feeling it. He is up to something here. And on the other side, of course, you have Ye and Darion going for that Yoru and Jet. This is going to be really exciting. I feel like, you know, Bleed, this is their best foot forward here, and they're going to be up against DRX with a little bit of an experiment here. Let's find out what they're doing here, Quack and William.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Mika, Paperthin, and Valdez. This is so interesting. It's been a long time since we've seen the Astra getting pulled out on Pacific.
Yeah, it has been a long little while, right? Obviously, we saw glimpses of it from Gen G when they were over at Masters Madrid trying to tinker with this double controller, but they chose to go no Sentinel. They still really liked the Yoru. So DRX, curious to see what you've cooked up. I've always said I don't mind. I actually quite like the Astra as a second controller here on Breeze alongside the Viper. There's a lot of util for it. I'm curious to see how well it's prepped. I mean, Bane also just trying to make sure people forget about RB's flexing, and he's just really trying to fill that slot right now with the number of agents he's playing.
He's been able to make it happen quite a little bit. At the very same time, Bleed in with a double duelist. I mean, Darion has played this role before, and he used to be the one to do it for Bleed way back in the day. But now, of course, supported by Ye on this Yoru. I mean,
yeah, I've got my eyes on that. The Yorus have to be good here, but for now, that trip has not been taken out. Finally, does get deleted. Buzz still hiding in that cyber cage. Skiri gets two, though.
Comes back in and tops up on top just to claim up the third. Mako able to fire back as well. So 2 on 3, and DRX look for the spike plant. They've put up a bit of smokes just to block off Arches. The shock darts barely graze Mako, so they have a bit of time to back off.
Right, you don't have too much util to work with, but look at this. The fast flank around from Bane with the secondary, and as a read! They know, all right, they know that Bane likes to get a little sneaky. They figured it out over from Bind as well.
Just a great way to hold the angle. Mako has his work cut out for him. Able to isolate the angles for the time being, though, takes down Ye. But as soon as the spike taps continue to pester him, he goes out for the peek, and Zest just lands the final shot. Bleed with a pistol.
Ooh, I also have my eyes on the Zest Stack Sova battle, you know? Stack saying, listen, I can fill that role just fine, and Zest saying, no, I'm the OG. We'll see how that comes through. Now on this entry, I mean, Skiri, just a good hold with the snake bite. DRX trying to force their way in, especially to make sure that Buzz isn't in on island. So since they already committed to it, obviously, yeah, the snake bite walking through it never feels good. But they try to just stick as a team. It does not pay off. And this should be the first pistol that Bleed's taken as well.
Yes.
So see if that helps change things up here on map 2.
I mean, it is Bleed's map pick, and this is their best chance at taking down DRX, or at the very least pushing them to that third map, which Bleed is the one who left split open. So hopefully they might actually be able to, you know, put some dents into DRX's armor. On the other side, though, I mean, off of this win, DRX is trying to play very slow and safe. Ye will be kind of annoying them a little with that little flash.
Yeah, just checking out if there's a reaction out in mid. But yeah, not quite peeking too aggressively off of it either. So just going to hang back. Now the gate crash goes through. It shouldn't be in range for Foxy to hear it just yet. And so the setup is there for backup all the way to B site.
I love it. You gotta love Yoru's, but at the very same time, I mean, DRX is not a team to be trifled with. Look at Buzz with that shorty. I kind of knew it was gonna happen as he dived straight in. Scary was not prepared for it. And because of that, now he's picked up the Spectre and able to claim control over backside. Spike not yet planted though. I mean, it's still too hot. You've got too many zones that you haven't quite covered. And Retla has the Guardian. Perfect for long-range duels. Perfect for long-range snipes, but it doesn't matter if Buzz just comes up from behind. Darren flicks back around along with the Outlaw, just trying to push DRX back. And these guys are just still trying to hold safe. Bane now picked up the Guardian, swaps over onto Ye, looks down for the last two players, props up yet another smoke, and he's trying to walk through it. Zest has to be very careful. Darian fires off the first shot, position aware. Buzz peeks out and takes him down. Zest fires back off with the Guardian, but a little bit too slippery. Buzz in with the quadruple kill to put DRX back on the board.
Oh, this is DRX absolutely toying with their food. So here's what happens, right? You go in, you get the kill, and Bleed thinks, okay, we can fill it back up. We have the gate crash, we've got him cornered, we just have to keep the distance. We gave over a Spectre. So they try to keep their distance, but it's a terrible position to be in on an open site like B. I mean, all of you are exposed 360, and at that point, DRX just keep holding behind the wall until the rest of them can creep in through extra smokes from the Astra and all close the gap. I mean, Bleed just fall right into the seemingly their own trap, it almost felt like, and they trip over. And that is the anti-eco given over. That hurts.
Yeah, those Guardians. I mean, this is a big paradigm shift now on this map. DRX is not a team that you want to underestimate by any means. I mean, thrifties, what have you. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, incredible job by DRX. The way that they held up around that back site. Now they've, fired off a couple of shots through Cave and then rotating through to B. I mean, look at Foxy9. He's right up around the entrance of B.
Yeah, he's already made it through. He will get tagged, but he correctly identifies successfully where that cam is. Now, during this, Bane, once again, on that lurk in mid. They're always going to keep that extra option open. See, Ye's looking for it. We'll see if that comes into play.
Darian, though, still kind of watching the angle. Incredible stuff from Zest, all the way from back arches. Somehow finds Foxy9. I have to imagine it's because of the recon dart or something. But because of this, Bleed might have some angles, but DRX has the spike plan, and it's so safe right behind the pillar.
Yeah, I mean, the round overall should be okay for DRX, but see how much damage Bleed can do. Buzz is good for 2 with the Vandal.
Good couple of shots, though, coming out from Bleed. Ye able to take down 1 with a Marshall, but unfortunately, it's inconsequential. Again, Buzz starting to wake up onto the server on this map. Bane with that lurk just spots out Scary. It's lights out. It's 2-1. DRX takes the lead.
All right, and that's a good bit of information for DRX as well, right? The fact that Scary always trying to clear out mid, always trying to go around for this type of long flank. We'll see if it continues as a trend, but that's something that DRX will keep on their mental notes. And Buzz had a bit of a rough game in that first one. Obviously, 2 very important clutches, but not putting up the frags he's used to. Trying to make up for it. Coming into map 2, now already 7-1.
A lot more comfortable on the Jet, especially on this map too. I mean, he's got the blades now, and that's always an option. DRX continuing to kind of mentally condition Bleed. It's such a big map that mid is always an area for contention. Right now, there is that bit of an A-split getting set up, and you've got to watch out for the fake-outs, but Buzz doesn't care about it. He actually finds the frag on towards Ye. Because of this, now you've got to watch out for Halls, you've got to watch out for mid, and everyone from Bleed is trying to move out, but it doesn't quite work. Foxy9, Mako, they've got the angles, they've got the sight.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, considering the creds, it's a 2v3 and Buzz is weak, so they'll go for it. Okay, make it a 2v2. That'll at least draw out the pit.
Yeah, not too bad. Force them to spend that ultimate. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Bleed to push up now. Darian and Retla trying to walk around, trying to see if anyone's sneaking out of that Viper's pit. They don't really know where Buzz is just yet, but they probably have an idea. I don't know if you can really stick the defuse, though, and Mako just comes back into the pit at the right time, finds Retla, finds Darian, and just claims out another win for DRX.
Yeah, that's a good repositioning from Mako. He's had some moments on this map before as the Viper continues to do so with that pit. A good wraparound right outside the pit because you know they're going to try to clear it all the way around the wall. So a good timing read from DRX. I love this tempo up as well, right? It's a nice crunch onto A side through the double doors. Ye gets sight of it a little bit late. I think he thought, you know, initially just a flash on main should buy enough time. Then you see the toxic screen comes up. That's why he swings around. He's like, okay, this could be a pinch. But by then, it's a little too late. The double peek is ready. And Bane throwing another choke over at Buzz. But for now, Buzz definitely helping carry the big load here for DRX on map 2.
Doing a lot of good work. DRX, I mean, this win would put them up on top of the Omega group, and then they would be, you know, in top seed for playoffs. That's why this match matters to them. That's why they really, really want to make this win as quickly as possible. Bleed trying to fight back, though, trying to show improvements from their previous Neon composition. Now going in for a bit of mid control. The fake out getting sent all the way down mid.
Yeah, it's just a swarm over in mid, and that's a good double swing. What movement was that from Ye? He'll eventually get taken down, though. Weaponry not exactly in favor. And dude, Bane is just always behind these guys.
All right, Darian, though, will be able to make use of the double position just to catch Bane. Now picks up that Vandal. He's got the blades, too. This is a 2-on-3. Maybe we don't have armor on the side of Bleed, but it's not entirely impossible for them to come up with a win.
Yeah, if he pushes through, if he can catch Mako, but Mako's wise to it. He knows, okay, that weapon was dropped over by Nest. There's a good chance one of you have picked it up. Mako just trying to see if there's a flank around through halls. He has the absolute perfect read.
Just getting the sense for it, knows to lurk around in case Darian does decide to make a push through halls. Because of that now, it's a 1-on-3. I don't really know if this is going to be entirely possible for Retla. Look, you're working against a toxic screen. You're working against 3 players who could be positioned anywhere on site. I have to imagine he's looking for exits.
Yeah, surely at least somebody should have caught that on the minimap, as we did see Foxy9 peeking out with that jump. Yeah, Retla, not only does he want exits, but he would like to carry over this upgrade, and Mako says, nope. You know, you guys will have to spend your own credits in that next round. And so far, I wonder if a timeout's coming for Bleed, because they haven't really been able to find an answer here.
Ever since that Thrifty.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of got broken on that, right? I mean, that was a tough one to lose, and it all starts with a shorty from Buzz. Coming out, turning it up to 11 right on round 2.
Just ridiculous. And with the fact that DRX are on the attacking side, they elected to pick this side. They are dictating the pace because of this decision. Now, you know, they're trying to turn things around. Bleed investing heavily into an operator. Darian, though, doesn't have the space to peek into cave because of that snake bite.
Yeah, and then the poison cloud.
No.
Dude, DRX has been doing this every round. They send the early snake bite, and then they're able to creep forward with the poison cloud.
Takes the orb.
Yeah, they just get so much space on A main. They never allow Bleed to try to push out.
Time to jump.
Ye feels the dangerous threats looming on the other side. Puts out the gate crash just to get him a little bit more safe cover. Sees if he can find at least 1 or 2. Goes in for the spray transfer. Double kill, maybe a third. Darian comes in to bail him out. Stax will be able to find the trade, so now Bleed have a bit of numbers advantage.
Okay, now with that Cosmic Divide, you originally wonder, okay, it's probably a push all the way through A main, but Bane has always been on that lurk. And Zest, he's wise to it. He's got his eyes on. He's got to protect Darian. Okay, spotted.
All right. Just trying to still stay around the position. Allow for Stax to push up front a little.
Oh, this push and pull from DRX. Foxy9 drawing just enough aggro to give Stax the confidence that it's a 1v1 against the up, and he wins that battle.
And he gets the spike plant as well. Now Foxy9 able to hold out around the doors. Now he's spotted Retla, trying to go in for the duel up against him. Has to watch his back as well. But Stax has his 6 covered. Foxy9 able to focus on the front, takes Retla downtown, and it's going to be DRX with a 5-round win streak.
Oh, that misjudgment from Bleed. At that point, Retla just had to win that 1v1. There was no way that you could get support. But because it's taking too long, Zest thinks maybe I need to help out for a free kill from behind. And at that point, you've opened yourself up to Stax. The patience pays off. Foxy9 being so good by drawing that aggro from mid. I mean, these flanks, these lurks over in mid, Bleed hasn't quite found an answer against it just yet, and they're now back to another eco.
Got a stinger, you've got the blades. Oh, Darian starts things off wonderfully. Just walks all the way through elbow, picks up a frag on the Foxy 9. Now a rifle's on the ground, but he greets a little bit more. Yay along with him. Unfortunately, DRX turns it into a firing range. You've got Scary with the Viper's Pit up around A, and I assume that DRX is aware of this.
Yeah, and the other thing is here for DRX is that they're just going to make sure that they protect this rifle, right? So again, Bleed's idea is we have a pit, let's funnel them in. Let's herd them all towards the pit side. They did this on Bind as well. DRX this time, because it's a much larger map, because it's much longer distances, they're able to hold on and they say, okay, all right, we see what you're doing. The rifle was dropped. You didn't pick it up. We're just going to push back to the other side. We don't care if there might be a 2 people stack over on B. We still have the numbers advantage. Now it's a death ball into the B site.
Firepower advantage too. I mean, I imagine if Darren was supported by some sort of flash or something, something a little bit more reliable, he might have been able to get a couple more kills, but because it's a Yoru, it's so much more difficult. Retla trying to pepper shots through with his Sheriff though, but it's not quite enough. Zest holds the angle, gets the flick initially onto Buzz, but then Stacks trades right back. It's now up to Retla as well as Scary, and DRX is not afraid to back down. They continue to peek against Retla, taking him down. It's down to Scary in a 1-on-3. He's only got the Stinger. He might have Classic, he might have some pieces of utility, but the range does not favor him, trying to fire off some accurate shots, but it doesn't quite work out. Stacks comes in with a Vandal.
Yeah, DRX just recognizing that as long as we don't give a rifle over, that we should be safe this round. Got a little dicey when Buzz couldn't quite find the right shots over on the site. But yeah, I mean, listen, Bleed, you didn't want to overinvest into the push out. You got the Blade Storm. Overall, the idea is fine, but you just had to hit every single shot. And now Bleed, the timeout comes out. And like you said, obviously, if you're relying on 2 ultimates, maybe you should have invested a bit more. Yeah, maybe that's something they discussed as well. But obviously right now, you got to look forward, right? Down 1-6. Got to catch up 5 rounds here on the first half if you want to try to feel better going into the second half.
I mean, it is a mammoth task for Bleed. If they take the win, that's great because it's championship points. If not, I feel like they wouldn't have too much pressure on them at the very least. It's a bit of match practice, up on the stage, and you're figuring out a lot of how DRX plays, which, is a lot of value. Meanwhile, while they are trying out this different composition, Ye maybe for the first time ever on the Yoru, able to, swing out a little, show us some tricks. But DRX, on the other hand, just reading everything pretty darn well. I mean, Mako from the previous round, the way that Stacks and Bane even are just reading the fact that, this is a Bleed that's trying to take the duel against you. Let's just hold with our rifles.
Yeah, see if Bleed figures it out off of that timeout now. We've got the operator in Darion's hands. Now, I also want to point out, DRX, obviously, they don't want to show too much of their hand. They got to get ready for playoffs, so if Bleed can pressure them, that already is a big success. He sees him! Oh! Not able to get the shot through the smoke.
Okay. At least he makes it away with his operator.
But is Ye safe here? I mean, they're banking on it.
All right. He's got the angle at the very least, and he's been good for the one-on-ones, but Bane instantly trades right back off of the information. A little bit more prepared for the duel at the second time. Darian trying to re-peek, spots out the player a little bit too late. Rescopes, doesn't quite work out. Bane now continues to press up front. Foxy 9 up around stairs. The entire site is under lock and key.
Man, the operator getting pushed out and planting Ye down there, making it look like the Jet has retreated, keeping Ye on an off angle. I mean, I get it.
That's a good idea.
It's an okay idea. I don't know if it's really a good idea, because here's the thing is that you have to get all the kills, right? If it's like 3-4 people, you have to hold on to that, because if not, the operator's once again unsafe. So I feel like it's a bit of an unfair spot for Ye, quite frankly. So that's a rough one. But at the same time, obviously it doesn't feel good just because the operator got pushed off, giving up entry into the site. But some other confidence in a form of a retake, just making sure that you're covering Switch and Orange, no matter what it is. It feels like they got a little get mixed up in which win condition they wanted to bank on for Bleed.
I imagined he might have been able to gate crash out of the spot, but yeah, it's a little bit just too much.
Right, I mean, Ye had ways out, for sure.
Yes.
But I feel like it was a team decision, right? You're saying, okay, we backed off. Ye's job is now to get kills here in that off angle, sure. It sounds good on paper, but how many are coming there?
Nice. That's why it's a little bit risky at times, and that's, again, DRX just making use of their numbers, their show of force. And right now, that operator has been picked up by Buzz as well. 7-1, DRX continues to bulldoze through.
And now after all these rounds, 8 rounds, and really only a deep lurk in from Bane once through halls, otherwise it's always been through mid. You got that one cheeky kill over on Nest. Now they dig deep all the way into halls nice and early. Yes, they've used the switch for a pinch onto A site before with Foxy, but this is just to open up options for the future. If they go A, he can cut off the backup. If they go B, he can always cut off the backup again and then wrap around all the way through Nest.
On the other side for Bleed. Bit of a mixed bag of weaponry. I'm curious about this positional switch up. You've got Scary up around A site now, the toxic screen, just to give him a little bit of cave control. But of course, DRX can continue to just push on through. Stax fires off the Hunter's Fury to give his team a bit of security. Buzz already making his way onto site and clears out the corners. Bit of a pop flash from Ye, but unfortunately doesn't quite work out. Actually, it's Buzz who continues to push through, and he will be able to find 3 kills because of it.
Oh, Buzz just, staying alive through that flash. Make sure that he's not caught with the full brunt of it. It's able to swing around. That weapon advantage comes in big. And then the util, right, the recon bolt, draws the crosshairs away from Ye. I mean, Bleed, they look weak. They look weak and defeated on the A side right now. There's no way around it. DRX knows that it's just an easier site to get into at the current moment.
It's a lot of attempts, but unfortunately, a Yoru flash, it's not quite the same as a KO's flash point, so it's always a little bit tricky to get the pop off. And because of it, I don't know. Buzz was able to kind of turn away from it at the right time, or as he was checking the corners. And as a result, the DRX continues to just get those kills. It's a flawless win now, 8-1. I mean, how can really Bleed recover from this? We've seen a timeout from Coach Lagia, but unfortunately this time to no avail just yet. Darien will reinvest into another operator.
Yeah, I mean, they'll need that operator, right? But they got to find the right position for it. Right now, we just saw a ton of pings in mid from Bleed, and I think that's the only option they got left. Because here's the thing: is that given their composition, given that you have the Sentinel over on B, they're gonna want A main control, and DRX has all the ideas to deny that nice and early. The snake bite, the early smokes. You've got the Astra smoke always there. You go for the dissipate, then you go in for the poison cloud if needed. So they've been pressed away from it. And now off of all that conditioning, they wait to see if there's early investment coming in from Bleed. Just that one snakebite still used to keep control of A main by DRX.
Just thinking multiple moves ahead. DRX, they're considering these options as to whether or not Bleed will go in for any risky peeks. If they can get the punish, then that could be a sight.
But look at this positioning again. I mean, A site. I mean, sure, you have the Cypher setups, but Retless a bit on an island. You still don't cover switch.
Ye as well.
I mean, yeah, Ye's at double door. It's just still the same default positions. It's the same exact call from DRX. He's been spotted. Now you do have the Hunter's Fury. But where are you going to try to clear with that? Are you able to get Bane? Looks like there was one tag. Initial drift.
Okay, he's going to get the information, but unfortunately Retla not quite ready for the draw. It's Buzz with the blades just to cut and divide. The entire site has been dispersed. Now back onto the operator. He locks down the angle, manages to take down Buzz. Viper's Pit now gets deployed. How do you defend against this? Bleed trying their darndest. Ye just up around the edges, but his team is not quite with him. The gate crash coming through the other side, but it just reveals his position, and Foxy9 will be able to get the spray against him. It's all down to Scary now as he isolates the angles, finds the first one, spots out Buzz, but he knows that there are players marching towards him. Tries to spot towards the top of stairs, but Bane is just a little bit sharper, just a little bit quicker. It's DRX with 9 rounds.
DRX does not feel like they can lose anymore. I mean, Buzz just pushed out. He walked out of their own snake bite while he goes down to 18 HP. Or no, I think it was actually maybe the opponents. He goes down to 18 HP. He's like, nope, still going to catch him out on off timing with the op. And he does. He gets a 3rd kill. I mean, he just feels like he can do no wrong right now. And I mean, that's a mental thing, right?
Yes.
But here's the thing. the reason they can feel so confident is because they knew that this call would work again. They knew it's the same setup. Okay, there's no pressure on Halls. They're not pushing out a mid. They still haven't taken out A main. Okay, most likely the same default setup. If we just go in, it should be another easy one. And they're exactly correct.
And look at Buzz's face as well. I mean, he is absolutely fearless in this current state. Bleed, second timeout called in the first half, just trying to right every single wrong or just to fix as much as possible. But it's so darn difficult, and at this point, you're calling for everything, you know, even for that second half. We've been seeing Ye's positioning up around double doors now for the longest time, but it hasn't quite worked out.
Oh, I mean, everyone's struggling right now on the side of Bleed, so they're going to have to not only hit their shots, but position themselves better for it. I would love to see a bit more mid control if they're not going to do something about re-clearing A main. And re-clearing A main sounds like a daunting task with the amount of util that, you know, DRX is able to use just to deny that entry early on.
Truly. I mean, credit to Buzz and Mako. These guys are up on 16 kills and 12. Mako, you know, has been rock steady for DRX. Right up next to Buzz, who is just absolutely feeling it right now. Once again, jump peeking with the operator. You talked about mid control, and he considers that they might think about it. Spots out Scary and immediately snipes him through.
Yeah, and the reads here, right? DRX denies mid control, and they say, okay, now that we've denied that, you haven't pushed out of there. Where else are you pushing out of? They're pretty wary of this. Are they ready for the timing, though?
Look at how
Zest has no idea.
Creeping up front. And it's just the instant punish against Zest as well. The idea, I mean, what do you think of it? You know, he was trying to get a bit more space for his team.
I mean, listen, after you got picked off by Pyramids on A, the entire plan fell apart for Bleed. I mean, there's no way around it, right? You were trying to make sure that you pushed out of Halls, and then you held on to mid. You wanted to cut the map into a smaller piece. You wanted to just basically be able to ignore A site. But you lost A site from the get-go. So at that point, the push out of Halls is now a risky maneuver. It's not a safe maneuver anymore. So, I mean, sure, they commit to it. You know, Bleed, we've heard that they have trouble with switching things up mid-round. Still something they need to work on, but it's going to be a tough round. And, yeah, Retla, all alone, what can he do?
Still unbelievably difficult, but incredibly sharp from DRX. We talked about the possibility of Bleed going for a bit of mid-control. Buzz reads it like a book and peeks it with an operator. And then at the same time, even, you know, considering the fact that someone might have pushed out, they don't rush straight back to cave. They make it a slow creep, a slow walk with the full squad, just so that they mark all exits, mark all covers, and everyone just works together so well. 10 rounds in a row for DRX.
They might be on for more. They could just string this all the way from a Thrifty. See if that comes through. So now Bleed trying to get some earlier mid control. But look at this. I mean, DRX, they haven't been using that early snake bite to deny A main control for the last 3 rounds. So they know that they've conditioned him enough. They saw the timeouts come in and they say, okay, it's going to be a change. We don't need to waste their utility early to control A main. We can sneak in afterwards like we did right now on round 12. You even have the Cosmic Divide. This could be a fake as well because you know that Bleed has 0 information on A right now.
Okay, Ye's trying to get some information, but unfortunately the blindside blinds himself. He will be able to find the headshot into Stax as Stax re-peaks. And with that, Bleed finally finds a bit of an advantage, but then comes the Cosmic Divide, and you were absolutely right, Will. It is a complete fake out.
Yeah, so now they're able to use it onto that B side, but you have to creep in. You don't know where this camera is, but you hear it, and you know the traps are there. So you got to imagine the Cypher is somewhere.
Okay, Retla at the very least.
Dane trying to find it.
Spots out the trip. Ye watches the off angle, catches onto Foxy. Retla, along with the trips, manages to take the shot down against Buzz. That's your top fragger gone. Suddenly a lot more doable for Bleed.
Oh, Retla needs to stay alive, but the backup needs to arrive in time. Okay. Retla's caught out a bit.
Trying to peek through the pyramids. His camera is still up and online, and because of that, he is able to come online as well with the headshots. A 3rd kill for Retla to give Bleed their 2nd win on this map.
So that Cypher switch up does pay off for Bleed finally in round 12, right? So even with the fake out from the Cosmic Divide, you knew that they still hadn't taken over the A site, and Bane had to respect it. You saw him creeping in, he didn't rush in. So while DRX noticed the Cypher setups, it's just a bit too much time for Bleed to reset, for Retla to really make sure he's in a good position to utilize his traps. But at the end of the day, it's a 10-2 half, and this looks like an absolutely insurmountable task for Bleed.
Truly, truly a tall order. Retla trying his darndest, alternating between his utilities and his movements and his sharp shooting. 2-10. Tough day for Bleed, but just showing how top form DRX is right now. This is a DRX that, you know, looking for that top seed into playoffs. Potential DRX-PRX matchup as well. I mean, you got to think about how that match could work out, and it's a match that I would love to see.
I mean, listen, we don't quite know yet, though,
we don't
right?
know yet,
I mean,
that's true.
Talon's looking better and better each week, so playoffs should be exciting no matter what.
I mean, hey, DRX versus Talon, that's also going to be an amazing match to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, all the teams that have made it to playoffs, I think they've been continuing to try to show that they deserve that spot. A lot of them already proved it early on into the stage. But DRX,
Jesus, Buzz.
Yeah, they're right into the flow of things, you know, right where they left off, you know, early last year. Buzz 19-7, trying to go for an absolutely undefeated streak in matches so far in stage 1. Let's see if they can continue that run in playoffs.
He's got the Sheriff. You got 3 rounds left to close this one out. Picking up the pistol puts you at a potential map end match point. Bleed desperately needs a win. And now they're on the attack, trying to seize the initiative.
They're going for the double Sheriffs as well, and early mid control with that recon.
Very fast. Rushing down through tunnel into the B site. Mako hears it all. Goes out for a bit of a peek and finds so many players. He's like, all right, the entire team needs to rotate over right now. But Darian and Zest just watch the angles. They fan out across the entire site, and Mako's down as well. It's back to a 2-on-4. And Scary's on the lurk. Catches Buzz. That's Buzz gone. Bane coming up from behind. Trying to catch the timing on towards Scary now, but look at how prepared he is. Peeks out. Oh, camera spots him. Bane goes back just to take off the tracker. Scary tries to push up front and will be able to find that headshot. Bleed with both pistols on this map.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, they're trying their best. They didn't get a pistol on Bind. I think they would have loved one there. It would have been quite different, but see if they can convert it, because that's where the landslide started to happen in that first half. But this is, again, a pretty decent pistol, right? Just early, absolute commitment to mid. You take that control very fast. And then what I love is also they don't get distracted by Mako too long behind the pillar. They say, okay, that guy's just going to jiggle us. That means that backup is arriving. We have to make sure that we get rid of the crossfires. It's a good call from Bleed. Now it's all 5 buys, so you got to make sure you can snowball this.
Pretty good lurk from Scary previously as well. But you mentioned those rifles, and they really need to make it happen. We talked about that landslide, and it could happen again. But look at how Zest and Scary are prepared this time. Just watching the angles, watching Cave, firing off on every single round. Ye will be able to find that trade up against Bane. So now it's numbers advantage and firepower advantage up against the lone survivor, Foxy9.
Someone does have to bring the spike over.
Okay.
Foxy9 still doing his job. Everyone's got a job right now. If you're saving, if you're clutching, you got to do something on the ecos. He has been spotted here.
Got to wear that DRX hoodie, but yeah, spotted out by Darren at the very end. Bleed makes it, relatively clean. 4 weapons sustained over onto the next round.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Obviously, you drop the Marshal. It's not the end of the world. You still got 4 rifles. Made a huge commitment in that round, too. Now, here, a bit of maybe some miscommunication from Bleed as well, but at the end of the day, they're able to stabilize, get back to supporting each other, bounce back and forth. Zest just nice and calm. That Bulldog, it's always done well for him. Let's see what the setup is from DRX. You've got just a very early trip, crisscross over by B site, and the toxic screen as well.
Just the stars up around each site, too.
It's the same call as the pistol.
Yeah, rush down mid, through tunnel, maybe a bit of a lurk. Retla watching from Nest. But DRX, all they got to do is to hold up around this toxic screen. They've got those trips, they've got the snake bites. And okay, Ye's trying to sneak back behind the site. Foxy9 will be able to find him, though.
Yeah, Foxy9 getting that kill is huge. You don't have the crossfire anymore for Bleed.
Hearing for that tap.
Trying to draw them in.
Drone comes out, and Foxy9's looking for the peaks. Able to track his crosshair onto Darian. Now it's up to Stax. Bane fires off all the way from back arches, and DRX has the site surrounded. Zest, he's in for a world of hurt as Buzz peeks out from the other side just to find that headshot. It's DRX with the 11th win now.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I mean, going back to the pistol strat now with weapons, I don't mind it. It worked out well. You don't quite expect the bonus, obviously. Not quite a bonus because they all had rifles in hand. But to be that fast up through mid. But at the end of the day, this time, after the pistol, DRX, a better read on how to make sure that they're safe. Mako gets flashed, but Foxy9 doesn't. They're making sure to cover each other's backs. It's a good bounce back and forth. And now into that next round, DRX changing up the trips just ever so slightly over by B, but it's still the toxic screen on B as well. So B just being heavily defended. Meanwhile, A, they recognize, okay, you've got the same snakebite as well to take A main control. We'll give that to you. We saw the Astra to absolutely buy time all through and through for the first half of each round if you're trying to come through this choke point.
Responsibility now falls onto Bane's shoulders. He's got to be quick with the Astra utility right now, if not the stars or the smokes, and it's got to be that gravity well. And he places one just for extra cover. 1 minute is remaining on the clock right now as 30 seconds pass. Bleed not really making any movements, not really giving any information whatsoever. Here comes the fake out. Bane's prepared for it, goes in for the pull. Hunter's Fury comes out from Zest as well. They're trying to, cause DRX to disperse, but look at Buzz. He's just ready for the off angle. Spots out the players. The corner is not checked. It's 3 hits down on the ground. Buzz now looking for a 4th. Zest feels that it's too dangerous. He's trying to back out. You got Retla trying to get some kind of a sneaky peek through double doors as well, but doesn't find anything. It's to no avail.
Oh, trusted the Hunter's Fury a bit too much. Buzz able to hide out right by the corner. That's a quick triple. Oh, that one hurts. I mean, Bleed, they didn't want to give up too much information, but by doing so, they had no information themselves. And sure, again, you try to clear out with the Hunter's Fury. We've seen that execute multiple times. But Buzz expertly maneuvers around it, and Bleed just does not account for that extra factor.
Painful.
Buzz wants to skill.
Okay, Buzz.
All right, Seth says, calm down. Calm down, little bro.
You might be the top fragger right now, but I am still playing. So at the very least, able to, take Buzz down for the time being, but that is still a Buzz that is up by 23 kills. All right.
Just right at the end.
Because he got killed.
Yeah, and then he says, hey, can someone buy me the off?
It is match point, William. They've got the operator. They've got every single weapon at the ready. Bleed on a mixed bag of weaponry, mixed arsenal, just trying to scrounge whatever they've got for this round.
Oh, 2 people spotted with the drone nice and early in mid. Right off the rip. Stax, he's really liking that he made the call to send that nice and early. Recognizing that there might be something cheeky, maybe even the same call from the pistol returning. So now with that, you send the recon as well. Stax is cleared out mid. So okay, there hasn't really been any info on A. You still have the toxic screen there, and Stax catches the lurk from Ye.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is a Bleed that looks rocked from the previous round. They're trying to keep both hands up. They're trying to stay defensive. But as Ye continues to walk out front, Stax just catches him. So much freedom. Triple kill now coming through. Retla manages to make it a trade, even taking down Mako. But at the very end of it, it is still an advantage from DRX.
Yeah, but now where do you go? You still haven't cleared out anything from the Cypher, so you're just going to go over to where...
gotta walk?
Yeah, you had elbow control, so you're going to group up, go for a 2v3.
30 seconds left.
I have to imagine he's waiting for the recon.
No, I think they just got
popping over. Oh no, Foxy9! He just watches the angle. He just defends the site. The bulwark for DRX, and they manage to close this out. It's a 2-0 for this team as they make it all the way through to the top seed in Omega Group.
Yeah, not dropping a single match here. 5-0 record for DRX. Looking to reclaim their spot at the top of Korea and the top of Pacific. They let it slip by last year, losing to that reverse sweep against Paper Rex in the finals of Pacific. But now they say, no, we're back, we're revitalized, and we'll return to the international stage as one of the best teams.
I mean, it was red versus blue today, but blue dominates. They took down Gen G. They took down T1. Now finalizing their position by taking down Bleed. DRX looks to make a huge splash inside of playoffs.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I think they've still got a lot of tricks up their sleeve as well, right? I mean, it looked like they were really trying to make sure that they weren't pressed too much today. I think that's part of why they were getting a bit frustrated on Bind. Maybe feeling like, do we have to pull out a couple extra things that we've prepped? But they're able to cruise on by in their last match and looking ready for playoffs. Now only one match away from Master Shanghai.
Incredible stuff. We've seen that Euro composition from DRX before. Now they're back on that Jets. Now they're back on Bind with the way that they're playing this, and it's just so incredible to watch. We'll toss it back over to our desk just to break down everything that happened.
A truly undefeated run here for DRX, and what a way to close it out with such a dominant showing here on Breeze. We saw though that the feeling was mutual. They gave a big hug over to Zaz, and it was so nice to see. But I mean, DRX, they really, decided to cement themselves. It's like, we are back. This is DRX, this is our turf, and we are here to take stage 1. They are ready for playoffs.
No, this was extremely dominant, and Buzz came alive here on Breeze and just started shutting things down. I mean, he didn't look great on Bind, and I think that kind of lit a fire underneath him. You'll see this all the time with Buzz, where he has a bad map and then he just bounces right back and starts popping off. And that's so scary for opponents when the duel is for DRX. And he's being set up really nicely. There's some great util to buy him some space, but he's one of the best space takers in the business. And on this map like Breeze, where he's got all this open room to maneuver, you can see why he's so highly regarded.
Yeah, there were about 5 bajillion smokes on the map with the Astra and the Viper, and they just, as you mentioned, just setting him up excellently. And honestly, Bleed just didn't look quite as good on Breeze. I think they took a chance here, which is kind of interesting, letting the bind go. They looked better on that one, but they said, okay, DRX didn't look great on this one the last time around. Maybe we can take advantage of that. And Buzz was like, how about no? I'm just going to kill you all and take you down. And it wasn't a very close map this second time around, so.
Unfortunately, it wasn't. And you kind of missed that, usually when you have the Jet and the Yoru, right, you have that partnership and as they go in. I kind of missed that from Bleed because there wasn't much of that, at work, right? So this might be something that still needs to go back to the playbook of Bleed. Maybe, as you mentioned earlier, you might need to workshop this a little bit more. But as for the side of DRX, even though I would say the Astra was just just more smokes, as you mentioned, Valdez over on the map, and maybe it didn't exactly have the massive value that we thought it would. I mean, it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me a bit of some of the ideas that you saw with Flashback originally, where some of his utility wasn't always quite there. And that's the only thing I'd say you're concerned about with the Astra is it might have simplified the game a bit for Bane. You hear players and coaches talk about this where they're like, why'd you pick this agent for this player? And they're like, well, they don't have to think, they can just shoot. And if he's kind of an Astra guy, he's used to that agent, he doesn't have to really think too much. I did want to see a bit more with, gravity wells and things like that. There were still a couple that were impactful, but for the most part, I think it was just kind of freeing Bane up to sort of do his own thing a little bit more. You saw him taking a lot of halls control, doing stuff like that, where he's able to kind of be on his own and think for himself and play for himself. So, yeah, it was okay. It worked. Who cares?
At the end of the day, it was the story wasn't really about Bane on Astra. It was about Buzz just going and killing everybody. So, we didn't really get to see him have, an amazing standout performance, but he didn't really need to. So, it was fine.
Well, at some point, we were very, very happy to see Buzz pop off, but not necessarily for the reason that people think that it was, because we were happy Buzz was getting the kills and Stax wasn't, because at some point, Stax and Zest were at the exact same number of kills, and we just didn't want anybody to, get any more, because we have our ranks over here at stake. And guess what? Everybody is happy because Zest and Stax both got
wins.
11 kills. So everybody wins.
Everybody wins except for people who aren't here.
You get a rank up.
Yeah.
You get a rank up. Everybody gets a rank up. We're going to start with...
I just know William's real salty right now. He's not ranking up.
We'll start with Valdez over here.
Yeah, ascending again. Wait, no, it's not double rank up,
Mortal.
right?
It's a double rank up. Yeah, we're double ranking up.
Yes, everybody is double ranking up right now.
Yeah, really?
Yes, and viewers, come up with me. Oh my gosh. I have never... Oh, look at this. The view is so great on here, Diamond. And
He's losing his
Paper Thin,
Al-Gaib status.
you get back over here to gold, and look at this lovely tree over
Welcome
here.
back.
Look, all I care about is I'm ahead of Achilleos. That's all that really matters.
Of course, of course.
Nothing else is important.
That is your meta for this
correct.
for this game.
And I almost, it was looking really good. At one point, Stacks was like 8-4 versus S, right? And I was like, I've done it again. Like,
But as the stats, it looks pretty good. I'm a little bit more motivated now because I hear there is a special prize for those who are like, over up here. So I see your smile over there,
Feeling pretty
Valdez.
good right
yeah.
if I don't win the prize, I'm just going to steal the Tactibear and not tell anybody. So
Sure. Please clip that, viewers, by the way, so that we do have evidence for this. But going back into our matchup, of course, I think that, for Bleed, I do think that, the previous map was a much better showing from them. But I still do think, we talk about this all the time, this roster does have something to show, right? This is a roster that is still very much stacked with all the names behind them.
Yeah, and even though Breeze is like widely regarded as sort of the aim check map, like a lot of people talk about it as like, oh, this is the map where you're just seeing how you match up against your opponents. But that, when you have this many smokes like Valdez was talking about, it kind of actually isn't the case, because you have to be really good at communicating who, what, where, when, why in those smokes, and where you need the utility, where you need the flashes and stuff like that. And whereas DRX has so many of those protocols already drilled into them, and you can see that Bleed's still working those things out, and that's okay. I mean, again, if Bleed picked Breeze today because they're like, oh, we just need to work on this map, let's throw it out there and try it, great, totally fine. I would do the same thing. I have nothing wrong with that.
What do you think about Bleed's swan song here, Valdez?
I think it was okay. You see they won in terms of first kills. It didn't really matter towards the end, obviously, just because eventually Buzz just got so many multi-kills that kind of just took over round. Zest having a big performance to get us up there on the guess and gain board up at 11 kills, but honestly, the score's not really reflecting it. And like Paper Thin was saying, at the end of the day, I was very impressed by what they did on Bind. Breeze, it wasn't amazing, but DRX, they're just so well drilled. They had so many of the angles covered. Their entries were fantastic on the attacker side. So Bleed just never really had a chance to get anything going on this map, and I don't really blame them for that. I feel like it's really just like a big positive for DRX rather than Bleed, it being a negative for them. So nice try, but at the end of the day, DRX are the team going to playoffs.
I mean, they did just come from, a match against PRX, then they had to go up against DRX in just a short span of time, right? And they've had more to deal with, as we were talking about during the pre-show, they've had more to deal with than most teams. So I do think that there is unlimited potential on this team, right? Just imagine if you could have, all of these players just playing, to that kind of level, and you have, Ye popping off and everything, and you have, Scary as, again, one of the best controllers ever. This team, again, is I think, a hodgepodge of some of the greatest talents that we have. It's just that the chemistry just isn't there quite yet. Will we see it in stage 2? That's the big question.
Yeah, will there be enough time? And I think there could be. I definitely like what I'm seeing. I'm seeing improvement mostly. So really, truly, Bleed has the ability to get there. Who knows? You know what I mean? You never know with these teams, and it could be the right time for them. It may not be. It could be the right coaching staff. It may not be. All these pieces need to fit together. It's so difficult to put together a really good Valorant team, especially in this region where we're actually amazing. So
yeah,
tough teams to go against.
Absolutely, but it is time for DRX. They are in prime form indeed. So let's send it down to the stage with Jen for our post-game interview.
Thank you guys, Jen Lee over here down on stage, and I'm joined by DRX's Bane. Now, massive congrats, Bane. That was super fast. 굉장히 빨리 끝났네요.
그냥 쉬운 경기였고 바인드 좀 위험하긴 했는데 그래도 저희끼리 집중 더 열심히 하자 해서 빨리 끝낼 수 있었던 것 같아요.
It was easy. Bind got a little bit tricky, but we managed to stay focused, and we were able to close it out 2-0 very quickly today. Now, Zest on the other side. Next to him, Ye. What was it like for DRX boys, and what was it like for you playing this match?
사실 저는 예이 선수가 꽤 무서웠고 기석이 형은 친하기 때문에 그냥 재미있게 할 수 있겠고 죽여야겠다 이런 생각했는데 예이 선수도 사실 게임 안으로 들어가 보니까 똑같더라고요. 그래서 그냥 그런 거 없이 레이즈라는 캐릭터로 생각했고 그렇게 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Well, Zest, I was looking forward to playing against him because we're good friends, so I thought it was going to be super fun. I was a little bit intimidated or scared of Ye, of course, but in the server, he just played like any other players. There was not much huge difference, so I just tried to think of him as just a race, the agent in the game, and not treat it like it was a bigger deal than it actually is. Now, you guys made it to playoffs without dropping a single match. So, are you satisfied with how the team is performing at the moment, and are you satisfied with your performance as well? 이제 전승으로 플레이오프 1시드로 가게 됐잖아요. 경기력에 대해서 개인적으로 그리고 팀의 경기력에 대해서는 어떻게 보시나요?
팀의 경기력은 뭐 더할 나위 없이 좋다고 생각하고 있고 왜냐하면 5판 다 이겼기 때문에 개인적으로도 아직 물론 잘한 모습을 보여준 건 맞지만 앞으로 부족한 게 많고 앞으로도 잘해야 되기 때문에 연습 계속 열심히 해서 쭉 기량을 유지해야 되지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
5-0 really proves that, in terms of how the team is performing, impeccable, flawless. But for me, personally, I still have some things to improve on and mistakes to fix. So I'll just have to work on my consistency a little bit more to make sure that I can perform and step up for my teams even in the playoffs. Now on Breeze, though, we saw Astra coming in. Was this your idea? Why did this change come through? Because we really see Astra on this map. 아스트라는 또 어떤 아이디어였을까요?
그냥 약간 투엔드 제트 요루의 한계를 느껴서 저희가 내부적으로도 얘기를 많이 했을 거고 제가 요루를 못하는 것도 있었을 거고 그래서 많은 조합을 테스트했고 그중에 가장 좋은 결과가 나왔던 조합을 오늘 사용한 게 아닌가 생각합니다.
I guess we kind of decided that there was a cap when it comes to what Jet and the Yoru comp can do, and maybe partly because I'm not that great on the Yoru, so we tried running different comps and different agents, and we thought maybe Astra was the best fit for us, so we tried that comp, and today we got away with the win, so I guess it was worth the change. Now, let me ask you though, why did this change come through today and not in the playoffs? 오늘 왜 공개를 하게 된 걸까요?
사실 이 조합으로 연습을 좀 며칠 해왔기 때문에 다른 조합을 꺼내면 위험할 수도 있고 뭐 전략 숨기기가 가능할 수도 있지만 일단은 이기고 보는 게 중요하다 생각을 해서 그냥 제일 좋았던 조합을 선택했던 것 같습니다.
Well, we had, 3 to 4 days of practice with this comp, so I thought it was a little bit risky to pull something else out. We could have saved it in our back pocket for the playoffs, but for us, we thought it was worth pulling it out today, testing it out, see how it goes, and get that first seed spot. That was more important for us. Now, Bane, heading into the playoffs, I believe it's your first Pacific playoff, so is there any pressure on you? And what's your mindset going into playoffs as well? 그럼 이제 첫 퍼시픽 플레이오프잖아요. 어떤 마음가짐인지, 부담감은 느껴지지 않는지도
사실 뭐
궁금하네요.
리그나 플레이오프 물론 중요한 건 플레이오프가 더 중요하지만 똑같은 그냥 게임이나 발로란트라 생각을 하고 어쨌든 이겨야 되는 건 동일하기 때문에 어떤 적을 만나든 똑같은 마인드셋으로 다 이기도록 노력을 할 거고 이길 겁니다.
Well, group stage or playoffs, at the end of the day, we're all playing the same game. We're playing Valorant, so I'm going to give it my best, try to win every single match, every single map, and I will make sure that I win. Now, that was Bane. Congratulations once again, Bane. Good luck in the playoffs. We'll see you soon. And that is it for the first post-match interview of the day. We're going to head off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have Genji and RRQ taking the stage when we come back. So we'll see you soon.
When we are apart, I will remember the summer. Remember when everything was bright and new.
because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Supreme. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
let's go, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We're about to get into our final series for the regular season of Pacific. It's going to be Gen G and RRQ.
Now, Karon, last game before the playoffs. Anything you want to say?
Thank you, Talon.
Pause and effect. It's a butterfly effect here over in Pacific. Thank you, Talon, for your service, he says.
Appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. Of course, they're happy that today's match is inconsequential for them one way or another. Doesn't matter, but certainly you'd still like to have the championship points. So both teams are going to definitely give it their all today. I don't think anybody's really going to hold back too much because you never know. I mean, even though, yeah, Gen G has those extra points for winning kickoff and all that stuff, there's still, you never know. You know what I mean? You still want to get all those points.
Yeah, you never know. It comes down to one best of three, and I think RRQ, they have a lot of experience against this team this year, so maybe this is their moment to try to come back. It's going to be interesting to see how on point Gen.G are today.
I mean, is it really VCT Pacific if we don't have Gen.G versus RRQ? It seems to be a rite of passage at this point. So, might as well, right? Might as well end the season this way. Let's find out first what RRQ are up to.
Hello! Hello! Now today I'm gonna talk to this guy. What's your name?
Husky.
Oh. Hello, Husky. Now, what's your mindset coming in today? I don't speak dog, but I'm pretty sure that's something positive. So, anything you want to say to the fans? Meow?
Meow.
Thank you. Good luck.
Wow.
That was.
We learned a lot from that.
I know, it was so insightful. I feel like RRQ are now going to come out on top because of that.
Our best interview of the year, for sure. No doubt.
It was really enlightening, and it's the first time I've heard a husky meow as well. But I would say, previously on Gen.G versus RRQ, it seems like Gen.G is forever destined to be RRQ's arch rival, right? But Gen.G, they have always won. So the big question when we all saw this matchup happening is it time now for RRQ to finally win over Gen.G?
It could be. I mean, certainly there's not as much pressure on RRQ today compared to all the other times they faced them, basically. So that could maybe have a factor in it. And obviously, RRQ does want to get that win. But even still, it might feel a little bit bad because Gen.G's beat you every time that it mattered. And now it's you're playing each other for a championship point. Of course, RRQ still wants that championship point. Of course, they still want that. But man, you'd like to beat them in a situation where you can be the one sending them home, send them out of playoffs, something like that.
Before we continue, though, look at this. You have 3 Gen.G players over here in our VCT Pacific total kill board. Here are top 5. What are your comments on this, Valdez? Especially since you have a Saya player and Munchkin breaking past the 1,000 kill mark.
It's just a very nice kind of milestone for those players. I know that generally pro players aren't the most concerned with the milestones. It feels like more so something that we kind of celebrate. The pros are like, oh yeah, cool. But yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's obvious to see that a lot of the players here on Gen.G are guys that have been around forever, that have a lot of experience, and they're not going to be shook in one way or another. And I would say that on the topic of RRQ versus Gen.G, I feel like this would be a series that could go to 3 maps, but that head-to-head is there for a reason. RRQ have pretty consistently gotten maps, but they have not been able to win in 3. So is today the day? Can they break their jinx? I'm not so sure.
It's the big question, right? And I would feel like during kickoff, there was still a bit of mystery around Gen.G's new roster, right? And it took everybody off guard, including ourselves, right? So now that RRQ know what to expect, and RRQ has been steadily improving, these past few months, is it time for them to finally beat their favorite opponents? Is there now no mystery to what Gen.G could do?
I mean, it's going to be difficult for Gen.G. Going back to what I was talking about earlier in the desk, that they haven't had a ton of time to kind of come up with new stuff, to maybe innovate a little bit since Madrid. So they're kind of having to rely on, what has worked for them so far this year and just keep digging into those wells, kind of rely on, some of your individual players, as well as there are 3 players out of our top 5 kills up on Gen.G right now. And, when they put this roster together, coming into last year, going back to another thing you were talking about, Mika, where a lot of people were like, I don't know what to expect out of Gen.G, and I kind of did. I was like, these guys are pretty good. These guys frag out of their minds.
Individually, they're already good.
There couldn't be other problems that can come into play, of course, but if there's any semblance of cohesion in this squad, they are going to dominate, and that mostly they have. Now, again, people should have figured them out a bit, but it's going to be tough for RRQ. I think it's an uphill battle no matter what. They can do it, of course, but they've looked really rocky the last couple weeks, and that's very concerning.
And I think that, when we look at what happened the last time these 2 teams faced off against each other, it was this matchup that we really had our eyes on. It was Texture versus Jemken. What do you think is going to go down now, especially since RRQ, there is a little bit of a surprise to them. They have a newer pace just because they have a lot of role swaps happening. Could that be something that Gen.G is perhaps unprepared for going into this match this time around, Valdez?
I'd say, I mean, Gen.G are going to be pretty aware of it ahead of time and should know how to handle it. Again, these guys have a very long tenure. They've been around for a very long time. They should have the leadership to be able to handle some stuff like that. I do think that guys like Jemkin, they do have some big, heavy-hitting firepower kind of guys on the roster of RRQ, but I feel like some of the issues is that Gen.G also have like a very similar play style in that way, so maybe they get kind of countered by Gen.G in a way. It is going to be interesting to see what maps we do see today.
Yeah, and as we are about to head into our map select, I would be very, very surprised if Sunset comes out, especially since both of these teams have been avoiding this map like the plague.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious if it just accidentally kind of slips through the cracks a little bit just based on what we're seeing with the bans. Like maybe it's one of those situations where both teams don't want to ban it because they know that their opponent's not going to pick it.
You first. No, you
first. Yeah. It's that Midwest politeness that I grew up with. No, you first. Oh, you please, I insist.
Ooh. Did we have? I thought we had
What's
another.
our coin flip meta today? How far did it bounce off stage? Like
it seemed to have slipped. Was that slipping underneath Ewok's shoe or something?
Yeah, it gets pretty wild on that floor.
It does. We have a bit of a chaotic coin this season. But those first two bans are going to be very, very important.
Okay.
There you go.
Well,
there you go.
No ambiguity. Oh, okay, just Sunset right out of there.
Icebox.
Yeah, makes sense. It's been like an okay map for RRQ for sure. So Breeze. Yep. Yeah, I mean, RRQ have to lean into it, right? They're undefeated on it. I don't think Gen.G's played at this stage, if I'm not mistaken, and they look pretty sloppy on it, previously, or maybe they have played it, but they haven't looked great on it no matter what. So it's been a little bit rough on that map. So absolutely, RRQ should try to punish this. Gen.G doesn't often kind of recognize some of the open space on the map that they're leaving and things like that. So you could really punish that, and I think that that's going to be the game plan for RRQ.
Ooh, and we have Ascent as well. So we have Breeze and Ascent here. And I would still think it's still 50-50 at this point. I mean, especially with how closely we saw the last time, during kickoff when these two teams face off against each other. The scores were very, very close. RRQ banning out Lotus, this is probably, a very, very smart decision for them, given how Gen.G do rather well on Lotus.
And Gen.G have a chance to leave Bind open as well if they'd like to throw that in for a little spicy third map, but they are not going to, so we are going to split for the decider map. And I mean, it kind of feels a little bit like the draft we had from the first series where, there is the one map where I think the underdog team could get a nice little read, a nice little win on with the Breeze, actually same map, but didn't go very well for the side of Bleed earlier on, so I am very curious to see if RRQ can bring back some of that success on this map that they have shown. You see no Astra for them, just kind of pretty standard in their agent lineup when they did play it.
They aren't interested in what DRX is cooking just yet, right? But as we can see, we haven't seen Gen.G on this map in a while, and I wonder if that's going to work to the favor of RRQ or against them, just because they do have what could they possibly bring out on this map that RRQ probably hasn't seen before.
Yeah, I don't expect there to be any drastic changes in Gen.G's comp. Like maybe you swap an initiator in or something like that. There could be things, minor changes. I don't expect drastic. I expect Texture to be there on that jet as always. I don't know if there'll be a Yoru. We'll see for Gen.G.
You say that now, suddenly Clove.
I know, yeah. No, it's fine. Like, go for it. Why not? I mean, look, again, these are these matches that teams like Gen.G can use to workshop stuff. And again, there's no better practice than in a real match. That is where you are going to get your best practice.
Especially since RRQ are such close rivals to Gen.G, right? And even though RRQ haven't exactly won against Gen.G in all of the times that they've met up or they matched up against each other, I still think it's like RRQ is one of those teams that can bring a series very, very closely to Gen.G. Hence the little rivalry that we've built up here over these past years.
Yeah, I think the only reason why it's a rivalry rather than Gen.G just kind of like continuously bopping them down is that RRQ at least are getting maps, right? It's consistently 2-1, 2-1. There was the 1-2-0, but it's like 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. So RRQ are showing that, okay, we can beat this team. We have done it on multiple maps, multiple times, but like they can't just quite get across the line, so still hard to favor them against Gen.G.
This is kind of like a little side quest for RRQ, and I think they've acknowledged it themselves, right? It's like, okay, even if we go to grand finals, we want Gen.G with us. It's kind of like their it's sort of their their own big boss within Pacific as well.
Yeah, and it's been a tough one for them to overcome. And, it'd be nice to get the win here, of course. You want to do it no matter what, but it's still like you want to find them in a situation where it's more impactful, and you want to beat them there and really get that huge win that kind of like catapults your team, gets you more confident, gets you further into a playoff scenario or even to an international event. Those are the things that RRQ is looking for. But so far this year, their coordination hasn't always been great. Sometimes it seems like they're a little bit slow to react to things, so we need to see better communication from Flips as the IGL. Things like that is what I'm looking for RRQ today.
Yes, and of course there is that championship point on the line still. So for this episode of Gen.G versus RRQ, can RRQ finally come out on top? We're about to find out as we take it to the stage for the final series here at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Let's head on over and get things started.
Gen.G. RRQ.
It's a matchup that's practically synonymous with VCT Pacific at this point. Gen.G versus RRQ to finish off a very memorable season of upsets and the unexpected. So could this mean something different for this match? Maybe 5th time's a charm in this case?
Yeah, why not?
We don't have confirmation from Asarai the Prophet at this point.
Yeah, right. No, I don't know what Asarai did, but I always want RRQ to win this match, and I flip-flop between these two teams a lot because of how close it is when I'm making my prediction. But I'm not convinced that this RRQ is there just yet against this Gen.G. This Gen.G is just too good. Even though they lost to this team on Breeze last time they played on it, I mean, Gen.G has still dominated some teams on Breeze before. They beat Sentinels twice on it at Madrid. It's a little bit different for them in Pacific, which is weird, but they were really good internationally on it, so still there's a lot to be concerned about. You're going to have to play your best game. Here's RRQ. You're going to have to be better than you have been so far this stage today.
And we should note as well, even the players were like, oh, well, I guess we don't make it to playoffs. And it's actually, the CEO of RRQ, Jonathan, who was saying like, hey, there's still a championship point. We still have to put our best foot forward. And that's what you gotta love, right? It's basically somebody saying this still matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, it definitely still matters, but it also has that effect of like, okay, it's the end of the season. Gen.G might be thinking a little bit ahead, thinking about playoffs, thinking their mind is elsewhere. This is the perfect time for RRQ to potentially strike back and finally get that one big victory. I think that Gen.G are going to have to play very, very well, actually, to beat this team. And for you and I, Mika, we predicted Gen.G at second, so, we would like to see them at least take this pretty dominantly against RRQ if they are going to have a chance against some of those top playoff teams.
And to be fair to RRQ, last time we saw them, right, they did have a stand-in with 2GE because Estrella was sick. I see Estrella out there again today. So it may be a little bit more coordinated.
Maybe, perhaps, we're going to find out in what shape RRQ is at today against Gen.G. One more time, let's pass it over to William and to Quack.
That's right, Mika, Paper Thin and Valdez. Let's find out. Let's see what RRQ looks like today because, it's all about the championship points right here, right now. Hey, I'm Quack. This is William Chobra. What's going to happen?
Yep, that's me. Hey, I'm William. Maybe we should all switch our names. Say, hey, I'm so-and-so, right? So everybody knows for sure.
I got roasted.
No. I'm just saying, I think it's a good idea. But anyway, obviously, RRQ and Gen.G, I think that Des mentioned it very well, that it's funny that we call this a rivalry. Because on paper, Gen.G has beaten RRQ every time. But every time it feels like RRQ gets so close. So when can they finally get over that hump? Because, people thought, maybe at kickoff, Gen.G coming in with this new roster. We're not really sure if the chemistry's going to be there yet. Gen.G came out swinging. And in terms of compositions, we're not going to see anything big that's different here. Gen.G sticking with what they used last. Over at Masters Madrid, as Paper Thin said, we haven't seen it yet here in Pacific. Now, RRQ, Flips, has been absolutely dominating on this Euro. He thrives when he's able to be on the front lines as that IGL for his team. Can he be that space creator once again for us? No Sentinel composition from Gen.G.
I mean, that's the interesting thing is the fact that, you know, RRQ has shown improvements. You know, they're getting there, a little bit rocky sometimes, and, you know, Paper Thin's absolutely right as well. This iteration of RRQ, it still takes a little bit of time before we are that confident that they can beat Gen G. But if they have a chance, it's going to be on this map. It's going to be on their map pick where, you know, we haven't seen that much of from Gen G. RRQ has game tape to study off when Gen G played this map against Sentinels. And they won that map against Sentinels, in fact. So you're always wondering, could that work against RRQ as well? Because in all this time, Gen G, you know, they might have changed some things up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they come out with any new strats, because I think they'll need to, because there's definitely tape back when they were at Masters Madrid. And even then, some of the weaknesses, of course, of having no Sentinel showed through quite a bit. Yes, they eventually won against Sentinels on this map, but it didn't look so good the first time they brought it out against Loud.
So that's why we're always trying to think about it. And if anyone's going to make that happen, you know, Coach Ewok is someone who's always able to snuff out some of these little weaknesses and to exploit them. And it can happen, especially when Flips is on that front line. I mean, this guy on the Yoru, but you also need the entire team to be right up there next to him. I mean, Flips, Jemkin, you know, they can work together as a duo, but we want to see more from, like, Elmi, more Estrella, Xfera as well.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be needed. And look at this, Gen G going for a hard read on this B push. It's going to be a double swing out. Xfero, he's going to be able to buy time just enough. There's backup here, but oh man, that's still the first kill for Texture.
I thought he dashed into the wall, but still able to find that shot. So that's the Sova gone now from RRQ, and Gen G has the information. They have the read about what our plan was.
Yeah, that was, I mean, like you said, the dash, not great for Texture. Kind of bumps into, I believe, maybe his teammate as well, but they're still able to get it. Xfero tried to play it best he could, so now RRQ has to regain some space. They've already put a trip outside of B, so they're trying to tighten the map towards mid, see if they can get a wraparound over onto either site.
I don't mind that Xfero's kind of lurking up around elbow, though. He might be able to find an unsuspecting player, Munchkin, looking in to investigate, but the rest of RRQ are slowly, you know, working out of that space and back into this A site.
Yeah,
thing is, though, Karen's ready.
Yeah, so here's the thing is that Munchkin re-clears elbow after that smoke goes up to make it look like it might have been a fake into A. Now he's going to try to explore to mid, but little does he know, Xfero's still there, but the gravity well's good from Karon. Drops the spike right inside the site.
That's the thing about Karen. He is so darn good, and his utility is pretty sharp as well. Lakia now coming back in just to support the team, and although Munchkin fell, he got all of that information with that, you know, doubling back into its elbow. It's all down to Estrella now. 8 seconds left, and I don't think he's going to be able to shoot his way out of this one. Gen G picks up the pistol.
Just really good step-by-step re-clears by Gen G. They go for the early contact, and then you just say, okay, they're probably taking over mid. We'll give it to them. We'll give it to them, but if we don't see them go into either site, we re-clear once the smokes drop. So, you know, once you don't see any movement into A, yeah, there's that dash. Still gets the kill off of it. But the thing is, all that step-by-step, right? Munchkin re-clearing elbow. It lets everyone on A focus on A main, because during that poison orb from the attackers, you didn't see anyone coming in through double doors. It's very step-by-step. Still Gen G sticking with that flow chart here.
Is that flow chart going to work out, though? I mean, for now, it is pistols, just trying to get whatever they've got. Trying to peek on through. It's a bit of information. Xfero might be able to spot out a player or two. They have an idea of what the setup is from Gen G, but again, it's that firepower. Now Texture on the off angle, trying to fire off. Now trying to reposition as the pistols kind of fire through. Karen's here just to support, and it's way too heavy of a choke point.
Yeah, we do have Xfero coming in from the side. See if he can get a cheeky kill or two. He should be able to find Texture. Here's the arrow, though.
Okay. Still trying to sneak through. Ooh. Texture turns around at the right time. Impactful shot.
Oh, man, the whip around jump 180. Perfect with it. That's Texture for you. And, I mean, they were just fishing a barrel through this smoke, through the gravity well. So now you know Karon's always going to be ready with that. And a lot of times he's going to be stationed on the A side, but Gen G will switch it up at some point during this first half.
Yeah, for now it just works out really well. And, I mean, look at how this round went flawless. Putting up that wall, making use of Karen's smokes, and at the same time just very carefully checking back in. The way that Karen jiggles up around pyramids just to ensure, all right, we've got the information. We know that they're still up around cave. Texture is able to confidently re-peek to finally finalize that kill. RRQ now with the full buy round, hopefully able to turn things around.
Yeah, lots of half armor though. We'll see if that bites them a little bit on this on the long ranges of Breeze. So it looks like RRQ now on the default with the full buys. They want to continue to pressure A, try to draw out that utility early out from Karon. Karon actually didn't even start with the stars placed. He waits to see if there's movement because they know that they're on their bonus, trying to maximize the time they can gain. And by putting the stars late and still seeing no reaction, he can now save onto activating those. This is really good time usage because Genji, again, no Sentinel. They gotta make sure every second counts.
That's also why this Astra Viper works. You've got the right player to make it happen and the right strategies, the right ideas just to work your way around, you know, some of the compositional weaknesses, like without a Sentinel. This time, though, Lakia, a little bit too adventurous, sneaks out of Hall, gets punished by Flips.
Yeah, and Flips seeing both there is actually really important information, right? So now you know that Halls is still covered, but he's going to try to make sure that he can find value on the lurk. RRQ is shifting towards A because they think, okay, we've tied up Halls, now they have to be spread thin. So they're expecting someone from A to go back over there. They're expecting a 2-2 split. But Gen.G says, listen, we've got this toxic screen Munchkin can hold. It's a 3-person stack near A.
So much trust into Munchkin, so the rest of the squad has to make it happen. And again, you got Meteor on that Marshall. He's been deadly with it before. Can he make it happen once more? It doesn't matter. It's Karon inside of the smoke, inside of the nebula. This is his galaxy. This is his cosmic. And it's going to be Xfero who's quite able to fire off a bit of a trade, but Munchkin has the information just to re-peek. It's a bonus round pickup by Gen.G.
Oh, that is devastating. They even tried to put in the recon, but just didn't expect him to be holding right inside on the right side. Thought it might be against the spike plant. Perhaps a bit of a mistiming as well from RRQ on that peek in.
The way.
And the thing is Meteor being there helps, right? Because Meteor draws the attention away from Jemkin. Jemkin was ready for it. He wanted to peek off of that recon. Oh, yeah, there it is. That spray down. Karon's enjoying the time on stage. Oh, how he's grown accustomed to it since his debut at kickoff.
Used to be a little bit nervous, but now just so comfortable, especially with his teammates, his big brothers, like Texture there to support him as well. Now you've got the early A main control, and they're peeking out, taking down, you know, the duelists like Jemkin.
This is a rough one. Having to sit right back down to a broken bye here. Just one Bulldog on the side of Xfero. You know, since oftentimes he'll be on that lurk, he'll go for a smaller buy the next round. They'll go for a kind of 1-4-4-1 buy, 2 rounds in a row. Try to just maximize any chance that they have. But the thing is trying to draw out the early stars from A. I'm fine with that. But you got to have you got to start to mix in a little bit more because so far, already 3 rounds in, none of your plans have worked for RRQ.
Still trying just to spread across the board, but even then, that lurk, it just doesn't quite work out. The rest of the team now trying to sneak their way into the site along with a bit of a blind side. Estrella able to find an opening shot, but not before Gen.G fires 2 right back against RRQ. There's the 3rd and a 4th round win in a row for Gen.G.
All right. Weapon a little bit weak on that previous round. But again, I expect the beginning of this round to start all the same. RRQ, draw out the stars from Karon, but you got to make him activate at least a smoke, right? You have to make sure that he's using at least 1 star, even if you can't draw out the gravity well. And then you got to pressure Munchkin. Munchkin's been free to just kind of focus on his aim. All through and through, all rounds so far. Got to have a little bit of extra impact across the entire map. They do have the dimensional drift though, so maybe take this opportunity for a rush in.
Rushing in, let's see how Gen.G can dash around it. Meteor just trying to fire through against Toxic Screen. Although Flips is able to get quite a bit of information, look at how Gen.G just plays around it. They just fall back, trying to pepper RRQ through as they walk alongside that Toxic Screen. Elmie Moore now goes in for a bit of a peek, tries to go in for a little bit more, maybe a bit too much, as Munchkin able to fire back against it. Xfero and Jemkin now just watching around the pyramid sets up a bit of a crossfire, so you're not able to walk through this entrance any longer. Texture just tries to play around it. The Neuro Theft comes out, but it doesn't matter. Still able to flick back around. Oh, Jemkin able to fire back, but Texture back to the front. He's trying to watch every single angle. Is he fast enough to make it happen? The snake bite, it goes down. He's managed to stuck the defuse down to halfway, which is not too bad. A bit of a curveball with that cloud burst, but he knows it's not quite going to happen. Estrella swings out a single tap to gain RRQ their first round win.
Yeah, but a costly one still, right? Not able to really snowball as much as they would have liked given the investment that they had. But overall, I like it from Flips. All he does, he's not looking for a cheeky kill. He's just pushing them far back enough so that they can stick the plant. Afterwards, he goes in as extra insurance on that flank. He TPs all the way back outside of B window. Meanwhile, I love the repositioning. Once they lose Elmimore, they reposition. Xfero actually hides right outside the toxic screen, and then they purposely wait until it runs out. They know exactly when it's going to drop, and they get the jump onto extra members of Gen G. And off of that, now RRQ starts to pressure mid a bit. They want to just constantly target this A side. They want nothing to do with that toxic screen on the B side.
Meteor tries to get a little bit of information off of that as well, though. Gate crashes back into B, so he knows there's a bit of presence up around this area. Thing is, how does Karen work around it? He's getting a little bit cautious, so a bit of a jump peek just to spot out the information, and he sees it on the minimap, goes in for the drift away shot against Elmimore. Karen now swaps back over onto mid, takes down Flips. He is just prepared for everything, ready to strike, and strike he will. Jemkin now fires back. That's Karen down, but Texture has the cover with the operator. The spike has been dropped. Jemkin, right in between the pyramids, tries to push out front, spots out the fake out, able to shoot it down, but now has to play around the timing of things because he knows that operator is still looming over his head. Waits for a bit of support from Estrella, but as they pick out, it's gonna be Meteor who shuts down any hope of RQ winning this round.
It almost feels like RRQ is trying to abuse the fact that Gen G has no Sentinel, but not by going for flanks. They're trying to do it by assuming that Gen G has to go for a 2-1-2 default. And they're not wrong. It is a fairly spread out default because there's no Sentinel utility. But the thing is, I mean, if you're not able to draw Karen out, if you don't take him out or get rid of that utility, you will get choke point, and then you have to wait. So Flips, he tries to come in, but Karen says, well, you guys put up your toxic screen. I can actually just focus on double doors. I don't have to worry about covering my back. So that he actually uses the opponent's toxic screen against him. I mean, RRQ, I feel like they're currently trying to rely a little bit too much on Flips being a lurk, assuming that the default is going to be weak from Gen G, but it is not. The aim is just too strong.
It's really, really strong. Incredibly impressive, especially this first kill. The way that he kind of has an idea that they might be around this spot. Goes in for the jump peek, gets the fadeaway shot, and then, like you said, you know, just because of the read, swaps back over onto mid. So definitely some issues for RRQ to iron out in the next round.
Only one on the board for RRQ. You know, I think the previous rounds, obviously the Dimensional Drift comes in after the 4-0, so no timeout there. You use that, you secure that round, but you immediately let it slip past you. You tried to go for a plant in halls, didn't quite work out. Sure, you got a kill off of it, but it didn't really convert into a round win. And afterwards, I mean, again, unless you can draw out this gravity well without taking damage, without losing a member, this A-site rush, you know, the death ball into A-site is just not going to work. And here's the funny part, is that Sentinel said the same thing the first time they faced Gen G. They said they thought they had a good plan, and the plan was to just barrel roll down into A. Why? Because it's going to be a spread out default, because it's going to be a weak default, but the hold is just too good. Sentinels learned that. They adjusted in the finals. They were able to get some more rounds. Sure, it's still a defeat. And RRQ has to figure out what was that adjustment that Sentinels made at Masters Madrid.
That's the question right now. How do you work against, you know, a player like Karen, for example? How do you work against this entire setup? Now you've got Texture on an operator, and that just makes things a little bit more difficult. Those same 3 stars have been placed down again around this A site.
So Gen G this time, a little bit more aware of halls, right? With that timeout, they're wondering, okay, since we don't have trap wires, is this hall control going to be a bit of a danger? Continuing to try to hold on to elbow. And they've done this a lot. Xfero's actually been really good at holding on to elbow on the attacking side, so I would have loved to see this a bit earlier. But we'll see. Is it going to be a bit too late for that timeout? Gen.G seems to have a good read. Munchkin, very well aware of it. He's aware of the util timings.
Goes back behind his own toxic screen just to get a little bit of safe cover. Texture able to be ready with the operator, but Jemkin just a little bit faster, updrafts into the air to strike him down with that knife. Munchkin now back in, trying to hold up around the sides, able to take down flips, but not before Elmimore comes in with a sheriff of his own. Meteor fires back, and now tries to get a little bit more space with that blind side. Estrella is the one who blinds his side in the end, and that's going to be a 2-on-3 now. Lakia looking for another opening against RRQ, but because of those previous rounds, you've got that Viper's Pit now ready and willing.
No.
Karen, though, fires through as the spike planter goes down. And that's going to be back to a 2-on-2. Viper's Pit's still up, so this is not the worst scenario for RRQ.
Yeah, but the pit's not exactly that safe.
Jemkin.
Jemkin's been spotted! He thinks he's safe for the Cloudburst, but Lakia swings out right around it.
So quick on the draw.
Oh,
and he's got the recon available as well.
Yeah, his position's just not good, right? He has no walls to back himself up against.
Right up around the edges. That's the recon in. Now checking around the sides, trying to play off of each other's contact. They've spotted Karen. Estrella trying to stay alive, trying to stay hidden, tosses out the snakebite and repositions back into the little corner. How does Lakia check this? He hops
He's gonna check it.
He spots the bottom, and there's the headshot right through Estrella's helmet and skull. It's gonna be the spike defuse as well, just in the nick of time.
Oh man, .33. Listen, Estrella's repositioned. He peeks out of his pit and then right back in, trying to get a timing. That's all good, but Lakia, he knows exactly the options available. Okay, if you didn't wrap around right on the edge of your pit, where could you have gone? Because you're not anywhere else. So he jumps up, gets the absolute raid on Estrella. Estrella tries to play it a little bit too close to his own heart.
Cerebral checks. I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate. Estrella, you know, just trying to go for these ideas, but he unwittingly kind of backs himself into a corner. And as a result, it's a 6-1, William. RRQ once again scratching their heads, looking for a solution against this Gen.G defense. We're back to an A hit. We've got the Hunter Sphere firing back now. Lakia taking down Elmimore. Xfer tries to push up front, but instantly taken back down. Karen holds up around double doors as well, so you're pretty much pinched in. Xfer able to fire back. Estrella getting the shot onto Munchkin. There's a little bit more room to possibly go back to B, but the spike's been dropped around Cave.
Yeah, and you got no Omen, so what's the plan here? We're just looking to buy time for Xfero. Estrella just waiting, you know, if they get a little too crazy to try to peek out. The thing is the trap wire's there, so they're not going to be going that far. I mean, and after some time passes, I imagine once we get around the 45, 40-second mark, someone has to start looking behind, right? Texture already kind of wary of it. Yeah, you imagine. Okay, that poison or that toxic screen.
God.
Why does it come up? Why does it go down? Who's on the lurk here? Texture's got the timer, but will he have the reaction? Wow. He does. Swings out. Xfero not ready for that one.
Xfero was possibly thinking that they might maybe be all inside a cave, but that's just unfortunate how it all works out. 3-on-1, Estrella knows it's pretty much over for this round, goes back for the save, and Gen.G just looking very, very comfortable, as if they're on a couch for this map.
Man, honestly, I'm getting flashbacks to that first Sentinels match. And, you know, a lot of people said, oh, why is Sentinels just sticking with the same plan? But you imagine that on paper, okay, they've got no Sentinel. We know the star setups. We know the smoke setups. All you have to do is draw out the first piece of utility and rush in. It should be an easy plan. Then we can go for post-plant lineups. We can buy time. But you realize that Gen.G is not biting that bait anymore. And even the first time, it didn't work out that well. You needed to start to push and pull. Make them basically back off from the spike plant locations.
They're saying, like, this is, like, pretty much improvements from how Gen.G played against Sentinels as well.
Oh, no, I don't think Gen.G's being tested. I think Gen.G's playing exactly the same, if anything.
Exactly the same. And
I mean,
it still works.
Well, the defaults are the same, right? They haven't changed much of it. Now we see a bit of a change-up with Meteor pushing out. Sure, you have the operator. But RQ trusting in the theory a bit too much. Lucky to stay alive on that one.
That Texture getting a little bit too confident, trying to find some of these greedy kills. but still safe enough to back out completely. And Karen's always anchoring down the site, always watching the backs. Somehow, though, Jemkin right inside of the little cubby, able to fire back. Munchkin and Karen now trying to fight back on their own. Jemkin's still alive, trying to fire off shots down through the middle doors, but then Munchkin comes out from the back just to find that win again for Gen G.
I mean, Karen is so good. He's right back to, finals level at Pacific Kickoff, and maybe the first couple games of Madrid as well, where he was really stealing the hearts of everybody. I mean, he's always generally been pretty good, but he did start to look a little shaky returning to Korea. Maybe a little bit of that pressure getting to him that he has entitled to defend at this point. But now, right back in the swing of things, looks as comfortable as ever.
I mean, it got a little bit dicey, to be honest, for Gen G with the way the Texture was playing in that position. Very risky, kind of caught out. But then at the same time, you're talking about Karen, you're talking about Munchkin, and you're absolutely right, William, because Karen is just so sharp and so quick with how he ducks in and out of cover, how he stays tucked away, how he's so aware of the possible angles that he has to watch out for.
Yeah, a lot of Karen's kind of best pieces is his movement, actually, more so than his aim. I'm not trying to take anything away from his aim, it's great, but it's the movement that really allows him to get multi-kills. Like the first kill, sure, it's all the aim a lot of that time.
Back away after the first shot, yeah.
Yeah, the counter strafing, like you said, being aware of where he has cover behind him, covering his back, things like that, and you gotta force him into these uncomfortable situations, which RRQ hasn't been able to do.
No. And I mean, we're thinking about the potential options. Koji Wong's definitely thinking about it, calling it a second timeout now in round 10.
I mean, it's necessary. It's 8-1. If you can't recover here, on the attacking side of Breeze with a Yoru,
go next.
I mean, yeah, you pretty much have to start thinking about the next map.
Oh my God, Texture. This time gets the opening pick. He was trying to do it up around K from before. This time he gets it up around elbow. Lakia now will be able to play up around the switch. Spots out the player. Xfero will be able to be sneaky up against him. But then you've got Meteor instantly trading just to take Lakia's place. Yeah, RRQ stretching their legs.
So RRQ, even things like that, right? Peeking right back outside of that metal door. It goes to show that RRQ thinks that Gen G's sticking with the same defaults, right? You think it's just one guy watching Hall, the other two are in the site on A. That just wasn't the case right now from Gen G. So RRQ, it does feel like they're working a lot off of what they prepared and not what they're seeing currently in the server, which is quite unfortunate because that is leading to an absolute landslide.
And because of that, I mean, it also happens because Gen G has the momentum. They've won so many rounds in a row, 4 rounds just to kick things off. RRQ picks up the 1, and then Gen G fires back with another 4, and they constantly switch up their positioning because of it. Texture able to get that opening pick now. Meteor able just to trade off against Lakia. It has to be the save for RRQ if they are to find more rounds in this first half. But like you mentioned, how do they get that pinch against a player like Karen, for example? And if they can't even do that, they're getting picked off by players like Texture.
Yeah, I mean, listen, rounds like these where Texture just peeks out aggressively with the operator, I mean, that's all credit to Texture, right? I don't think you can fault the initial kind of peek in from Flips. He's trying to take elbow control. He's trying to make sure he pressures Nest a bit more, B-side a bit more. Got a little dicey there at the end. So who knows? We don't even know what the plan was, quite frankly, in this round because Texture just steps out. Gets that early kill.
It's just so quick, too. I mean, Flips just has no idea what hit him. Smiles from the Gen G coaching staff.
Oh, man, yeah. You know things aren't going so well when both Solo and HSK look very, very comfortable, very chill. And now, no real ultimates to use on the side of RRQ. You have the Neural Theft, but that orb will not get you up to the Dimensional Drift.
Now we're looking slightly back to that default setup from Gen G. Meteor still sneaking around trying to get as much information as possible. Xfero heard that gate crash.
Yeah, so off of that, right, I love that Xfero's taking that, but I would love to see him push a bit more. Because otherwise, yes, it's a contact play, yes, it's risky, but you have to know, did he back off entirely or not? Do we have control of mid or not? You need to expand how much control you have over the map. He's waiting right now for timing to cross-peek over into Nest with his teammates. But they don't want to use too much utility. They want to make sure they clear out double doors first.
RRQ needing to find that confidence, but it's just a little bit too daunting at the current moment. Even peeking in towards double doors now, just a couple of blind shots, and you know, they feel that presence, and now reading the movement.
Yeah, this pit is not just on a timer. It's because Karen peeks out of A main. He clears out A main. You know you push them out of double doors, so now you force them all the way back out. I mean, Genji says, take mid. Listen, we already cleared your cab. We know you want to re-clear it.
Okay.
So, I mean, they've absolutely given it over. This gate crash is about the best thing that RRQ can hope for, and it's an absolute gamble, this one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a haymaker. 20 seconds left, and you just have to kind of go all in. Karen puts up the Cosmic Divide just to split them up and divide this push as well. So much information, and he's right in this little corner. Swings out. Elmimore had an idea, but he swaps back over onto the shorty to cut him at his torso. Flips, it's gone down in the ground. Gen.G 10-1
in the half.
Oh man, that's an absolute just morale crusher on that round. I mean, sure, overall the read, we knew that Gen.G had it, but this Cosmic Divide bouncing in and out of it, Lakia just sitting outside of the opponent's toxic screen, just absolutely distracts them to perfection, and then Karam peeks out on the ping, on the recon. The counter recon so good. And now, sure, you have a dimensional drift. Hopefully you can at least get 2 off of the ultimate, because otherwise this map is done and dusted.
It's amazing setups. Now Texture gets away with daylight robbery on that kill. Tougher for RRQ to get further information now. Every single route that they've explored has been blocked off. They tried mid control. Gen.G just doesn't care. We're back to an A take. But look at how Gen.G plays around this. Okay, dimensional drift.
Trying to push him back again. Now, does Gen.G remember how this was used? Yes, they do. They're trying to stay up in the sky, make sure that they can't enter to plant this. While that ult's going on, Texture's ready for it, Gen.G.
Flicks around 180.
Oh, the absolute adjustments.
RRQ, though. Although it took them a little while, although they had to work against Texture, after a little bit, they managed to push up front. Flips just took all the heat for them, and with that, they were able to set up, taking a couple of shots against Gen.G, but now you got to work against Meteor, who is just as sharp. Estrella, 1-on-2. We've seen this before. Can he correct the previous rounds? Tries to play around the pyramids, goes for the angle against Meteor, finds him, but as he tries to reflick back on towards Munchkin, the pyramids kind of work against him, blocking some of the shots. Munchkin will be able to give Gen.G that last round in the first half. It is 11-1, William.
I mean, it's just an absolute masterclass from Gen.G. It just goes to show that having strong defaults and having good trading angles is sometimes all you need, especially on the defense. I mean, we rarely needed to see them even go for a retake, right? And obviously it helps to have someone like Karon who's constantly getting multi-kills in the very beginning of the map, because he just cleaned up A site. He shut it down all on his own multiple times.
Every single round, basically. Again, RRQ has been trying. We've seen them, switch around the sites. We've seen them explore B at times, but in some rounds, you've got Texture just peeking against you with that operator, and you're always kept on your toes. You're always wondering about it. And that's why I think in some of these rounds, when they really need to take that space against Gen.G, it's just too daunting and you're too paranoid, because you're not quite sure if Texture's around the corner. You're not quite sure if there's a bit of that contact play that you talked about before, William.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of this is that you think that you can take Hall's control, you think you can pinch onto A site, but the way that Gen.G holds those angles, it was a little too solid. And by the time RRQ figured they needed to pull out another plan, it's a little bit too late. Only one round on the board. Would have to be the most ridiculous thing that RQ's ever done if they want to keep this competitive on this first map.
The most ridiculous. That is just an entire sea of Gen.G fans in the stadium right now, in the Artium. But on the other hand, you'd lose this pistol. Gen.G basically kind of ends it. You have to force buy in round 14.
Yeah, no, it's straight over, because RQ's on defense as well. The force buy will just not be as good even if you lose the pistol. So you got to imagine that you have to pull out all the stops here on the first round.
That's right. Bit of a Hall's peak for Texture.
Karen hears it.
Flips stays around, firing off a couple of shots. Karen just knows not to peek out.
Yeah,
it's not quite safe.
He calls for backup, right? So first is Munchkin, seeing if it's going to be a double swing. But during all of that, they make sure, okay, it's not a push out from across the map, and Genji's going to group up to re-clear. It's the pistol, so strength in numbers, and they'll be able to start to push through. And if they go through this right at the 1 minute mark, they're going to have enough time to rotate if they feel like it's not a good idea.
Jemkin. Yeah, you know, I guess it's going to be a good idea for Genji. Jemkin tries to watch the angle, but you mentioned strength in numbers, and it's way too much. Now pushing on through, they've got that recon. Xfero tries to work around the corner, around the cyber cage, and he manages to make it work. Elmimore now firing off a couple shots down mid. It's down to the last one, and Elmimore centers his crosshair onto Meteor's skull and head. It's 11-2. RRQ have managed to pick up the pistol.
Listen, I'll just say it for all the RQ fans out there. Where were those shots in the first half? Those were crispy. I mean, sure, the recon was great. You knew all the locations, but Elmimore ended the first half with 2 kills. If only they had landed some of these, maybe 1, 2 of those rounds would have gone a different way. You gotta imagine that's how even the players might feel. But okay, they're just saying, all right, calm down. You know, obviously a long way to go. But now you gotta invest. Get all the buys in there, and of course, be wary of Meteor's trademark Marshall on that second round.
I mean, that's the thing. Marshall, a bit of an overexposed peak, and that could be your head. And on the other hand, a little mistake, and Genji could walk away with a round win, which puts them at map points, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Elmimore, a little bit unfortunate off of that. Outlaw now from Flips, able to take down Meteor, so that's the Marshall gone. Lakia picks it up.
It's good movement from RQ, but they have to be wary of this close angle.
God.
Jemkin, he's ready for it. So that's a good clear. It checks his corners, but they're also trying to tighten the map, right? You've already pushed them away from A main. Now that you have mid control, you can stay grouped. Even if Genji comes A site, even if they get the plant, you have the numbers. It's a clean shot from Estrella as well.
Good movement reads, just watching the crossing around mid. Now it's down to that B squad. Next Ferris watching it as best as he can. Working up around the toxic screens. He's got cover from Flips as well. Every single base covered this time from RRQ, bar from that opening shot against Elmimore. So not exactly flawless, but clean enough. He'll be able to buy back up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they'll keep 4 weapons. Sure, it was 5 buys, so it hurts a little bit given the score difference. But all in all, a good round. Good reads in that mid-round as well to start to tighten the map. But this was the easy one. We've got a mountain to climb from here on out. And obviously, that Outlaw, they wish it was going to do more, but Genji says, listen, we're not taking any chances. Full armor, you love it from Genji. All Guardians, just sticking for those long-range duels.
Also speaks to how confident they are. Flip spots the cape of the Sova, though.
He's going to just choose to refill the site.
Whoa, quite a good bit of information, but look at this gate crash into Spike Plant. Xfero now tries to work around the smokes, but knows he has to be very cautious, very careful. A couple of shots fired through from Flips, and he's able to take down Texture, but that said, still, you've got 4 players to work against. Some of these headshot angles working out in favor of RQ for the time being. Lakia now comes through with the Aldrone just to get further information. You've got Estrella coming in, watching mid right now. Munchkin trying to work off those snakebite lineups, and they have landed. Nobody's found just yet.
Karen's flank.
Watching the angles. Karen trying to come up from the other side. Gets an opening shot onto Flips. He might be able to get more space off of it. Able to stick the spike down to halfway, and Munchkin gets every single kill.
Gun here.
Round will still go over to RRQ, but what a round. I mean,
Genji, Genji's able to close it out. I mean, Genji, they just absolutely hold the post plant there, and Karon on the lurk. This kill onto Estrella was everything. The fact is RRQ thought that might happen. Estrella was ready for it, but because Karon swings around, they have to let go because Xfero had to stick the half through that sneak bite. But then they're both swinging onto Karon because they're afraid that Xfero might just get taken down. That leaves the timing for Munchkin. The trades are just too good from Genji.
Tension bought away and everything. Now that's map point for Genji. Really quickly, potentially pushing RRQ to Genji's map pick of a set now. Elmimore trying to pull off the same hijinks. not wanting to over-aggress into halls this time.
This is a rough one for RRQ. You can tell that they just desperately want a bit more information, right? The way that you're peeking around halls, the way you're trying to peek around double doors. But the setup on A overall is good. You're going for a stack. You say that because the Cypher is on B. If Genji's going to try to close it out, they're going to try to go for the safer site. Now the Dimensional Drift comes out. See what the repositioning is from RRQ.
Still trying to hold out that crossfire setup. Jemkin alongside Estrella, but it's been pushed back, and you've got that recon as well. Unbelievable. Meteor, now along with the blindside, tries to catch drop onto Jemkin. Jemkin fires back so quick. A bit of a cloud burst, and Texture is forced to push out of it. He's looking for more of these duels. Munchkin marking the other exit, and now the spike plant comes down for Mlakia.
Flip's trying to check for a lurk as well, but he's now going to have to focus back on the site. That's up to Xfero, but he's not coming through mid. This could be a timing for Karon. He's going to wrap all the way around. Genji just needs to buy time before they lock it in. Karon even gets the kill as well.
Big impact now. Jemkin fires back though, but does he have time for the defuse? Yes. Look at Munchkin. He knows he's got this. He just doubles back, goes in for the jump peek. Karon is still a looming threat, and Jemkin does not feel comfortable. He's very paranoid. Just swings around the back just to check, but nobody's found. Spike continues to tick away. At this point, close down to 7 seconds left, and Jemkin just tries to fire away, but the footsteps, everything in his ears whisper that it's a Genji victory.
Super clean from Genji. Not a sweat broken, especially in that first half. They felt never threatened. They had full faith in their defaults, and then once the timeouts came in, the adjustments are there. But we'll break it down further from the desk.
I mean, with that scoreline, why would you feel threatened, right? I mean, Genji really showing that they are that team that is at the top of Alpha and pretty much, one of those shoo-ins that could be going over to Master Shanghai after playoffs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was the best showing we've seen from them since Madrid, really. And what do? I mean, Breeze talked about as the ultimate aim duelers map, and a team full of aim duelers, they're just shutting you down at every angle, every corner. They're so fast. I could see that there were times where RRQ had a really good read where they were like, we're going to hold angles so that if they do peek aggressively around the corner, they're not going to see us, and then we're going to have the advantage, and they still win those battles. I mean, it's unreal how talented they are, how fast they are. Karon was nasty on that A site. I mean, and he isn't doing anything crazy. He's just kind of doing the same things, but he's so good at it. Obviously there was the round with the Cosmic Divide where he's able to hide, but when it comes to just his stars that he puts at the front of A main, he's just shutting you down every time. All he does is need to get a kill and he smokes, and then they start spamming through and you're dead. Forget it.
Yeah, and I feel like, we did point out that DRX that choose the Astra. We didn't exactly see it really, the power of it on Breeze. Genji did the same thing, but again, we didn't really see the power of it just because Karon didn't really need it. He's just basically Karon. Come on, he just has to, basically land those headshots.
Yeah, he had some good moments still. I mean, some gravity wells on attack. Also, the one Cosmic Divide when they were trying to push into A that one time was a big deal. Certainly made it feel like, okay, well, seems like we understand a little bit more why the Astra is being played alongside of all the smokes that just make things a really big deal, of course, to deal with, as Karon puts up 320 ACS. And Dexter was right behind him as well. I mean, it was kind of just insane. I think, like Paper Thin said, it was just kind of Genji are just so insane with their aim duels. Like, even if RRQ was getting angles, it just didn't matter, because there were also times where RRQ had like a nice play and then Genji would read it really well, like the one play with the Viper's Pit, and it's like, oh, okay, they got to go all the way around, which is really nicely highlighted by the casters. And it was just like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Genji just seemed to have your number at every single angle.
That was exactly it. And, there were so many rounds wherein Texture would just get the first pick. Suddenly, RRQ were like, super hesitant. They didn't know how to enter the site because of that first pick. They started, you started feeling a little bit of the doubt and a little bit of like how RRQ would just like carefully try to come up with a plan B, but it was a little too late and they were a little too slow. And suddenly that was just opening for Genji to come in and sick Karon on them.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, it was just disgusting. He was just all over the place. He was immovable. And it's so frustrating, when you're going up against a player who's just on one that day, and he's just better. I mean, that's just, when I was watching this, that's all I just kept saying. They're just better. They're just better. They just kept winning battle after battle, where there's potentially an even or even a better opportunity for RRQ. But, I mean, they were just hitting shots. I mean, look at how clean that is from Texture. I mean, it's just, it's unfair how fast and how good they are. Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. I mean, Karin, I think he got it started early with the Bulldog impression, right, in person, which I think they were just having a lot of fun, right? They were really feeling themselves, and you could kind of tell. This was the one moment where it's like, okay, well, this Cosmic Divide, right as they're trying to come in, Karin just gets this massive angle, just hops up with the just right in front of his face. It was just so difficult to deal with. And RRQ, they had some nice moments with the pistols, actually. Like, the pistol rounds looked okay, as they always do for this team, but even this round as well, it's like, oh, it looks like they might have a chance. Nope. Like, what?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Munchkin's nasty with that Guardian, too. It's unfair how good he is with that gun. Like, literally, I think one of our predictions earlier for the desk was, like, how many Guardian kills is Munchkin gonna get? Like, that's how known he is for that gun.
Well, wasn't that the one day where he decided not to pull out the Guardian? Yeah.
It was 0.
Of all of the days. Of all of the days, right? But again, this just goes to show just how powerful Gen.G are at this point. I mean, and we were talking earlier about how this isn't even, you know, Gen.G's final form yet. There are still things that they still need to work through, but they're already at this level. I guess up against an opponent that they know quite well, too.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, both these teams are so well versed against each other. Like, there's no ambiguity about what's going on either side necessarily. It's just sometimes you run into these days where the other team's just better than you, and that's just all there is to it. It is a shooting game, so you know if all things are equal in terms of like your strategy, your understanding of the game, your util usage, but if the other team is just that much better than you in their gunplay, then forget it. You're done. You don't have a chance, and that's just why we play the games, because it's fun as heck to watch Gen.G do what they do.
Exactly. You could have the best composition in the world. The map bans, picks and bans can go in your favor, and you could be feeling good as well. But I mean, like, once you have like a player like Texture that again is getting those first picks, Karin, who is just basically clicking heads, I mean, there's very little you can do after that, right? But that was undeniably a Gen.G. And now we're heading into Ascent, which is their map pick as well. You just gave a big, sharp inhale there, Valdez. How are you feeling for RRQ?
Yeah. Also, undeniably, Gen.G, they have a 3-0 win rate on this map so far here in this split alone. And yeah, I mean, they just play standard. It's not really anything outside the lines for them. They're just a really strong team. You see RRQ, they kind of went even on that one attack half that they had, but then they went 0-7 on defense. So definitely worried for them coming into this one. I think if the first map, which was their choice, was Breeze, looks like that, I mean, sometimes you see it kind of like go against the flow of play where it's like, okay, well, you chose this map and then the enemy team just gets ahead of you, and unfortunately you just don't have it there, and then you just kind of bring it back. You forget that first map and you bring it back. But I'm kind of worried for them because Gen.G look like they're having too much fun.
Yeah, there were some rounds that RRQ were able to bring back, right? On the second half, for example, we did see that RRQ won some pistol rounds. So I have to ask you guys, how many pistol rounds do you think they're going to win this time around? Is it going to be more than Gen.G's, or it's going to be equal or something? Our audience seems to think that Gen.G's going to take this one, but I want to know what you guys think. So, we're going to write this. I'm going to fix my handwriting this time.
Tie is an option, yeah.
They tied on Breeze.
They did.
That's true. That's true. That's an option.
RRQ are pretty good with the pistols. I would say that it's not as cut and dry as the viewers would vote.
Bring out your whiteboards, gentlemen, and let me know your votes. I am not left-handed. What am I doing?
This is so tough.
This is very hard.
My strategy of picking against myself.
Exactly. How are you going to pick against yourself this time
There's too many
around?
Options now. I guess I'll just go with what I really think this time.
I'm actually going to put the score down.
I lost my cap.
It's okay. We'll get you a new one. We'll pull it from the Alex desk budget.
All right.
Oh my gosh! I'm gonna go out on a limb here and put the exact.
Both teams down.
No, I'm gonna put the exact score.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there's only 2 options here, or 3 options. I guess
3 options.
Yeah, there is.
All right. Should we reveal, or how do we do this?
Gianna.
No, okay.
She's
still
deciding.
I'm gonna go all in. I'm gonna go all in on this one. I know we don't have a lot of time. I'm second guessing myself because this is just such a tricky question. All right.
It is.
3, 2. I just erased one. I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh boy.
I have a bad feeling about this. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Tie, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
100%
Definitely
a
happening.
tie.
Also a tie.
Definitely
Both
happening.
Valdez and Paper Thin are saying it's going to be a tie. I think it's going to be RRQ here because I feel like they're going to win the pistol rounds. But then Gen.G will probably do the exact same thing that they did over in
If I was going by my normal logic, yeah, that's where I would go.
We threw normal logic out the door
Correct.
a long time ago, but for now, we are going to go into Ascent. And I don't know, guys, I feel like this is definitely Gen.G's definitely Gen.G's day. They're gonna end this season, or the stage rather, on a high note. So right now, stepping into Ascent here, are we expecting any big changes here, or is this just the same old boring Ascent story?
Same old, same old. Let me tell you how this is going to go
It's
down.
a tie 100%. It's the same mirror matchup 100%. Just
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how this is going to go down, okay? You've got Lakia and Meteor at B main, shutting you down. Textures in mid, shutting you down. Munchkins, short A, shutting you down. Karen's at A main, shutting you down. Good luck.
Yeah, that's pretty
There
much
you
how.
go.
Thank
They
you for
haven't
that.
lost this map this year.
Thank you
the
for
last
that map
time they lost
breakdown.
this map was against Foot Convergence.
Thank you for that map breakdown. We're done, by the way, by today.
That's it.
Then recap the entire map. Valdez, any final thoughts?
I don't know, man. Maybe RRQ come out strong with a pistol win, and then hopefully that gets them some momentum. Otherwise, it might just be a quick done deal. I really hope that it's not. I want this to be competitive, and best of luck to RRQ because they're going to need it.
Everybody wants this to be competitive for sure, and especially since this is RQ's last chance to make a statement on this stage. But it seems like, Paper Thin already knows the story. Should we expect the unexpected, though? William and Quack, tell us.
I mean, is it going to be exactly what Paper Thin said? Is it going to be every single lane, every single area on this map shut down? What do you think, Will?
That's definitely the plan from Gen.G, especially once that operator comes online. So RQ's got to figure out how they delay that operator and how they make sure they at least make one of the sides a little bit uncomfortable. And while none of those choices feel great, if I had to take a guess, trying to shut down Lakia's Odin on B just doesn't feel like a great idea. So hopefully it's a little bit more focused on the A side. We'll see how these pistols go, because I don't know. Our analyst is thinking RQ, maybe 2-0, maybe a 1-1 tie.
I guess we'll find out. A bit of a pop flash does push Munchkin off for the time being. Karen on the other side. That's the one that I'm really keeping my eyes on. He makes me nervous. Paranoia sent out now. He's got a little bit more space, pushes out, goes for the swing. And look at that movement, so wide. And it throws Jemkin off. He finds that shot, and the rest of RQ have to hang back.
Yeah, and an immediate repositioning here from Lakia as well. The jump peaks. Xfero knows that he hasn't been spotted just yet. He's trying to get a timing on here against Lakia. It's a little whiffy, but he'll be able to land the kill. Now he has to hold on to this position for as long as possible. He's trying to do as much damage. Goes for the extra contact.
Texture goes down. Not too bad. Meteor now caught in a tricky position, tries to hold his ground up around B. Karen still stays tucked away around the A site. Repeaks, finds Estrella, and he knows that he can't really escape just yet. The smoke, though, does give him an idea that RQ is probably trying to rush down B. Munchkin goes in for that bit of mid-control, but Xfero just fires right back against him. Meteor now, it's all down to his shoulders, along with that Sheriff. He finds that first shot, but then Elmimore answers right back again with the classic.
Estrella's got to start creeping. He has to start creeping. If he just thinks that Karen's going to come out through A main, this isn't going to be great. Now, Karen's obviously low on 9 HP.
But so are those RQ players.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm a little bit worried about. So right now, the angles they're holding are pretty good, though. They're just saying if he comes through B main, if he comes through lane, so be it. We're just going to make sure that we're holding the same angle to make sure we can get traded. There's the smoke, so they don't have to worry about it as much.
Running out of time, just looking for kills, perhaps.
Gen.G's pretty well aware of this coming in from Estrella as well. We saw the pings.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's not much time. He just has to go for kills.
He's looking for it. Spots out flips, and look at that. Still a little bit of damage, not too shabby. Elmimore is able to end his life, and they pick up the pistol. So not exactly the worst case scenario for RQ just yet.
Oh, and there's the 1,000 kills for Meteor. That one Sheriff kill sends him right over the edge. So while you did it with the pistol, a little bit of a landmark to celebrate here for Meteor, but we'll see how much further he can get into the 1K. A lot of fans waiting for that moment to happen today, and he wasn't too far. So there it is, locks it in. Now going in, it's just gonna be the pressure onto A main once again, right? You have the better weaponry. Make sure you try to punish this one way. Make sure that Gen.G has to start investing more once the buy rounds come in. I like this idea from RRQ.
Just trying to play it safe as well. Making sure that they invest deeply into the future rounds, because this entire map is the thing that keeps them alive, is the thing that would give them those championship points. Alongside the Phantom now, a bit of a little early squad in towards this tree area.
Texture's just holding it. Texture's the bait right now. This is all for Munchkin.
Oh my god.
But we'll see how many Texture can get first.
That was so quick the way he dodged that flash. Now Munchkin on the other side with a classic. Able to double tap them in the head. Flips tries to fire back with that Phantom, but has to back off. Manages to find Lakia, but only just the one. Now a bit of a second. Elmore tries to go in for a sneaky push down A main. Meteor shuts him down. Flips has to hold it all on his own. He is online for the ace if he makes it happen, but he's also kind of pinched down in this little corner.
And it's Sheriffs. They're just going to one-tap them together.
Stacked up. There it is. The Sheriff stack, excuse me, and it's going to be Gen.G with that thrifty right back against RRQ.
Oh, I mean, Texture getting the first kill hurts, but the setup was exactly going down as planned. Texture basically baits him out. He even goes for the anti-flash, makes sure that they have to commit to his fight, and they just have no idea. They hear the classic, but it's too late by that point. Munchkin has the angles. He's got the range for those right clicks. Oh, man. They're just giving it to him about his own classic. It's a good classic, that Gen.G one doing damage there on the Thrifty.
It comes with claws from a Tiger. Onto the next round, though. And that's going to be RRQ's broken economy, but they're not going to back down. Jemkin along with the Stinger now, able to find Munchkin. Karen with a Paranoia, just trying to fend them off. Smoke's coming up as well. But RRQ are just happy that they picked up a Phantom.
Yeah, so Lakia's push out is huge right now because you're expecting this. You're expecting that they're going to rework the map. Because now you've gotten a weapon, you've pressured A, you've drawn out some of that utility. This would be a good time for RRQ to try to pressure other parts of the map. They found some comfort again, and Lakia just shuts down that tempo right away.
And if he finds contact right here, that will be huge for Gen.G as the quick rotations come through.
Just has to back off. You've still got the nanos there to buy time on B.
That's right.
No reason to over-rotate. Maybe just one person going over into market, something like that.
A little bit of information texture now rotating over in transition back to defender spawn in case he needs to kind of rotate back. That 0 point should kind of cement the hit coming through, though, and Lakia's preparing for the recon. Doesn't see anything, so now just holds up around lane. The smokes from Karen. Such a good timing. Lakia able to hold down the off angle. Double kill coming through. Meteor now peeks out of the smoke at the right time, and Flips is caught unaware. A second kill, second headshot, and a second round win for Gen.G.
The flash was so good from RRQ, but they all kind of get distracted by that dash, and all four of them turn their head over to that defender link. That allows Lakia to just spray down right off that smoke. I mean, this round, it's all Lakia on this one. Yeah, Estrella, I mean, sure, he kept his sights trained onto it, but the weaponry not quite there.
I mean, they said it on the desk that this would be Lakia shutting down B. You've got Karen shutting down A. Texture, you know, still making his way in. Now he's got the operator online for that mid shutdown, and it could potentially happen. RQ, though, with the full buys, trying to fight back.
Correctly identifying that this is where they want to start to push that mid a bit, but Meteor's repositioning. This is going to be very hard to read.
How do you clear or check this?
They have no idea, and I don't think they're going to check it because there's no reason to just yet.
Almost the third. Estrella will be able to save his team for the time being. It's a 3-on-4 now, and Texture wants to repeat. They've gotten the calls that it's going to be a B main hit as well, thanks to Lakia's recon.
The smoke set up, and Estrella, he just has to hope that his teammates can get into the site because he wants to be the lurk. Might get counter-lurked on by Charon, though.
That's the painful thing. Estrella's life is almost over. Lakia anchoring it down from Boathouse, takes down Elmi more, and looks for even more. It's just going to be another player. Whoa, Estrella actually turns around 180, takes down Karen, but down to 12 HP. Xferro, unfortunately, was pitched down by both Munchkin and Lakia, so it's going to be a rifle save.
Yeah, I got to go for that save. Only 12 HP. There's just no way for this to happen. See if he'll get out. Should overall, just because of time. And, you know, Munchkin not exactly sitting that healthy, though he is only 1 point away from that null command. So overall, I mean, RRQ, they read the macro timings very well, right? The previous round, you're able to steal a weapon. You say, okay, we drew out the paranoia. Let's calm down. Backup's probably here. Gen.G does like to kind of commit to those rotates. So let's rework the map. And Lakia says, not this time. I'll be the one to make sure that we know exactly the timings that you're going for. They shut it down. This time, they say, okay, Op's probably coming out. Let's start to push in mid a little bit. Make Texture a little bit uncomfortable to hold on to that on his own. But Meteor just refills the space right after the util clears, and they shut things down. So RRQ's making the textbook correct choices in terms of going into each round, but Gen.G just has immediate mid-round adjustments.
And those adjustments are working wonderfully for them. I mean, getting the read on how RRQ wants to play it. Textbook, it's so well read by Gen.G right now. And Meteor having the idea to kind of work around that corner. I mean, how would you even know to check an angle or a corner like that? Texture just right around the other side of Pizza as well in case, you know, he needs to, you know, do even further damage. So 3-1 is the score right now, and RRQ calls the timeout, trying to, you know, find other options.
See what the adjustments are here. Coach Ewok getting a little heated in the coach's booth, it looks like. Threw down his jacket. We'll see if that's the motivation that this team needs right now. You've got the null command online, but it's not a healthy buy. They're going to try to even out to make sure they can buy into round 6. So currently, working with just 2 stingers, 2 rifles. It's still going to be the same start over on A, waiting for any util. Now, because they used the timeout, I love this. They're waiting for the push out, right? A lot of times we saw that pop flash all the way from the site into A main from Gen.G. RQ's waiting for it. They've got the anti ready. They've got eyes trained for potential recons. But Gen.G, they don't bite.
Lining up for tree as well. This is going to be a fast A split take. Texture right around the other side with the operator. Has to try to hold it down with
Paranoia's
the first
good.
shot, but manages to get away. Paranoia holds them back as well, and it allows Texture to come in for yet another kill. It's a bit of a double now, and this is a huge roadblock for RRQ. How do you barrel through the A side if this is how Gen.G defends?
RRQ, if you're going to go for a rush like this, first of all, you have to expect the paranoia from the site. It's always there from Karon. But Estrella kind of has to help throw his body out there so they can refill the site. But they back off after the initial peak doesn't work out.
Just a second of hesitation, and it bites RRQ so darn hard in the back. Reeling from that loss now, and they are just dazed and stunned, trying to regroup around mid, thinking about another option. Where could you possibly go?
Trying to just put pressure on mid, trying to thin the numbers on A, and they'll have done a decent job. They'll pull 1 away. So you've got Meteor watching down in mid by Market, but it's still 3 members with an op over on the A side.
A bit of smoke off. They've managed to walk through, but you still got to deal against Karen.
Oh,
and Texture on that
on.
operator.
Spike
Estrella
down
able
A.
to find a shot onto Lakia as he stares down the
seconds
window.
left.
Meteor's right around the corner. 7 seconds left. If he doesn't find a kill, that's not going to even be the save. As Meteor strikes him from behind. Gen.G. That defense, you know, Paper Thin talked about it, and RRQ are getting completely shut down.
Oh, that run and gun from Karon just speaks miles about this match so far. Everything going Gen.G's way. Listen, they were going to win the round no matter what, but it's just salt in the wounds at that point. And the fact that Texture is able to relocate, then he gets a nice flick, still goes for the repeat after the flash as well, protects himself from the turret thanks to his teammates.
Spike down.
3 kills all on the A side, no need to leave it. And right now, RQ, they now have 2 big ultimates. They're going to have to try to force these ult trades, but look at this, a fast pinch in, it's a tiles crunch. A bit of a delayed one.
Oh, okay, good little paranoia from Estrella now this time. Meteor a little bit blinded, but goes in for the repeat after it clears out. Smoked off, and there's the null command. So ultimate's gonna have to be put on hold for the time being. Allows for RRQ to get the spike plant.
Now look at the minimap. Xfero all the way out. No position to use the lockdown, but he has to get the lurk kills. And Genji might get a read on this because they realize that there is no lockdown.
Now they're watching out for it. A bit of a... Okay, there's that ultimate. Alt for alt. It's going to be Elmimore with the Hunter's Fury. Now just biding their time, trying to hold and watch for those drops. Meteor firing off a bit of a shot as Jemkin rears his sights back towards the site. Looking for that final player inside of the smoke now. Lakia swings wildly, but flips alongside the Classic, able to secure one more round for RRQ.
Getting that Hunter's Fury through the site execute onto the plant, that was huge. That way, they can keep Genji guessing about their own lockdown, but they have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown. So this was overall a good read on the ult economy from RRQ that allows Xfero to be very patient on the lurk. Jemkin getting an early kill helps even more with that. So that's a good execute, but again, that was reliant on the ult cycle. Now you have a lockdown, the opponents have a no command. How can RRQ try to continue to flip the tables against them?
Xfero still, he's got that lockdown. Wanting to take A main control, but Munchkin just so quick with the reactions as soon as they peek out. Now you've got Texture slowly moving his way outside of B main. Odin firing off as well, discouraging Xfero from making any movements.
And look at how far Texture's gone. You have no idea that he's that far. I think Xfero caught him.
This.
Yeah, Xfero caught sight of him, I believe. So he's just going to wait. Trying to break that drone.
Wow.
Almost risked his life for it.
So smart from Genji too. Just trying to work alongside the drone. Now alt orb picked up by Lakia.
But that's all, so much information, right? It's just a Killjoy that you spotted far away from B main.
Hence this dark cover. Hence the paranoia being crept up right now. Sends it through and then TPs onto the top of Dice. It's going to be tough. RRQ might not know that he's right around the corner. Another Shrouded Step. Oh, good pop flash, though. Flips managed to push through, but Munchkin! A triple kill gives him the quad. Now down to the last player, Xfero.
30 seconds left.
Just trying to push out.
I mean, you have creds, but obviously it's looking a little tough. So seeing if he can take away any power weapons, and then he'll just choose a safe spot to save. And this one, I mean, RRQ, they're so concerned about all these Shrouded Steps that they are working hard to try to identify where the Omen went, but that just leaves Munchkin absolutely free to spray down with the Phantom.
You gotta watch the replay on that one.
Oh, they're trying to go on the hunt.
I mean, you're talking about the power weapons, William, and this is a Genji that is coming fully online. Operator, Odin, and every single lane, every single area is now definitely, potentially going to be shut down in front of RRQ. This is like almost worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is what you have to deal with when you're on the attack. Oh, that was through the flash, yeah. I mean, that's just rough. That's just him knowing the timing. He's just looking for one quick kill.
Oh.
Wow.
The speed on that.
Wow, that was snappy. Listen, leave him to anchor. We've seen a couple of those from Icebox as well.
Tries to do the same thing. Up around A main, but this time doesn't find the kill and he backs off. RRQ being a little bit more patient, a little bit more careful with the way that they peek in the A main, but I mean, it's a lot of these oppressing, overwhelming positions and skills and utilities from Genji.
Okay, so it looks like this might just be a lockdown round onto B. Trying to see if they can sneak it right next to the box so it can't get spammed by the Odin. But Genji has a decent idea about this, right? We're seeing the pings because you saw the Nano Swarm coming in to try to clear out early Killjoy util as well.
That's right.
Right here.
Coming back in, just trying to find the timing on some of these wall bangs as well. Now the recon goes through. I mean, the shock dart. Oh, it catches Xfero! Worst possible player to fall in this moment. Such an impactful piece of utility. Although Jemkin has managed to walk on through, this is Genji that's way too ready for this hit. Karen goes in with the TP just to find a bit of positioning. Meteor able to find the kill as well, and this is such a wonderful, advantageous angle. Karen able to nail the shot. Estrella takes Jemkin's spot, but he's kind of locked into this site alongside every single Gen G player at this point. 12 seconds left, and he can't possibly make his way out, can he? Not even! Meteor will find that final skull-crushing headshot. It's 6-2 for Gen G.
The absolute masterclass there. You got the from the shadows to help back up as well. A good read on the timings. Munchkin starts to push out of A short. You still had Charon's utility, just in case it was a rotate back to A.
Oh, man.
But that, I mean, after all that spam to get the kill with the shock dart, it's brutal.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you want to use your ultimate. It's one of the things that could turn the tides. It's one of the things that could give you a round win on the side of RRQ, but it's being read by Gen G.
So now just trying to up the tempo here, avoiding the 0 point, making sure you can push in with the lockdown. It is going to leave that space. The from the shadows is gone.
Texture.
These nano swarms and the shock dart is going to be enough. It just bare. Oh my. Okay. Still not enough, just with that one nano swarm through the wall.
All right, a little bit of space. Exits have been smoked off, defender spawn. Gen G can't really retake just yet, so just playing off of the timing of things, RRQ is trying to play around the position as well. Up around B main, you've left Xfero trying to mark the angles. Paranoia gets sent out. Gen G now makes their move. Trying to watch around for Boathouse and the little corner around with the shorty. Jemkin's able to start things off. Elmimore now fires back with a bit of a double. Texture able to trade out with that operator, but now pulls out the plays, and Jemkin goes in for those close quarters knives. It's going to be Lakia trying to fight back with the Odin now. Swaps over to the Vandal, trying to find a bit more room. He's running out of time, though. Goes in for the movement into Boathouse, and that is the call for Jemkin to peek out at the right time. RRQ finding yet another round on the board.
Yeah, it's not too late, right? It is attacker side on Ascent, so it's not too late just yet for RQ to try to regain. And they chose this attacking side. I imagine they wanted to try to keep the tempo, keep the initiative, get a couple early rounds, be a bit more stable for the second half. It's been a tough going so far, but if they can at least go up to 5, wouldn't be so bad. I mean, even 4 is not the end of the world on Ascent.
They forced out some ultimates. They've managed to pull off a successful rush. It's not over yet for RRQ at the same time.
Yeah, now they say, okay, the one way, the paranoia, all of that we've had trouble with, so let's continue to try to pressure this B side. See if they try to set up the op again. With that early clear, they should have a read that it's a setup on B main.
Still gonna have to be very careful around it, though. Oh, even with the read, it's Texture so quick, able to pull that trigger right in time.
It's a good
Stay
pinch.
tucked away as well. Meteor able to, fall. RQ managing to push out onto the other side around Pizza. Flips has to hold the angle and has to nail the shot, but oh my god, it's Munchkin instead.
RQ has to go. Someone has to basically take a bullet from Texture.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. If Jemkin just stays in market and makes him come for him, that might not be a bad idea either.
Hold for Karen as well. Texture continues to fire off. Elmimore makes it a trade, and now we're back to the one-on-one. Elmimore has to know where Karen might just be. Goes in for the peek and crouches just in time to fire off that bullet that lands right in front of Karen. RRQ with the 4th round win now.
Yeah, so RRQ getting the right read that we want to continue to pressure B this time, but just go for a fast pinch onto mid. The double stack here, Flips getting that kill was crucial as it allows Jemkin to be planted up in market. Jemkin hits some nice shots. But at the end of the day, it's Elmimore who really clutches it up. I love the early peek into stairs before Karon's able to reposition. You expect that Elmimore is going to take a safer spot in that post-plant 1v1. Now back to the No Command and the Hunter's Fury. Listen, you're on attack. I would love to see RRQ send it. After the early util, just absolutely send it, secure that 5th round win. But now with the recon bolt being taken out, they're going to be a little bit wary, obviously, with the eco coming in from Gen G.
Always going to want to watch out for it. I mean, previously it's been deadly around this tree spot. Gen G just trying to defend as well as possible now, too. And Lakia positioning around B main just to get information.
I really do hope that RRQ doesn't get too stingy with his ultimates. I mean, yeah, Lakia's going to have his Hunter's Fury the next round, but it's not going to be all the way up to the No Command. Maybe not even the lockdown for Meteor, depending on how the round goes. So I think you got to prioritize that 5th round. Now, because of that contact with no other information, Gen G's going to assume, okay, if you're trying to get rid of all this information on B, we're going to shift over, right? We're going to make you think that we're just kind of fishing for info and rotating over to A. So they'll make that call. They have to. They're on eco. But overall, RRQ gets the correct read off of it as well.
It's 40 seconds left, too. I wonder if Jemkin has heard anything. Kind of hedging their bets into this A hit. So now they will go in. Bit of an execute, and it works out wonderfully well. Good support, good cover, good dash in, and Elmimore to finalize that kill as well. And look at the lurk from Xfero, too.
Yeah, that's the no command use, and Xfero is going to be the safety valve once again. Going to be a very slow lurk another time, because the door is closed. You still have members watching out for it. Jemkin a good hide away from the recon. That one-way should be coming up from Estrella. There it is.
Trying to block them off for as long as possible. The Sheriff Shot's still trying to wallbang through. Xfero slowly making his way up towards Tree now. And Gen G are just trying to keep RRQ pinched in.
So for the most part, RRQ, they just need to stay alive. They just need the round win. Doesn't have to hunt for kills.
All right. Gen G continues to try to drop through, but instead they're going to drop like flies because RRQ has the firepower. It's a flawless round win, looking a lot better. Good recovery in this first half.
Yeah, if they can make it 6-6, that'd be huge. And again, I mean, RRQ, even the first couple rounds, the overall read on each round going in wasn't bad. Obviously missing some of those shots, but a couple heroics that gets them the stabilization, then some good reads again. Now targeting the B side again. You know that once the power weapons have been dropped, Gen G's going to be a little bit weaker on this B side. They're going to rely on things like the Killjoy utility. They're going to rely on the retakes. It's a fast push with that paranoia. Counter Hunter's Fury.
Counter Hunter's Fury. It doesn't quite land the way that they wanted to just yet, though. Meanwhile, Jemkin has already made his way onto the site. Spike should be planted relatively soon enough. Gen G just trying to rendezvous up around Market, Defender Spawn to set up for that retake.
Now, when does Xfero go? Does he go for an entire lurk around? I'm curious. He's positioned for it.
What an angle. He's thinking about it. Now it's starting to make the move. I wonder if Munchkin will be able to find that contact against him first. It's not quite going to happen. Meanwhile, Gen G now pushing through from Market, from Defender Spawn. They've marked B main. That's Elmimore gone.
Lakia
watching the back as well. That's Xfero down. Both Jemkin and Estrella are in, and they're stuck. Jemkin able to fire back and blocking off lane for the time being, though. But then Munchkin comes through, still running out of time. Look at the shot, Jemkin! With 90-degree flick onto his Defender Spawn. The ace to give RRQ a 6-6 first half.
Oh, that is a certified phantom moment, but not the one that you're used to. It's a bright light here for Jemkin. Clutches it up with an ace. And what a momentum builder for the second half for RRQ.
I mean, just the way to make it happen. The heroics from RRQ. He pushes through, holds out from the lower angle, finds the first two, and then puts himself into an off angle.
Incredible decision making, and obviously the mechanics to boot as well. Gen G, they did their best to try to pile onto him, but they won't find the target. 6-6, not quite what Gen G was hoping for from the beginning. They've even got fans coming in all the way from Canada. Let's see if it's gonna be good enough. Of course, a couple of our RRQ fans and Indonesian fans as well out here. Oh, we got a T1 fan cheering for Gen G. That's not allowed. I know you said sorry, but I don't know. I don't know if either fan base will allow that one.
Just a lot of love and support from the community overall for the final match.
I mean, listen, just for any of our Western viewers, in case you don't understand how sacrilegious that is, that's like a Sentinels fan suddenly saying they're going to cheer for 100 Thieves. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
You can't be having that. You can't be having that.
Regardless, match will continue. It's 6-6 right now, and RRQ has made significant improvements towards the end of the first half. Breeze might have been a bit troublesome, but Ascent looking a lot better. How will this defensive half work out for RRQ now that they've ended things 6-6?
Yeah, curious to see what the mid-coverage adjustments are going to be around from RRQ, especially from Xfero, of course, with that Killjoy util. Right now, it's just a forward alarm bot. We'll keep our eye on that, because a lot of times when push comes to shove, Gen G will send Munchkin up mid to try to create an opening. They'll even go for some early pressure here.
It's a bit trapped. Alarm bot, wow. invites a lot of peeks, but at the same time, its attention drawn away. The rest of the squad will be able to push into the A site.
Okay, so RRQ just needs to hold on to their util. They still have a paranoia. They have double shock darts. Recon not going to come out just yet, but they should have good things to work with on this retake.
Should be able to set up some smokes. The rest of Gen G trying to mark all the angles. You've got Generator covered. Munchkin watching for the Heaven drop as well. He's got a classic, so it could happen. Tries to reposition into Hell. Karen turns back around just to watch for Heaven once again. The door has not yet been broken, so it's relatively safe enough for Gen G for the time being, and there is the opening shot. A couple just to go through. A third body dropping to the ground. Estrella fires back, but then he's got 2 left to work against. Lakia as well as Munchkin. It's a bit of a crossfire, and Estrella is just biting the dust right now.
Oh, that 0 point from Munchkin was everything. It completely throws a wrench into RRQ's plan. They just barely have the door ready to be broken. The one-way comes out, and it looks like Estrella kind of wants to reset as that one-way blooms over from Gen G, but then the 0 point completely messes up the tempo on here, and you just don't have the paranoia until it's too late. And even then, Texture, still free from it, gets a nice double on the drop.
Completely denying the entry. I mean, that's why it's just such a crucial piece of utility, completely blocking things off, denying that retake, and Texture is happy with that one. Here. On to the next round. We've got those Guardians, we've got those Phantoms, bit of a Bulldog as well.
All right, this smoke is, it's pretty telling. So Gen G's got a good read on it, but how patient can Estrella get? How crafty will he get with his angles? You got to expect with a smoke like that, yeah, that it's something sneaky, right? Frenzy, Shorty, whatever it might be. So we're just going to go for an early clear here from Gen G. I don't mind that.
Okay. Meteor with the Nanostorm to clear out logs as well. They definitely hear the alarm bot inside of B main, so just trying to fish for as much information as possible. Gen G being very cautious with how they spread their ways across the map.
So because of this smoke, RRQ, with all that other util, they're thinking that they're safe as they've really threatened out Gen G. But Gen G has a read on this. They're just going to throw bodies at it.
Oh, you're absolutely right, William. When you're right, you're right. Such a good read, such a good call. Bit of a preemptive strike up against Estrella as well. Now it's the same site take, clear protocols. Got the paranoia into Generator, you've got the TP, lock down the door, and everything just flows smooth. Look at Meteor up around tiles as well.
Overall, RRQ, it looks like they're just going to hold. Just go to the spike here. Only 4 classics anyway. No credits to make back. You still have all your utility that you bought up, so you can carry that right on into the next round. That does mean Gen G, some of them might go on the hunt a little bit. Meteor and Texture with the Ghost. They'd love to get some early old Dorbs.
Managed to spot out a single player so they know which exits to mark.
Well, one of them's getting multi-kills here for sure, whether it's Meteor or Texture. Okay.
Oh, well, I guess it's going to be Texture. Takes the contact from Meteor, swings out, goes in for the double, even spots, kind of flips. As flips goes out.
No.
Oh my god. The 4th kill. Xfero's dropped. And that's definitely Bladestorm online for Texture now. This is very potentially lethal.
I mean, this is a dream bonus for Gen G. You have 4 rifles and a Bladestorm carried over. They are looking to snowball this lead as far as possible. Love the last-second decision as well. Just let's flip side to the spike, but Xfero has to die one way or another. Pressure him into running into your crosshairs. Now the Odin's online for Elmimore, but it is all half armors.
Just firing off on that Odin. Gen G definitely just trying to work their way around the utility, work their way around some of the push and pulls across the map. RRQ waiting for what's to come.
Scanning ahead.
RRQ regrouping over on short. So because of the smoke out from Gen G, just going to let that kind of go for free over on A main. I've noticed RRQ did that before as well. Their previous match. It has cost them. Now they have to use util to re-clear it.
A little bit costly.
I mean, these are the things about trying to play a bit too reactive in some ways on that defense. Where sure, you're still able to regain some control of it, and now it's a bit of a chess match on who ends up with the last piece of util. Yeah, you are going to lose a lot to try to deny some of those side executes.
Always a bit of a chess match on Ascent. Trying to get a read for where Genji's about to execute as well. Setting up around tree. Munchkin tossing in that 0 point, but it could be a bit of a fake. Baits out these smokes. Meanwhile, the rest of the Genji squad pushes through Market instead. Texture is looking to drop some heads, able to collect onto Xpharaoh. But Elmimore with the Odin will be able to answer right back. They know right where it is. A bit of a shot from Estrella to support as well. Now 10 seconds left. Meteor has to look for them, but his following teammate is just way too darn far across the map. 7 seconds, and that's going to be RRQ picking up the round. Will they be able to take the rifle away from Lakia as well? Yes, they will. Flips, turns around in time.
Could have been very close, but it's a good read from RRQ that it's just Munchkin that you spot, right? There's no follow-up on that flash. It's Munchkin peeking for himself. So the members on B hold true, knowing that if it's going to be a fake, Munchkin's usually trying to sell it with that KO. Good running gun from Jemkin as well. Sure, Texture, a heroic kill with the Bladestorm, but it's only one. You can't really connect into much. However, that was the bonus, right? You know, a couple rifles carried over from that second round. The Bladestorm coming online. So Genji, they've still got one more in them.
Back in with that full buy. Still got to watch out for the Odin now, though. RRQ, a couple of members on light shields. But it's not too bad. Genji trying to move across, trying to move around. They haven't baited out too much yet. And Elmimore's able to jiggle for information.
Right, he's still going to have backup here. You still have market control as well. You've got the Nano to cover switch. It's a decent setup. Oh, no!
Wow! He just dashes right over him. The Nanostorm even burns down Jemkin. So unfortunate, but Xpharaoh holds the off angle. A bit of a double, and then Munchkin trades it off. RRQ now caught reeling from that loss, trying to go back in just to retake. Flips with a bit of a timing against Munchkin. Trying to set up for Estrella now. The door has to be broken. And then it's the spike plant too. They double peek back, playing off of the timing of things, and Estrella just has no idea.
So both teams assessing the same thing, right? As long as we don't all get gunked up by the Killjoy util, as long as we don't get spammed down by the Odin very early on, if we can send in the Jet to create space, that B site is a little bit easier to target. And this is just a good landing here. And I was mistaken. I was looking at the minimap. I thought the setup was pretty decent by Xpharaoh, but Xpharaoh was actually hiding by Switch, so he couldn't cover at all. I mean, the read's just not there, maybe even to go for the wall spam. So now no Odin, but they will pick up that operator, of course, chaining a little bit of that rifle saved over for that extra credit. So Jemkin holding mid alongside Xpharaoh. You've got the lockdown for a potential retake.
Trying to set up for it. Estrella sends out the Paranoia now, pushing off. The Texture's already made his way onto the top of Generator. Meteor able to support through as well. Karen with the Shrouded Steps in. They are able to find trades for trades. However, numbers advantage will go over to RRQ. Lakia tries to pull off a sneaky play, but Jemkin is prepared. Spots him with the operator and a sniper shot to give RRQ the 8th win.
Good internal timer from Jemkin. After that door closes, you're not even hearing a fake plant. It's got to be a potential rotate over. Lakia heard the footsteps, I believe, as well, so he thought he had a chance. But RRQ stabilized right back, only 1 point away. And this was good. I mean, Flips just keeps Texture tied up there within his Cloudburst, buys enough time. And then Estrella can get the free kill onto Generator.
Oh, okay, a little bit of a tech pause off of that round. So far, I mean, RRQ definitely keeping things competitive with how they're just able to adjust around it. Maybe some misreads from some previous rounds, you know, Genji trying to pick up the pace. But at the same time, as RRQ comes back into it, you know, a fresh round, a fresh start, and they are able to get a feel for how Genji wants to approach things.
Oh, this was a water spill, wasn't it? Spharaoh, he's gonna dry out his jersey. Hopefully it didn't get onto his gear, as that could take a little while to dry out. But it looks like mostly it's on the desk. Hopefully we can get that cleaned up pretty quick here. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the player issue. You see Xpharaoh kind of smiling a little bit. Oh, it might have been a hand warmer because he's shaking that out. That could get a little troublesome. Hopefully not, but we'll wait for an update.
So far, so good. I mean, it looks like they're getting that done as quickly as possible.
Oh, this fan failed their exams, but they're here to cheer on Gen G and one of our Korean casters. Listen, you win some, you lose some, right? It's like Valorant. Life is like Valorant. You can't win all of them. You win some, you lose some.
Which do you prefer to win, though? Exams or Valorant?
I mean, that depends. Everyone's got different priorities. I ain't here to tell you that you only have to win your exams. Oh, this fan, it's their birthday on the right, and the left fan has an excellent drawing of the Gen G Tiger. They're selling the Gen G Tiger hats outside. The Gen G Tiger plushies as well. Gen G trying to stock up on their merch this year.
Trying to go up in terms of team stocks as well. I mean, they've done an incredible job at Masters Madrid. Of course, thanking Talon for their top seed spot into playoffs. But now just wondering how far they can truly go as a team. I mean, we've heard it from the desk. Some of them think the DRX will be the ones on top.
I mean, Gen G, obviously, they wouldn't want that, right? It took them a lot to try to dethrone DRX, even succeeded in dethroning PaperX during kickoff, but now they got to do it all again, and currently momentum seems to be on the side of the RXs, and Gen G continues to look like a potential challenger here for that very top spot. See if they can get right back into the swing of things. Also, if they can get another championship point here, I mean, listen, winning kickoff got you those extra points. I mean, you'll be well in the lead as well.
Very, very comfortable with that one. RRQ contesting for their championship point right now.
Here.
Jemkin marking the angle in towards middle.
It's a good trade of places, though. Filling it right back up, will there be more flips? Doesn't want to read this too much. Okay, he hears the dash as well, so now you know the dash is out. Opposite reposition, you still have mid-control with the alarm bot and Elmi Moore as well. Estrella's here for the double. The positions are good from RRQ, and so is the read.
Craig has been tossed out as well. Able to still hold the angle. Catch any player as they try to cross, but the smoked off now. Allows for Texture to sneak in. You got to work up against Jemkin. Texture's just right underneath.
Yeah, but they're creeping in. The spike's down, and I believe it was spotted by RRQ. But, so that's why Jemkin backs off. He says, okay, they might be at the site. He has the perfect read. They don't want to get caught off guard. Gen G going for a bit of a gambit. Does not work out.
Just cerebral stuff from freaking Jemkin. Sneaks back, gets the shot.
30 seconds left.
Although Meteor has picked up a rifle. If he can find at least one kill,
not going to happen. It's a shutdown from RRQ. I love Jemkin playing it safe there. You know, you get the call, Spike's still down outside of A short. Don't know what these guys are doing. You say, okay, no reason. You know, they can have the site, they don't have the spike. Doesn't really matter.
This kind of happens because of Flips holding this tree area, this A short angle, taking off 2 lives from Gen G.
Did Jemkin just accidentally throw his op down as he was trying to spray on the wall? Gotta watch out with that.
All right, 3 ultimates online for both teams now. Bit of a 0 point. Sensing early presence around this A main. Gen G backs off completely, rethinking about this B hit.
So RRQ, they were trying to stop an early push on A, but they recognized that this could be an old push on B. So they're all outside of the site. This is always meant to be a retake. And Gen G kind of reads that with their 0 point, but they don't mind. They'll take the plant, they'll deal with the retake after.
Take the plant first. Watch these angles. Always marking the door. Texture now. Trying to catch a sneaky one through, but Xfero is more prepared.
Munchkin has to win these.
Holds the angle.
They have no idea.
Early drone. A bit of a misunderstanding now. It's going to be Estrella finding the trade. A bit of recovery from RQ, but the timing's all a little bit off. The spike continues to tick away.
Here.
A lot tougher now with this operator. Good jump peek.
Gen G still continuing to stay tucked away. Jemkin fires off the shot. Now now he's been known. Meteor crouches down, able to cut him at his torso. But Estrella finally fights through from B main. Lakia has to do it all. He's got a little bit of support. Unfortunately, not quite able to make it happen just yet. It's going to be Xfero, but he's bought enough time.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker for RRQ. The setup was good. Avoid the ults, let them waste it. We got ours on the retake. Xfero goes for the early lockdown just to keep them tied up in the site. And all RRQ was concerned about was just that entrance into B main, but Munchkin stays one step further out than they thought.
Yeah, they wanted to use the drone. Not expecting Munchkin to be that far out. And that just shows, I mean, Gen G having the awareness to, you know, make a move like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's Munchkin correctly reading what the setup's going to be here from RRQ. No doubt about it. I mean, not just a flank, but a potential ult setup over by B main.
That said, though, RRQ will be able to hold their ultimates for future rounds now. Elmimore 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. Still trying to back off, maybe set up for more retakes. Fragment gets tossed, but Texture has made his way through. Oh my god, even firing through the smoke with the Phantom, he catches flips.
That's a nice flick.
Flicks
Now
on
Texture already on Heaven.
Texture is just continuing to try to find any unsuspecting players with that tracerless Phantom. Smoke clears. There's a 0 point now. Hunter's Fury just at an off timing. Doesn't quite catch anyone though, but it does flush RRQ out. They still manage to get the drop onto Gen G. Both Texture and Karen have dropped. Now it comes down to the shots all the way from A main. It's still Elmimore trying to sneak it through, almost managing to make it happen. Jemkin with the 4th kill in the round, just to ensure RRQ ties things up.
That last Cloudburst, by the way, by Jemkin, only purposely covering one side, and he's ready to peek the other because the left side, the wine cellar side, would have been the harder one to peek for the spike. So really good setup overall here from Jemkin. Goes for that 4K. And also RQ kind of using Lakia's Hunter's Fury to mask some of their noise on that Flood retake. Overall, a good reaction. And that calls for the timeout from Gen G. Curious to see what comes out. So early on in the year, going into Masters Madrid, timeouts always meant a bit of a Hail Mary play in the next round from Gen G. But they started to switch that up as teams started to react to it quite well during their international showings. See what the plan is, because obviously a lot of those ultimates were used in the previous 2 rounds by Gen G.
And RRQ still showing that their retakes can be successful. Gen G, I don't know. I don't think they anticipated that this map would be this competitive. I mean, did you think about this? You know, 10 to 10. RRQ Breeze looked really, really shaky. But as we go into Ascent, all of a sudden, Gen G doesn't look too comfortable.
And a lot of it is that recovery in that first half, right? And I was hoping that would happen because during the map draft, you could see Coach Ewok asking Flips what side they wanted to start on, and kind of hoping that Flips would say attack. And as he says attack, Ewok just kind of smiles and says, all right, we'll go attack. Because they wanted to try to take the initiative, wanted to try to get some early rounds in, and also I think trying to abuse the fact that Gen G, again, they try to rely on their over-rotates for that defense. Eventually it works out. And now RRQ can play off their own defaults. Still got that operator, and Gen G, they're the ones expecting maybe a potential tiles crunch, something like that. But it does not come.
That's why they're holding, but yeah, not seeing anything. Aldrone will spot out Jemkin, though. But does it spot out Estrella? Not quite. Karen blindly going in, blindly dropping to the ground.
Yeah, the flash, they're absolutely not assisting themselves. As a drone not able to check the right side. Jemkin, of course, drawing a lot of attention as well. So while mid's been given up, RRQ fairly aware of it. All Flips has to do alongside Elmimore is make sure that there is no flank all the way into their spawn. Estrella is in a bit of a tough position. Does have a Shrouded Step, though, but he'll have to win that first duel.
All comes down to the swing. Texture looking to make it happen. Spots him out. The blades get sent through.
He dashed past it.
Oh, and now he's looking for the next player. Elmimore almost caught out. The 0 point of the null command, though, it will deny his blades. And now here comes Jemkin. I've got a blade storm of my own. Bit more support. The recon catching Meteor. Jemkin flicks back and catches him down. 2 players left. And although the spike was down, RRQ is looking to dominate this site. Where is Munchkin? Just up around the A main.
Oh, there's only 1 spot left.
Swings out. Yeah, it's not quite going to happen. RRQ.
Taking the lead for the first time.
Great reactions, right? I mean, Flips alongside Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good holds here to make sure that they cover for each other. I love that Jemkin just absolutely ditches the site once they hear the tailwind, once they realize that Tree is in danger, that their Silva Elmimore is in danger. And then the follow-up, I was afraid he was actually going to overheat there with the Blazer and get caught out by Meteor, but they correctly asked for the recon as well, and Jemkin's waiting to see if there's an escape. Jemkin has been absolutely crucial in some of these reads that RRQ has had in the recent matches.
I mean, the way that he kind of operates, you know, never overheating too much, always playing alongside the team, and it's very tactical. And just the way that he's able to kind of get a read for how Gen G might want to approach things. Amazing stuff and keeping RRQ alive.
Yeah, Flip's not quite sure if there was a shrouded step there, so just trying to clear out for that crossfire. They recognize it's only one person on A main, so once again, that's RRQ's default. They circle back to Tree together, and then they'll start to anchor on the site. This is again a setup for Flips. Let's see if Jemkin can be good for one.
Oh, peeks out with the off. There's the pop flash. Flips with the angle. Will catch Munchkin. Gen G starting to make some of these movements now that kind of bite them in the back.
Elmimore's trying to go for a hero play, but the dash is there!
Oh, Texter keeps himself alive. Karen watches his teammates back. As they continue to push through, they've got to deal against Xfera as well as Australia. Gonna stay tucked away inside of Boathouse. The rest of the reinforcements still arriving on the way. Jemkin marking market.
Yeah, so RRQ is holding in case there's a rotate because there's still enough time. But Gen G, that means, has a timing here to push against the two in Boathouse.
Okay. The dark cover, unfortunately, doesn't quite work out. Estrella stays tucked away, but they just go in to clear it. Gen G, good job in doing their due diligence. Now it's up to Flips as well as Jemkin, trying to even out the score. But I think it's a little bit too much right now. Wallbangs doesn't find anything.
Yeah, but they do have the creds. RRQ, they would love to get to map point first.
A bit of suppressive fire from Lakia. And they should know that this is going to be one heck of a setup. You got 3 players, if not 4, even more inside of Boathouse. Flips slowly walking out to clear right now. Oh, Jemkin, a little bit of a lineup with 2 skulls getting hit. Still, it's going to be Karen, as well as Lakia. A lot more cover, and Gen G will be able to tie things up 11-11.
And here's an interesting thing that Gen G did. They could have secured the Hunter's Fury 100% with that spike plant, but they're looking at the long game. They want to absolutely make sure that they have the best chance to secure this map. So Lakia says, you know, I might get a kill, I might die. I'll probably make the Hunter's Fury one way or another. If not, I can get an orb. Gives over the spike to a Meteor to try to build towards that lockdown. So now they have 3 ults, 1 and 2 points away. This is an absolute long-term setup from Gen G.
At this point, you know, round 23 too, it could mean so much. And RRQ have spent their ultimates as well. A single ult placed at the right time, the right place, could just end this map once and for all. RRQ trying to stay true to their defaults, trying to hold down. Flips feeling the heat, backs off for the time being.
All right, Old Orb not taken just yet, though. I was wondering if Lakia might go for the Orb and set up the Hunter's Fury for a tree push. Still got a chance. Still holding on to mid strong. Just going to be a push in.
Man. This makes me so nervous, Will. Paranoia through now. Now they're trying to go in for that push. Oh, the fragment even catches on the Flips. He cannot hold that elevated angle any longer. Estrella trying to watch for the linear angles, but flashed perfectly. Flips still able to find a bit of a double, but Meteor answers right back. Flips trying to double back through from Tree. Catches Meteor now. A 3rd kill for him in the round. Spike not yet planted. It's a little bit too hot. It's the smart from the shadows play from Karen. A bit of a risky one, but welcome nonetheless.
But now they have to worry about Lakia. Someone has to keep a timer. So it's going to be the dash away from Jemkin. They want to just say, let's rush towards B, make it a 3v1, worry about Lakia afterwards.
Lakia has to go in fast.
He's got Hunter's Fury.
Karen has to hold it down too. Just fires off the Hunter's Fury blindly first. It catches Jemkin. Updrafts away. Still alive. Karen has to land his shots right now. Stays tucked away. Puts out the dark cover just to give him a little bit more space right around the spike. 3 players tucked through. Jemkin runs throughout. It's going to be Xfera who sticks it all the way through. What? That's how he reaches match point and the ace for Flipsider. RRQ, such antics just to put them on top of things.
You can't be serious. You throw everything on the line and Xfero sticks the defuse 2 feet away? What in the world? I mean
they got 3 players.
Sure, should Karen have just wildly sprayed? Maybe. But you don't imagine at that range because Karen's afraid of the swarm out. He's afraid of the fan out from the smoke because backup's going to be late. So he's just trying to make sure that he's forcing them to jump out of the smoke. He's trying to get ready for the one-taps. And Xfero just reads right into... I can't. I can't even.
Incredibly wild. I have to wonder what the decision-making was from that one. But now we are actually looking at RRQ potentially taking this map away. You know, from the time that we were talking about it on the desk, thinking this is Gen G's map. This is Gen G with an incredibly strong defense where they will shut RRQ down every turn of the way. RRQ tied things up 6-6, and now look at where we are. It's overtime or bust for Gen G.
Yeah, this is a mind breaker for Gen G. See if this timeout can really get them back into the swing of things, because the Econ surely isn't. You got an Ares and a Spectre. Looks like it might just be a hard push onto that B side. Try to spam it out with the Ares, set up for the ultimates. I mean, you can go either way. Null command in, and then lock down for post plant, or vice versa.
Still got to watch out for those power weapons from RRQ, though. Operator and Odin on their side. Flips with a null command, potentially deadly as well. Picked up from that ace from the previous round, too. Although Munchkin and Meteor have ultimates of their own.
The stack. And Flips is nearby as well. I wonder if RQ has a hard read on this, because he might just instantly activate the counter null command. If it's KO for KO.
That would be dastardly. Odin away. A bit of a flash through.
That's so much damage.
Meteor's down so low right now. I don't know if he even plays the lockdown in. Completely suppressed by the 0 point. Ares for Odin. Elmimore almost, barely makes it away. There's the lockdown, continuing to fire through.
Oh, and he gets one.
There's the Ares gone.
And he can keep spamming that lockdown, not getting any value.
Surely not.
So it's just a hard rotate. Now, does RQ read into this? They've still got an op on A. They have no reason to panic. You've got A short covered. You've got mid covered with the alarm bot. Texture's lurk has to go huge on this round.
That's what I'm backing on. Texture. Oh, he's getting checked by the shock dart.
No.
William, surely not. RRQ.
They are checking everything. This entire map. They're checking their corners. They're checking for lurks.
Now Jemkin with the operator. Good flashes coming through. Forces him to whiff. Estrella holding the cross now. Doesn't spot anything. He hears the jump. Actually catches the drop on the spike planter. Karen goes down. A 5-on-2 scenario for Gen G in the final round of the map. Can RQ make it happen? Most certainly they will, as Meteor tries to fire back, but he's down in the red. Completely overwhelmed. Both Xfero and Elmimore will end it on this map as they go into map 3. RRQ, significant improvements on Ascent.
A very, very well played. They got absolutely befuddled when they had to face T1, returning with a vengeance with Xcurit at the helm for the first time. But now they say that was a one-time thing. We didn't expect the style switch, but we got a read on Gen G, and they will give Gen G's first loss of Ascent in 2024 back to the desk.
RRQ says it's not over yet. We still have some fight left in us, and those last few rounds were quite confusing. I mean, a lot of us had, you know, our mouths agape, and like Steve over there had his head in his hands as well. What was going on there?
Well, I mean, they just had good reads, and you know, it's like once they kind of understood. I mean, they play Gen G a lot on this map, right? So like, they understand what's going on. They've seen a lot of Gen G on this map. They're the first team to beat Gen G on this map this year so far. So that's really impressive, but they just had really good reads. I mean, really good decision making as well. Like that 0 point that shut down Textures. Blade Storm was insane. Obviously, it feels like Jemkin gets an ace and all of a sudden, you know, anything's possible for RRQ, but really it was just like they kind of figured themselves out. They started playing with good protocols. They had good reactions to things. Like all their utilities started to be on point. Yeah, I mean, it was just, that's the RRQ like we've been expecting to see, that we've been looking for all year. And now it's like, okay, can you actually get this done now in Split? You have beat Gen G on Split this year. possible.
Yeah, I feel like Valorant's definitely a very mental game, and right when we saw the Thrifty from Gen G on the second round of this map, we were like, okay, it's Gen G on Ascent, like it's a done deal. They got the Thrifty already after losing the pistol. They're just gonna run away with this one, right? And maybe Gen G thought that a little bit themselves. Like Solo, we could see during the timeouts, he was not very happy, and I think for a good reason, right? RRQ played fantastically, but at the same time, I think Gen G kind of let this one get away from them. And Jemkin got a bunch of crazy plays on this one and really stepped up to the plate alongside of Flips as well, putting up 23 kills himself, so pretty insane stuff from those two guys. And yeah, I think just kind of catching Gen G off guard, getting some really good reads, as Paper Thin was saying, and eventually they were just a better team on this map, so props to them. They're going to get another chance on Split.
It took a while, but RRQ eventually got the ball rolling, right? It took a little bit to heat up there, especially, you know, coming from the first map, right? But you gotta love how Gen G is just one of those teams that can bring out the best in RRQ, and I think that's why, like, they are always fated to meet each other somehow, some way on the VCT Pacific stage. But it just goes to show how much they're able to push RRQ to their limit, just like what we saw here on Ascent. So now, as we're heading into a next map, it's both an RRQ and Gen G that are fully warmed up here and running it very, very warm.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. I mean, definitely RRQ got their aim underneath them and we're shooting a lot better. I mean, that makes a big difference. But there was, you know, once they went to the defender side, I was really impressed with Flips, you know, in particular, like, not just with his shooting, but his flashes were on point, the 0 points were great. They were reading the map well, they were making really good macro decisions in terms of where to maneuver themselves around the map, and you know, it kind of felt like Gen G was struggling to find the correct answers. And I think almost the correct answer for Gen G, in my opinion, might have just been to just kind of try some just old school, you know, Korean executes where you're just, you know, just throwing every piece of util you have at it to get the sight down. Munchkin overheats a little bit there off the back of that lockdown too. So there were some mental mistakes from Gen G, I felt like, that probably they wish they could have back. I mean, Karon with that spike defuse. A lot of little things, but that's what Valorant's about. The little things cost you games.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, for Gen G, you just kind of felt like they sort of like fell apart a little bit, especially like with the communications. I'm not sure what is going on there, but it could be that, you know, the like you mentioned, the mental game. RRQ, though, they just solidified, especially towards the end there.
Yeah, I'm just rewatching that round. Just that's the one that Paper Thin was talking about. That could have made the difference. And we could have had overtime, but at the end of the day, it was RRQ that were just a bit better. So many of those last rounds, as you said at the beginning, Mika, were just so crazy, like back and forth. Really could have gone either way. And like RRQ get away with one there. They barely get through the last round as well, just to get across the line. And yeah, you really got to hand it to them. I think it's sometimes easier to get rocked on the first map, 13-3, and then like say, okay, let's just move on, and that was weird, and get our aim underneath us, let's calm down, and they looked so much better on Ascent.
And you really gotta applaud RRQ, right? After that performance on Breeze, it would shock any team, right? But they were able to make this comeback, they were able to steal themselves and say, it's not over yet, we can still bring out our best foot forward, we can still perhaps win these pistol rounds as I thought that they would, although it was quite different.
They got one.
I told you, 100%.
They did. I kind of like, you know, put a lot of trust into like X-Pharaoh's sheriff shots, for example, but I totally did not take into account Texture's ghost plays, which were a big reason why they were able to win those pistol rounds. So we're going to go over here to our board, and let me know if I'm doing this right.
So I prestige, right?
Yes.
You put me above Radiance, I'm like Radiant Plus.
You rank up twice. So I was gonna say, if Valdez here
he's guessing
ranks up twice,
yeah.
he kind of like goes around the world and goes out here, right?
Now just put me up at guessing gain.
A guessing gain. Our first to go beyond
I have
our
beat the game. Can't go down
yes,
anymore.
It's now Valdez and Gain. Okay, that is the name.
Sounds
and Paper Thin, you go up here to Diamond. Our viewers.
Get wrecked, viewers.
No, two, one. Okay.
One.
We managed to negotiate that one.
Because there were three options.
Okay. This isn't too bad. We're chilling here, right, guys? We are. So I think this is pretty okay there. Hello there, Valdez. Let us know.
We're chilling.
How's the view from up there?
It's pretty nice. Yeah, you guys have to ask me now before you make your guesses now because it's Valdez and Gain, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
We now have to go through you in this instance. But yes, going back into our match, we are now into a map 3. And I think, going by again, the first map, we didn't think that we would reach this point. Or did you? Did you think that we were going to go into a map 3
No,
as we usually do?
I thought this would be 3 maps, but I didn't think it would be
This way.
this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, they'd win each other's map picks. Okay, cool. We go on to split, and that was really close between them the last time. It was 13-11. Both teams played really good defense, but it was like 10-2, I think, on RRQ's defender half, and that made it really difficult for Gen G to come back on their defender's half, so we'll see exactly how this shakes out. I mean, Gen G's probably a little bit rattled, and I'm really happy that RRQ came out today and were like, look, okay, we got blown out. A lot of teams might just say, let's just go home early. We're not going to playoffs. But they're like, no. So that championship point, Ewok's doing a good job keeping him in the game. Even though he ditched the turtleneck, I'm a little bit hurt about that.
Yeah.
A little bit hurt about that. Not exactly sure if he spilled something on it and he had to change to the T-shirt or what. But
Well, our coach's fashions are evolving in this stage.
yeah, but
right?
his didn't need to. I mean, the turtleneck with the jacket, that was slick.
Stylish.
Yeah.
I feel like they're kind of going like, eccentric billionaire level, where they just like go back to the T-shirt or just like a sweater,
Right.
It's like, I don't have to try.
Yeah, I don't
Whatever.
need to prove like my wealth or my worth to you. It's
Yeah,
like that kind of like simple kind of fashion, right? But Ewok here, like you mentioned, he did such a good job in being able to rally back the team, especially coming from that breeze, as we mentioned. Going into split though, I wonder what our coaches are going to be saying, especially since like we also saw, for example, Solo kind of look a little tense in those last few rounds.
Yeah, that's something Solo's known for is, he'll let you know when he's not happy, for sure. So we'll see how Gen G responds to it. Again, some teams don't mind it when their coaches get in their faces or kind of let them know that they're not doing well. That motivates them. Just depends on the player. So it's all into Gen G now to respond because it has been a bit of a rough season. And they would like to come through this regular season on a high note, go into the playoffs. You already have that first seed shirt. That's nice. But you want to go through with a win, get that momentum, make sure you're able to get that one more win you need in playoffs to send yourself to Shanghai.
Yeah, and I feel like, coming into a match like this, for example, you have to have that. You see, there's sort of like a start from zero mentality. Forget all the championship points first. You just have yourself, you have RQ, you have Gen G on that stage. That's all that matters at this point. Whatever standings might happen afterwards, leave that until after the match, right? It's starting at that that first round, right? And for both of these players, for example, Jemkin and Texture, you can kind of tell that reset, right? Every single time they might lose a round and they start right off the bat on the next round, you can tell like, okay, I'm gonna go in for it. Their mentality changes, and you can kind of tell as well when they want to go really, really, really aggressive just because of that reset.
Yeah, I think it's very impressive what Texture is able to do just map by map. Extremely consistent. He wasn't like the top fragger on the first map, but he's the top fragger here on the second map. Whereas Karan, he had a blazing hot first map and then kind of cooled off pretty harshly in the second one. So Texture stays calm, but really big story is Jemkin, after not really able to do much on the first map, he's able to turn it around with nearly 300 ACS, 2.1 KEA. He totally kind of put the team on its back. Him and Flips, right, were the two that had a huge impact on this second map, rather, on Ascent, and essentially said, no, we're not going to go down without a fight. And I think Jemkin should be applauded for his, his even temper, his even tempered nature, because you need to kind of have that ability to bounce back from a big loss.
Absolutely. And speaking of applause, we do have to applaud Meteor, who managed to cross the 1,000 kill mark as well, joining Saya Player and Munchkin there. So congratulations to Meteor. That is 2 now on the side of Gen G with a 1,000 kill mark.
Yeah, and Texture's right behind.
Yeah.
He is not
He could
far.
cross
He
it
could get
in
on this
mid, yeah.
map, maybe. I don't know exactly where he's at right now, but he wasn't far behind
Exactly.
Munchkin and Meteor. So definitely could be happening on this map. There's a fan sign out there looking for it as well. So certainly hope we can maybe give the fans what they want. But yeah, you can see that, on this map so far this stage, the attacker side did not go so good for RRQ. So this is really, going to come down to defender sides, it feels like. Who can really keep those choke points under control, who can use their utility properly at the right times, things like that. And maybe, who knows, if RRQ does stick with the Cypher and Gen G runs Sentinelist, maybe they have an advantage of that department. Maybe that's why they were able to best them the last time they played in kickoff.
I feel like a lot of teams have been teasing some composition changes as well, but Split is just one of those maps where you can't afford, like, for example, the no Sentinel composition. you can't afford that on Split. Do you think though that we'll be seeing some changes here as we go into Split? We can see that Gen.G though might perhaps explore this path.
I wouldn't mind seeing Meteor switch over to a Cypher or something. I know he doesn't seem as comfortable on it, and I know you want to give him that opportunity to play that duelist to really showcase his skills, but it might be better overall for Gen.G on this map if you have a Cypher. Or even a Killjoy, but Cypher preferably.
And I feel like, the double duelist here, Valdez, could also, shake up the pace. Gen.G have been known to do this, especially on certain maps. And I think when they need a little bit of that, change of energy, perhaps, change of strategy going into, especially in the crucial maps like this.
Yeah, there were some moments on Ascent where I think Gen.G were kind of getting ahead of themselves, especially in the last bunch of rounds. It felt like sometimes they were kind of rushing things, not really checking all the corners. So that is one thing you have to be kind of wary about if you are attacking with double duelist and you can't quite find the entries very well. But perhaps with the double duelist, that actually just allows you to get the cleaner entries and actually just, even if you're not checking all your corners, you're kind of just getting in their face and really upping the tempo. I wouldn't expect RRQ to change their comp. I think they should be pretty comfortable with this. This feels like kind of more their style. Whereas I think Gen.G will probably just run this back as well and try to get more aggressive, especially after kind of a rough loss, really try to say, okay, well, we're better than these guys. We should get in their faces. We should try to take them down. And it is what they're comfortable with. They've played this double duelist style 3 times already. I think they'll probably just go back with this one.
I do want to bring up the role swap on the side of RRQ, right? We did see RRQ pre-role swap, and then after the role swap, like what we saw earlier. How do you think they're faring up against Gen.G before and after that? Do you think there's still adjustments to be made? Is this something that could potentially get them that win, perhaps, here on this map?
I mean, it almost feels like it's going to come more down to Jemkin and his ability to keep carrying, because it seems like if he's in top shape, then RRQ is right there with him, right behind it. But if he's kind of faltering, then there doesn't seem to be a lot of punch behind him. And this whole year, I'm actually glad you asked this, because it's been kind of rolling through my mind, the Elmimore x Pharaoh roll swap, right? How do I really feel about it? I'm not liking it fully just yet. I understand why they did it, but I think it seemed to me that Elmimore is a little more comfortable on Sentinels. It looked like he was able to kind of play with it himself, have some of those more impactful moments consistently. He's still been okay, at times this year, but there was a moment on Ascent where he revealed his position in B main with the Sova, because I think he's not used to the timing yet, and it is getting him kind of lost in rounds and cost him his life. And that's a big problem that I rarely saw him do when he was playing Sentinels.
And speaking of missing Elmimore on the Sentinel role, I do miss Xpharaoh as well on the controller, right? Now it's over on Australia's shoulders, and we can see why. I do see the logic as to why they put Australia on that role, but Xpharaoh just had such great ideas on that role, and I feel like now RRQ is in a state of adjustment once again. We always tout them as the team that's constantly improving, but now there's a bit of a rocky spot for them once more.
Yeah, it does feel like it is a little bit rocky, but at the same time, their big guys are stepping up to the plate. I think that Flips has done an incredible job of just keeping everything together and making sure it is functioning, and he's putting up numbers himself, so I don't really know what got into them. Maybe it was RRQ that got angry after the first map and they came back with a huge performance. But, I mean, if you're going to play like that, I think you've got a decent chance on Split. Maybe they finally do break the curse. It has been 4 times this year where they have not been able to beat Gen.G. We're back here at number 5, and it's been 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 3 times in a row. And I'm sure they want to get a nice big upset right at the end of the season just to say, hey, we were better than you all along, even though we just didn't make playoffs. But anyway, forget that. We beat you right at the end. We beat this big playoff team, and I don't know. It seems like they're in a good spot, even with all the, shifting parts and stuff. It feels like, I don't know, they just took Ascent from Gen.G, so anything is possible for me right now.
I mean, it would be pretty poetic to end Stage 1 on that note, especially after so many upsets that have happened throughout the past 4 weeks, right? Going back though to Jemkin and Texture, right? Because they are the two that are really, pushing these two teams. And I think that, for example, Jemkin, he's one of those players that performs well when he gets that second win. I feel like maybe right off the bat, he might need some time to kind of like get into the groove of things, get to maybe download information from his opponent. But once you get into the later rounds, and maybe like this into a map number 3 or a second map, when he really heats up, he's almost unstoppable.
Yeah, no. He is got some of the best plays we've seen so far this year.
That ace, for example.
Yeah, oh God. He's had 2 aces this year that have been otherworldly. I mean, he is just outrageous. So he can be that guy. And I think he's still adjusting a little bit. We saw it in Ascension, right, where he had a 0-kill map. You know, think sometimes he does kind of bottom out. So if he can smooth that curve out a little bit, you know what I mean, not have that, you know, bad end of the bell curve, he can get it up there to start consistently, he's going to be very, very good. RRQ is going to be very, very good. You know, and you see it with Buzz and other players, like we saw it with DRX, where Buzz had kind of a bad map to start, and then he just gets angry, turns around, and starts. But Jemkin does not get angry. Jemkin doesn't have much in the way of emotions on stage, so he definitely is just he's a guy that you feel like you can rely on. And definitely, that's why RRQ went into it.
It's kind of scary, too. You know, he's not really showing any emotion at all. He's like, yeah, we just got rocked 13-3. Okay, whatever. Now I'm just going to, like, destroy you guys by myself. Like, okay, here I am. I'm just going to rock you. And I'm sure that along with not getting 2 down after the loss, he probably doesn't get 2 up after, you know, carrying the second map. So that's kind of scary, right? We were seeing multiple angles for him where he was doing crazy stuff, and we were just kind of like, oh God, he's going to do it again. He's going to do it again.
There's merit to that as well, because it means that he's stable. You know, it's I believe it was one of the coaches that was pointing out that, you know, sometimes if you're too emotional, sometimes you don't make the right decisions. But right now, looking at our agent select, is this the right decision for both of these teams, sticking with more or less what they've always been running on this map?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, again, I'd like to see Genji maybe try something a little bit different someday. But for now, you know, the double duelist stuff can work very well. They made really good reads against Zeta, for example, but Zeta was running the Yoru comp, so it was kind of a different story. But they have to get it done their attacker side. That's all there's to it for Genji.
Well, here we go. Map number 3, RRQ versus Genji. Is this finally the time? Over to you guys, Quack and William.
That's right, Mika. Is it finally the time? I mean, Paper Thin was talking about it. Genji, they've got this double duelist. Can they make it happen on their attacking side?
We'll have to see, because they have to get more rounds on the attacking side for sure, especially when they went over to the defense when they were playing against DRX. They, I believe, only got 1 round in that second half, and DRX was able to close it out. Meanwhile, on the side of RQ, all eyes on Elmimore. All right, he's been looking better and better on things like the Silva, other initiators that he's used to playing, but the flashes haven't really been convincing, especially when they showed the split against Team Secret. Elmimore looked a little lost in the sauce. See if he can regain himself.
Whoa, straight into the trips. Xrera starts to fire away, but it doesn't find anything just yet. Jemkin knows the Texture is stuck in the corner. Paint Shells will eliminate that duelist player from Genji.
And this is just a hard read from RRQ. You know that Genji loves to take this mid-pressure with a double duelist early on. It's just an entire trap. It's a meat grinder.
Holding the angles as well. Now goes in for the peaks together as a team. Carano fires back. What? How does he do it? Comes in and now is looking to possibly switch up to a different weapon. He has a spike, so just going into sight instead. Flips now trying to fight back, or at least catch a bit of a timing as he gets the spike planted. Sneaks through to top of heaven right now, and Karen's kind of out in the open, so this could be it, or it's going to be an ace. Karen stays tucked away underneath that cover, wraps back around the pillars. He's going into Garage now since he's got that spike planted. It's not quite planted for Garage, though, so this is actually still risky. Tosses out the Paranoia. Flips just continues to stick it, doesn't really care. Oh, he gets off! Goes in for the swing now, and unfortunately for Karen, no ace to be found. Great damage, but Flips will pick up the round for RRQ.
I mean, Flips not taking any chances on the timing of that Paranoia, so just wants to make sure that he secures it, but this was RRQ with a great trap and then getting a little lax against the likes of Karon. And it's not just Karon. We've seen everyone on Genji do crazy things with the pistols. So, looked a little risky, but a win's a win on the pistol especially.
Definitely just needing to kick things off incredibly well. Okay, a Bucky on the board for Elmimore. I imagine trying to hold down Mailroom with that. And at the same time, Meteor pulling out the signature Marshall.
See what damage he can do. You've got a Sheriff in the hands of Karon as well. Of course, a 4K, allowing him to buy a little bit of an upgrade. So the one-way used to just block off B. Now everyone other than around mid, again, Genji loves pressure mid with this double duelist. RRQ just hanging far back. In mid, it's Spectre and Bucky. So they have very well read the map positions right now here on this anti-eco.
Heavy investment. At the same time, you also have the guiding light just to check for further information if needed. Gen.G trying to take whatever they can find. So it's a bit of an alt or pickup, but at the cost of
Look at his cam.
94.
Yeah, that was a close one. Texture knows it.
Now just doubling back into the A site. They know that at least one, maybe two players up around mid and B. If we can overwhelm Xfero, might be able to take down the site.
Now the creep around. So because of that ore, because of the cut noise on mid, RRQ trying to keep their focus on to B. You've still got the trips here, so you're relying on the fact that A should be relatively safe. It's going to be a swarm in. Spectre enough.
Wow. Not too bad. He continues to isolate the angles. Doesn't peek out too far wide from the screen and is able to take down 3. Meteor fires back with Marshall. So not too shabby. But I don't know if, yeah, okay, Gen.G, RRQ's just playing very safe, so allows them that spike plant. Meteor continues to fire off on these shots, but of course overwhelming with force. Estrella continues to push down, and that's going to be the second kill for the guy. RRQ now picks up the second win. Goes fourth.
Yeah, this time not letting it go back over on that Thrifty like it did in that second round of Ascent. So RRQ holding on to it. They will drop 2 weapons, but one of them being that Bucky, and they're not going to miss it too much. Xfero doing his best here. I love the smoke backup coming in from Estrella as well. Just kind of maybe slight disrespect on Meteor, knowing how good he can be on that. Marshall, they're trying to go for the scope in. But at the end of the day, a hold's a hold, a win's a win, and you still carry over 3 weapons. You know, some of these Spectres can still do some damage here on split. They're not going to feel too bad about it. A Frenzy pickup for Xfero. So he's going to hold close in mid alongside his teammates, be ready to trade for that, and maybe pick up another weapon.
But what RRQ might not anticipate is now Gen.G thinking about the A hit, because previously it has been mid and B contention for a lot of times that they played on this map. The double duelist might allow them to actually dive into site and potentially Heaven or ramps as well. The only one here to contest against this is Jemkin.
Does have a Phantom, so he's going to be able to match firepower. Like you said, all alone.
Oh, they're creeping up.
Yeah, no audio. That's a tough one, but the kneecaps are shown. The drop doesn't quite favor Jemkin. See if you can pick up that Phantom, though, in the hands of Flips. That would still give RRQ a decent chance in this round.
Not too bad. Potential Spectre for Xfero as well if they do manage to regroup that way. Gen.G doesn't overly commit.
Yeah, and during this time, you actually cleared out B main, and now the trip gets broken as well. So RRQ's still fairly aware that it's going to be an A hit. Flips actually hears a bit of that noise. He's going to back off. Finds one.
Okay. Luckiest look has been spotted. Now they're watching the back ropes. It's going to be Elmi Moore, though, firing off a shot against Lakia. So Lurk no longer something that you need to think about. Just clearing out the corners now. 3 players from Gen.G trying to hold down the site. 1 elbow, 2 backside. Getting flashed out now. Forces the paint shells out from Texture. Guiding Light blocked off thanks to the dark cover from Charon. Not too bad. Elmi Moore will be able to trade back, though. So then comes up the toxic screen. Munchkin just trying to work his way around it. Texture still trying to stay tucked away. Continuing to peek out, trying to catch the timing onto when RRQ will peek. And there he finds a couple. Paint shells now tossed in to eliminate Elbow, but Estrella just swings out the other side instead. Catches him with a Spectre. It's all down to Munchkin now, but Estrella no longer has time. Not too bad from Gen.G.
Can he drop the weapon, though? No, Munchkin's going to get it. So, I mean, Estrella, if he could have dropped the weapon at the very least, you're forcing all rifles to be dropped on that buy round. Wouldn't have been bad. Still not bad. 4 rifles taken away by RRQ. Gen.G barely scrape away with the round win, and that means that this round is an absolutely dicey one. Yeah, they can buy up with half armors, but if they lose this one, it's all over for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, so far, right? I mean, the way that Gen.G are trying to approach it, you know, they've sensed that RRQ has good setups up around B as well as mid, so the slow creep into A. But because Jemkin received that contact so incredibly well, it's great reads from RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ, of course, still going to have that judge in their own hands as well, right? They've been trying to match power for power in the last 2 rounds. Estrella, an early peek.
Okay.
Ooh. Trade in mid. So this is going to force RRQ to have to refill mid a little bit. It's either that or just a hard 2-2 hold in the back of sight. Right now, both flashes on the B side, right? The Paranoia and the Guiding Light just prepared for a bit of a counter trap play. You still have that trap wire as well. Estrella can rely on that.
Just to be safe. Texture just setting up for the timing on the flick of it. There goes the showstopper. It doesn't find Estrella. He actually wraps back around the left side of the pillar, finding Meteor as he tries to cross through. Munchkin now goes in for the swing. They're trying to catch him around the wrap. And Elmimore, along with the judge, will not be able to do all too much. 2 on 2. Karen manages to make the plant. They have to set up for the crossfire inside of Garage.
This is going to be a tough one, especially with that smoke back on Heaven. Jemkin just clearing close, so they'll know his position. Trying to buy time until Xfero can approach the site.
Could he double satchel? Maybe try to throw Karen off somehow? Texture staying tucked away behind that little box. It might just give Genji a bit of an advantage, but oh my god!
Oh, trying to use the satchel, the blast pack, to make Karon have to reposition. I don't mind it. I mean, especially against a guy like Karon. It's good to try to mess up his movement, but man, that is unfortunate. He doesn't get displaced too much by it. And he's able to reset just in time. A bit of a missed flash here as well. Elmimore trying to clear one side while Estrella not quite aware of it. Gets flashed, so Estrella can't get the peek around. Allows Genji to wrap all the way around Pillar.
I think it barely touched Karen in that moment. So now RRQ trying to go for early garage control to give Jemkin that showstopper. Meanwhile, Genji on the other side of the map.
Early pushes in, trying to break some of that utility. So Genji getting a bit more active, knowing that they have the weapons advantage. Trying to make sure that RRQ cannot stay stacked up all on one side, knowing that it's an eco. And they'll have done a good job of it so far. RRQ now split apart, trying to hold close angles. Flips is the one kind of in trouble. He's not going to find much value if he backs off, but doesn't have much of a choice.
He's trying to work around his toxic screen at the very least. Trying to catch anyone if they do try to cross through. So Genji plays it safe, goes in from the Trailblazer, clears out the rafters. And here's RRQ now trying to work their way through to Heaven. Jemkin will be able to start things off with that early frag on the Stinger. He still has that showstopper, so if the spike plant starts to go through, he might just be able to kick things off, and there it is. Flips getting a double with the Sheriff as well. It's all down to Munchkin now, and caught with that Guardian.
30 seconds left.
He will not fall, not yet. It has to cross safely away. Whoa. Another incredible flick onto Estrella. The spike still dropped down.
Yeah, there's still 20 seconds, so they do not want to bunch up for this.
Jemkin.
Here's one right below him.
Munchkin continuing to peek against them. But, yeah, numbers will prevail. Xfero has the angle. It's going to be a 3-2 so far.
A great heroic hold. So Flips has to give up Heaven a little bit. But with that, the timing is red. The smoke comes out from Estrella just to buy a bit extra time on Heaven, and that plants Jemkin deep in. Flips, great shot onto Karon. Actually, a nice second one as well. And with that kill, Jemkin gets the showstopper. All in all, it's really good. And during all of that, the Guiding Light had cleared mid as well, so you know it's not a pinch. You know it's just ramp in A main. It's a good read off of the passive utility from RRQ.
Get out of my way!
So although it was a good way to try to sneak their way onto site, still a little bit painful in the process. RRQ now just trying to readjust. I mean, back to that 1-2-2 kind of hold, just to have a bit of an investment into this mid site.
So I'm not sure if Genji players would have caught it, but you did hear the drop down into vents. So a bit of a signal that you're backing off of mid. That might be the call to go into B, knowing that it should be a weaker side on the B site.
They got hit by the Paranoia, but just waiting out the timing of it now. Meteor alongside this Blade Storm trying to get the shots through, but look at how Elmimore holds it down. The flashes this time, even with Estrella able to support, connecting on all of these shots. Now the last one, yeah, able to get away with a little bit of victory, but at the same time, just Elmimore continuing to find every single kill. Now 3 points away from his ultimate.
Great hold, and this time you had Estrella and Elmimore really doubling up together, right? Always making sure that they're just swinging together, looking at the same sides. Rather than going for 1v1s around the pillar, just move as a unit to clear this up. The opponents line up for Elmimore, And again, not being able to really push through mid has been a thorn in Gen G's side. With the double duelists, either you got to go fast onto one of these sites, or you got to be able to really dig into vent, plant someone there, make sure that there's a lurk presence. And once again, they'll see if there's an opportunity.
Now trying to, go for this mid take. Flips, though, very, very much prepared on the other side. Tosses the snakebite down.
Not sure if Gen G has enough repetition and solid info to know that the snakebite has always led to a rotate over to male, but they'll continue to just smoke that side off. Again, the idea is just to put some pressure onto vent and make the Cypher uncomfortable on the A side.
Okay. Now you got the Trailblazer. Yeah, and they've managed to clear it out, so they know potentially, probably not vents, I hope. Gotta watch out for that male take, male hold. Guiding Light goes through, Flips falls back. At the same time, you've got a couple players inside of Garage waiting for the go signal. Estrella tosses out the Paranoia just to fend them off, but Meteor continues to push through. It's instant 3 kills from Gen G, and they will have the site.
Oh, the utility was so good from Gen G on that one. So what they did was they used the Trailblazer to clear out the close smoke as well, and that keeps RRQ guessing. So Flips wants to peek out as the smoke dissipates, but then you've got a Guiding Light and then the Seekers to make sure that they push them in. And once they've pushed them all into the site, the Paranoia absolutely engulfs RRQ. So sure, there's a counter Paranoia, but you've allowed them all to enter heaven for free with no audio. It's a great setup, absolutely herding them all into the center of B site.
And perfect positioning for Meteor to collect on those kills as well. Although it does look as though RRQ is in the lead for the time being, Gen G definitely trying to turn things around, trying to find different solutions to how they might regain control of this mid area.
Given the pattern so far for Gen G, though, this split here on the map of split, I don't think they're going to be happy at all with anything like 4 rounds, maybe even 5. They've got the double duelists on the attacking side. You'd ideally want at least a 6-6 to feel a bit more stable. Especially because, listen, last time again for RRQ against Team Secret, it was Elmimore that was an absolute weak link. But he's looking right comfortable here on the sky, topping the board for RRQ.
Yeah, just being able to anchor the site alongside Estrella has been working out pretty well so far off of the initial round loss. Timeout being called by Coach Ewok.
Wonder if there's going to be a change up in that mid hold, right? Overall, it was good for the early couple rounds, but now Gen G's starting to get a read on it, and they're trying to corral RRQ into uncomfortable positions, make them kind of fall into the trap play. So even though they're on attack, Gen G is able to situate themselves for these trap plays that you usually see those timings on a defensive side. So RQ's read, I don't know if Ewok's going to have the absolute all information that he needs, as he's only able to see his own player's screens on this one. But if he's able to get that timing read, what's the change up? Is there a bit of a push out onto Garage perhaps? Just hold on to that. Let them take Mail for free and hold on to A Heaven at the same time.
There is that potential, but like you mentioned before, Will, it's Gen G with their double duelist setup, and they need as many rounds as possible. So wondering how they might change things up during this timeout as well. It's going to be an ace stack.
5-man stack here from Gen G. No showstopper on either side, so not getting ready for that.
Shouldn't be diving in too blindly. Xpharaoh just on the site, has the trips as well. Snake bites will fall. Viper's Pit to block off mid is the call from RRQ. Meteor bypasses most of the trips and traps just by updrafting, and RRQ has to make the rotations over.
Okay, so RRQ, they relied on the pit. They just want to hold on to A Heaven so they can still go for the retake. But now Screens has been closed off by the opponent's Viper's Pit.
Oh, that's deadly.
Oh, in this pocket.
Little corner now. And RRQ wants to try to retake ramp because Screen has been blocked off. Jemkin able to spray through, catches Texture. That pocket has been eliminated. Karen kind of takes his place, though, just perched right up on top. Flips has the angle, though, and spots him on top of the Cyber Cage. So that's now numbers advantage to RRQ. Can they still work their way through the Viper's Pit, though? They just might be able to do it. Jemkin taking down Nakia from heaven. Meteor trying to stay tucked away inside the little corner, but Elmimore crouches and sprays him down. Munchkin back inside of Elbow. Here's the defuse and wants to rush in, but it's way too oppressing. The suppressive fire will cut him down.
I love the call. You use your own Viper's Pit to shut off mid, and you just say, listen, this time don't leave Cypher on A site. That means that we have to commit to extra members to bail them out if it's an A hit. So we back off. Sure, they have a Viper's Pit, but if we can get the early flank, if we clear out mid, if we get Sewers, if we have A Heaven, we still have 2 angles. This Cyber Cage, by the way, makes it look like there is no extra flank coming in from Sewers. It looks like it's just a ramp push out. So Karen's not quite ready for it. Flips finds the angle right off of that as well. Heard the Shrouded Step earlier. It's a great retake and a good setup. A good read off of their own timeout from RRQ, and now the attacking operator. And this is where you know Gen.G's starting to feel the pressure.
All wars fought and won with deception, and RRQ is just doing a wonderful job at that. Gen.G wants to get serious, but I don't know if the operator will be enough. Estrella has been very careful around this pillar. Flips and Elmimore now. Is it going to be a guiding light out? Doesn't find Lakia. Paint shells will push him further back too.
Let's see how much space that Meteor can create. He'll at least break 1 trip, but the thing is, his site's still free, cam's still open as well. And Meteor knows this. He knows that his job isn't done until this cam is broken.
He's trying to find it though, but can't. Not yet. Sphero in that little duel against Meteor stays very safe, stays very, very well hidden. And a lot of time has passed now, so what is Gen.G thinking? The transition over back to A site.
Oh, and I love this position from Jemkin. He correctly reads it. Oh, but he's trying to escape. Okay, tries to play it a little extra safe.
All right, he must have seen where that tracker came from, so knows the camera's up around Heaven, tries to bypass most of the trips, and tries to catch the timing onto Xpharaoh, but right around the edge, Xpharaoh! These cyber cages have been such pesky thorns for Gen.G. Now they've lost their tip with the spear. Texture tries to throw them off with the paint shells, but can't quite catch the flick with the operator. Karen trying to hold down the site. But unfortunately, it's going to be that spike plant. RRQ continuing to press forward. Gen.G stuck in between a rock and a hard place. They're trying to eliminate that rock. They're trying to watch out for Heaven. Able to deal with the first little pebble. Then you've got so much more. 3 players now just right around the site, surrounding them. Munchkin trying to hold it down too, but Lakia with a quick fadeaway shot catches Flips. Don't have to worry too much about Elbow any longer. He goes back in to check even more. 7 rounds left in the mag. Tries to go in for the burst. Xpharaoh swings wildly all the way to the side, and it's going to be Munchkin who's unable to track RRQ. Double their score on top of Gen.G.
I mean, Jemkin lands some nice shots from Heaven, but this is all up to Xpharaoh. He knew that if they allow themselves to get into these 1v1 situations any longer, Gen.G's absolutely got the firepower. So you try to just pounce him. Xpharaoh just opens up his back to go for the pinch onto Lakia. And it's a good read. Got the Phantoms trying to go for those wide swings. He's able to get the defuse as well. That forces a timeout out because now you've dropped the operator. And that's 2 tough round losses for Gen.G.
Yeah, on this attacking side, you know, this is what you guys have talked about. The double duelist composition favors, you know, a very explosive play style, favors explosive set plays, but they haven't been able to execute because RRQ does such a good job at defending mid, at blocking off garage, or even tempering with that operator. They kind of had an idea that it could have come out thanks to the timeout from before, and then just to play back around the A side. Xpharaoh did a wonderful job with the cameras.
Yeah, and in that previous round, so since we're on this timeout, what was so well done is Jemkin's on for a bit of a pick onto Meteor. He doesn't get it. The reason he backs off, I was wondering if he'll just spam it, but they had no information on mid as well, right? They left mid open for a little bit. And so since they were trying to see with their util on B, he backs off in case he gets pinched onto Heaven. Of course, Xpharaoh then gets the neural theft, so it's all fine and dandy. But Elmimore has been very patient with those guiding lights. Same thing with Estrella, with that paranoia. And until Gen.G can force these out nice and early from the B side, it's going to be tough. And look at this. Bit of a hard read from RRQ off that timeout. They know mid's been shut down. They know A's been shut down.
Hard B? I guess that's the play, but you got to watch out for those flashes like you mentioned, Will. I mean, look at Estrella's positioning. The paranoia collects, and it's going to be Elmimore now on the sides. Everyone's blinded, but Elmimore finds every single kill. It's all down to Munchkin now on the other angle. He hops over. The footsteps have been heard. Elmimore, unfortunately, overstays his welcome for 1 more second. Munchkin will be able to re-peek on this double kill. Has the spike now and needs to find a bit of an advantage to get the spike down, if anything.
Munchkin just correctly waits for the sprays to dissipate. It's a 2v1. But Munchkin, he should have heard where this is coming from. Yeah, so he's checking Hell and Heaven. Wants to see if he can get an early pick. But RRQ, the back off is good. Trying to make sure that they stay grouped up.
You know, it's a 2-on-1. Why fight solo? So just allowing for Munchkin to... Oh, wait.
So if I'm Munchkin, yeah, I push all the way through, right? So, because unless they're grouped up, buddy, you try to find 1v1s. You got the time to go for the rotates.
Oh.
I mean, Flips, he's holding a good off angle, but I like the idea from Munchkin. You have all the time in the world. No reason to try to rush for the plant.
Good attempt, but nonetheless, RRQ. I mean, it all starts with this little pinch in towards Garage, Will.
I mean, Elmore basically sacrifices everyone, including Jemkin, with that guiding light. And clears it up. He does overeat a little bit for that ace. Greeds a little bit for it. But at the end of the day, they'll win a nice and easy round. 7-3 now. You've got Seekers still online for Elmore, but the showstopper for Texture. So they don't want that early push. They're trying to make sure that if there was a showstopper push in, but the second line of attack can't approach on that A main. Nice sneak bite coming out from Flips.
Just controlling it so well. I mean, Gen.G has been blocked repeatedly all throughout this map. A map that they intentionally left open. They wanted to play this.
I mean, when you saw RRQ's last split against Team Secret, you think even if they work on it, it looked pretty rough. But they've definitely cleaned it up quite a bit. The trip in mid, it returns after that pistol round and hasn't quite been there for a couple rounds now, so Gen.G will have to watch out for that. That allows RRQ, after a certain timer, to ditch mid like they are right now. They can start to spread out deeper, and the Seekers are absolutely going to get the read onto this push.
Elmore knows that guiding like this out, but he walks straight into the Poison Cloud. A good punish from Munchkin, and it gives Gen.G the sight. Xfero just needing to back off.
Yeah, now you just have to hold for the retake.
Okay. Meteor goes down on the other side of the map. The Boombot clears. Flips coming in with support from Heaven. And Xfero uses the camera. Tries to get a kill through the cage, but instead goes for the spike planter. Tries to buy a bit more time for the rest of the team to arrive on the site. And it kind of works out. Flips repositions back in towards spawn and gets the timing onto Munchkin. It's all down to this solo duelist Texture.
That smoke is so good because it's making him think
No
it's just
idea.
Heaven. Yeah, you're really kind of open to this B main garage. So Texture, he'll work with it.
Backside, he could actually make it happen. Jemkin will be the sacrificial lamb for the time being. Paranoia out, and he dodges it completely. Paint shells tossed through. Flips has to swing. He goes in for the blast pack play and tosses him off. Texture knocked off balance, knocks Flips down into the ground. What a clutch, 1-on-3.
Oh, that first kill onto Jemkin. He knew at that point that this was absolutely his round. If he doesn't get that kill, you got to deal with the double peek, and then you don't know about Estrella. But as soon as he gets that kill, there's no extra pinch from Heaven. So you're thinking, okay, Flips was still coming in from Alley, so it's not a wraparound. So where's that last guy? Even able to dodge the Paranoia. That's unfortunate.
Oh, the second blast pack.
Yeah, the second blast pack to absolutely ensure it. Huge round, an absolutely needed win from Gen.G, as that looks like it might have been a heroic hold from Xfero. He even went for the spike planter. I don't mind it. It's a good call, but it's just not enough.
I mean, a Gen.G that actually needs heroics just to turn the map around. RRQ is doing a phenomenal job at controlling the map. Texture is terrific, but how long can he keep that up? A 5-7 would be wonderful, but they look, a little bit desperate to need it right now. Still trying to hold off across the map, though. The Trailblazer.
Yeah, it catches Flips. So that gives you a bit of a better idea, right? Because usually that Viper is that extra source of hold in mid for RRQ. So Gen.G reads that. You see the Trailblazer come out as well. You've seen the one-way from the Omen. So they're going to go for that A push. Now, here's the thing for RRQ. You've got Showstopper. So I don't know if you really need to stick around here. You can just let the site get taken over.
Oh, he's going to use the Showstopper for this position instead.
Oh,
but Texture shot through the toxic screen right into Jemkin's face. How does that happen? Now it's down to Xfero alongside Estrella from the shadows, gives him a bit of space on the site, but Meteor, the rest of Gen.G, they are doing such a good job at holding it, and at the same time, rotations, quick rotations into B. Flips, although Oh, I think he's not quite checked. Munchkin turns around at the right time. Now 10 seconds left. The spike goes down. The Vipers pit the block out defender spawn.
Oh, it just all falls apart. I mean, that showstopper was meant to buy so much time, but now they just walk right into their death in the pit. And Gen G, in some miraculous fashion, after a great timeout from Coach Solo, they'll stabilize to a 5-7. Anybody's game here on map 3.
Just completely recovered, and they're looking hot. Magical timeout for Gen G, and it puts Texture into a flow state. The rest of the team getting a good play, good read onto this hit in the final round of the first half as well. RRQ are the ones on the attack next. Slightly more balanced composition, but how do they make that work? How does RRQ play the attack against Gen G's defense?
I mean, Xfero's got to do some wonders. He's got to be able to put a lot of pressure on that A side. And they've got to be able to capitalize on it, right? Sometimes going with him, sometimes going away. Got fans asking for the Riot Gun Buddy. I don't know if Jake Sin is here today, but Riot Jaker did say if you find him in the arena, you'll get a Gun Buddy.
If you find him in the arena.
Yeah, it's a little treasure hunt, you see here at VCT Pacific. We've got like merch, we've got the team capsules outside, we've got treasure hunts for Riot Jaker, we've got great matches, we got everything.
Still, though, I mean, the great matches are the thing to focus on right now. Battle for championship points. RRQ really, really keeping things interesting. I mean, Gen G probably don't want to show too many of their cards for playoffs either, but this is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, sure, your seed is locked in, but a loss, the very first loss to RRQ, that would sting a bit. But like you said, they don't want to show too much ahead of playoffs. They're only one match away from Masters Shanghai being in that bye round as that first seed of Group Alpha.
Okay. Start things off slow and steady. Firing off a couple of warning shots. RRQ
setup.
Yeah, playing for it to go for that ramp control.
Oh, and they're going to realize that, okay, we can just creep in using the toxic screen, just time it around the spam, cut the audio. So now you save the paranoia as well. It's a good position for RRQ.
Texture trying to jump spot against them. Now he knows. Has to back off, though. Munchkin could potentially come up around the ropes.
Okay, so Heaven's empty. So RRQ has to be wary of this, right? Okay, where do you back off into? The Rays backed off, but does that mean there's someone in vent? It's a double drop down. It's a good snake bite.
Yeah, at this time, too. Shaves a couple of seconds off the clock. RRQ thinking to double back into A. And just as they do that, Karen's right around the corner.
Flips the guiding light. I think it tags him. That actually works out great for RRQ because it forces the two members of Gen G to stay on B.
Oh, there it is. And with the distraction bought away, Jemkin now pushes in the pressure. Texture has to come up huge with these kills. Karen's down. And Texture feels the paint shells, tries to hide back away. Still able to land the second headshot. Elmimore will take him down, though. Numbers advantage on the side of RRQ until Munchkin fires right back with a classic as he drops. Spike will be planted. Lakia rotating over, but Flips still sneaky as ever. Going in sneaky and beaky like he's going through screens. They're trying to double back, maybe to the top of heaven. Spotting out Munchkin now. Elmimore fires off a couple more shots. Lakia gets the frag. And now Flips just in an undiscovered position.
Good hold from Flips. Like you said, he's considering, do I wrap around or not, but it's a 2v2. You're not quite sure where Lakia is. It's a good call to stay patient. Elmimore kind of gets caught off guard by that toxic screen timing. He stays true to his aim, dwindles it down to a 1v1. I mean, this is a great holds from Texture, but Jemkin understanding that he just needs to be the bulldozer for RRQ at that point on the entry.
Let's go.
It's a huge pistol round, now picking up both here on split. They can continue to convert it. Look at the buys coming in from RRQ. Two Vandals, one Phantom as well.
Oh, man.
They want to try to really expand this lead.
Just getting it in and making sure that Gen G does not come back up against them. Even if they do take a round or two, that's the most they can hope for. Especially on this defensive side. I mean, Gen G is spread thin across the map. right now on the pistols. Meteor.
Yeah, Gen G's default, of course, kind of sticking around mid, trying to make sure that they can flood a site with the weaker weaponry. Meteor's just going to reposition since they see the Poison Cloud drop down onto B. Make sure you have that long-range weaponry.
RRQ off of those little shots, thinking to route back towards mid?
There.
I mean, I think RRQ just want to thin the numbers, right? You hear the Classic over on B, but you're not quite sure. Is that the anchor or is that the majority? Because usually it's going to be a bit of a 1-4 split, something like that when you're on the eco. So now that they've seen one in mid, they've seen one in B, they say, okay, if we can regroup A, it should be safer, and Gen G's going to make the call as well. All right, you've pressured B, you've pressured mid. Yeah, it's just a flowchart. This is a group up on A.
And the paint shells, along with the snakebite at the right time. 20 seconds left for RRQ now. They're kind of stuck. They do have the firepower, though, so just looking to barrel through now, walking past the smokes. The entire wall of smokes allowing them to snake onto the site. Good shots, though. Karon will be able to fight back for the time being. Meteor fires off the Marshall as well. Picks up over onto the Spectre, now trying to get the pressure in. 8 seconds left, and Meteor plays up around the side of Elbow. They've got it covered. It's got the smoke in and flips alongside Elmimore. The teamwork from RRQ will give them that 2-on-1.
So while they win the round, RRQ's got to realize, holy, how did Gen G know exactly where to stack? And the timings as well. All utility saved over. Gen G didn't spend a thing. And they start to use the util because they're like, oh, looking at the timer, we might actually be able to sneak away a Thrifty here. And they nearly do. I mean, listen, if Lakia was able to get away with that Phantom, this is absolutely Gen G's round, but it's a good trade back from Estrella. And they'll stabilize with 2 Vandals. That's all they get. 1 Stinger also bought back, so 3 weapons.
They're also looking at a 9-5 scoreline. RRQ just trying to switch up the pacing feat. But the snakebite catches him. Munchkin a little bit more prepared. Potential V-split coming through now. Munchkin still eyeing the top. Elmimore will be able to take him down. Texture trying to fight back, but flips gets the timing swing onto Karon. Poison Cloud reposition. Yeah, Spike not there yet. But they do at least have positions held. Meteor tries to break the placements, but Elmimore is just so sharp to track through. Seekers now goes on a little bit of a trip, so they don't quite know. But at the very least, the Trailblazer will be able to find him. Elmimore re-peaks. And it's RRQ once more, doubling Gen G's score. First team to reach double digits on this split.
Why save your ultimate when you can just start to restock it right away? Elmimore sends that Seekers 20 and 11. An absolute 180 from the last showing against Team Secret.
It has just dawned upon me, Will. I mean, not only do you have these top fraggers coming through, the kills, Jemkin as well. It's RRQ getting the bonus. Gen G looking at a 5-round deficit, potentially 6 rounds.
Yeah, it's looking tough. I mean, they're going to have to stick with broken weapons right now. And RRQ, I mean, they look ready for it. The fact that, again, it's happened on Ascent, but Elmimore, he's ready for someone to peek out of the smoke again on stairs. That makes all the difference. Paper thin set on the desk, it's the little things, and it absolutely is. Making sure that you're not entirely discounting things. Don't work off of assumptions. You knew the spike was late. You wait to see, okay, Gen G, they like to flood. There's going to be someone outside of that smoke. It's a good call from Elmimore and crew.
Just wonderfully played. On to the next round now. Still, Gen G at the very least, you know, trying to get a good read for things. Cost them a bit of utility, but the Trailblazer will give them an idea that there is a bit of mid presence. So rotations from A site will be called over.
So RRQ this time, they're just going to stick with the first contact. Instead of trying to fake it, allowing Gen G to get a read on the flowchart, they'll start to clear, but it's again 30 seconds in. The pop flash, are they ready for the anti?
Swings out off of the flash.
30 seconds left.
RRQ still a little bit prepared. They've got enough numbers that they can dodge these flashes or play anti. On the other hand, though, again, the weaponry on the other side just not the greatest. Trying to re-peek out. Munchkin, unfortunately, will bite the dust. It's going to be up to Meteor now, still continuing to fire through. Texture able to fire back. Jemkin falling down to the ground. Xpharaoh now tries to go out the other side, but Meteor,
what a hold.
just precise with it.
the sharpshooter of Gen G. When they need it most, he'll always deliver on that jet. And this is RRQ just spending a bit too much time. I mean, listen, spending time itself is not always the end of the world, and trying to make sure that you're not going for another rotation to throw Gen G off your tracks, I get it. But man, just no information on exactly what the setup is, and allows Gen G to creep into the smoke. They don't clear it out fast enough.
Really unfortunate for Xfero. And the rest of the team as well. Just moments hesitation, and again, but this time, going in fast and quick. Texture fires right back with another rocket. That's Jemkin down. Might have ramps, but Gen G, they've got the site covered.
Okay, so you have Heaven Control. This is up to Flips. He has to make sure that he opens up the site once again.
Munchkin just watching the other side. Texture's still online though, and now he gets all the information.
So footsteps heard. Yeah, Meteor knows this.
Just try to walk through. Shrouded steps, bit of a fake. And Munchkin's just continuing to mark this angle. Gets the one and he immediately backs out. Incredibly smart. Snakebite in for the decay as well, just to burn him down. Acidity stings.
Rough one there. I mean, with only 2 members, they don't want to make both of their positions known, it seems. Estrella kind of dropping down. A good showstopper trade from Texture. And I think he considered, do I cut off the second line of attack? And he just says, you know what? No, no one else has actually made it through. Clears out the raise that's already planted in the site. That makes it for a good hold from Gen G. So RRQ, they tried to send it. They tried to up the tempo with the showstopper. That hasn't worked, and now the ops come online for Texture. Do they read the timing on it? Yes, they do. Goes for a wide swing.
With that, they get Garage. Potentially looking to over on the B side as well. Trailblazer initially out just to clear the corners or at least push Texture back. He will toss those paint shells in towards back sight. Still though, RRQ, Estrella managing to get up top on top of Raptors. Swings back into hell. 2 players down from Gen G. Now looking into Defender's spawn. A quick trade. Estrella up on the triple kill. Seeker's out from Lakia though, and alongside Meteor, the Blade Storm gets pulled. Even numbers, even odds for both sides.
2v2. Look at Meteor's read. On the holdout from Xfero. Xfero doesn't have a read on this. Oh, no, the misses though.
He whiffed. Swaps over onto the Classic, but he doesn't have anything else. And that's going to be RRQ landing their shots instead.
Oh, man. In the most crucial moment. Oh, the Blades betray him.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, we've never seen whiffs like that from Meteor, quite frankly. I mean, he's been out-dueled, but not like that. And I believe Estrella pulled the 10s here a little bit. Double Shroud step upwards. A couple other members in EMEA loving that as well. But it works out to perfection. Helps open up those angles. Now, RRQ 1 point away from match point. So the past couple rounds, they try to go, okay, just deathball it, right? Gen G's always going to go for the split and then rotate off of that first contact. And now, after that, up in the tempo, they'll go for a slow default.
Just trying to test the waters. Trying to push and pull Gen G across the map, and Gen G's default now. Giving them a little bit more space to work with. They have spotted some of these players out, but Elmimore makes it a quick trade. Quick movements back in, though. And look at how Munchkin doubles back.
Marking the trades, yeah. No omen, though, for RRQ. That's a bit rough. So, I mean, you still have 50 seconds. I would love to see Xfero just move a bit more on the A side, try to pressure that toxic screen. But they're not in position to do it, and now no smokes at all.
It's not quite decisive, not enough impactful presence across the map, so Gen G continues to just hold steadfast in all these spots. Karen walks away with yet another kill. And because of that, numbers advantage on the side of Gen G. Even if RRQ deathballs through mailroom right now, they're walking in to players who are prepared. Oh, Meteor backs off. A bit of a early rotation.
Yeah, I mean, they find nothing over by B. So it's just going to be an over rotation from Gen G.
He's not going to know.
10 seconds left.
But they have no idea either. They think the site might be empty. Now a 2v3. Does he get the timing? He does, but Meteor's right there for the trade.
At the same time, you've got Lakia just the top Meteor off with his health. 2-on-1 where Elmimore is down in the red. Now gets his screen full white. They know that he's right around the corner. Goes in for the check, but he crouches, head a little bit off. Tries to go in for the spray transfer. Almost narrowly whiffs Meteor's head by an inch.
Yeah, that's the wall shot, I think. Only 5 HP for Meteor. That is rough. Absolutely had it.
Is keeping Gen.G in the game.
Yeah, that top off. That's really what does it. I mean, Charon, very crucial kills here. Don't quite check this pillar. Maybe a bit of a mistiming there from Elmimore and Jemkin. Yeah, but Meteor even knows, like, woof, barely got away with the skin of my teeth. But look at this. Ults online, Seekers, and from the shadows as well for Estrella. This could be an absolute launch. A little bit of a shakeup with the default, and then follow the Seekers in from RRQ.
Not quite sure if they're going to be able to pull that off. Again, though, I mean, looking at the firepower and looking at how close they are to closing out this map, Gen.G fighting with the fire right now. They've spotted out these players as they try to cross in through A ramp. So the smokes will be called out from Karen. Trailblazer to check as well. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's going to get spammed out.
It's okay for now. Oh. Being healed by Elmimore. Now looking for some of these sharp sheriff shots. It's not quite going to happen. Lakia and Texture locking things down. Both mid and A ramp denied.
That's rough. Tried to just kind of creep up.
Still sneaking through.
Yeah, get ready for the ults, but this is huge. Xpharaoh and flips. If Xpharaoh can find a kill, but his barrel's going to show. Just wanted to make sure he kept his eyes on elbow. Too many angles to cover.
And the range, you know, it doesn't work out. From ramp, 2 screens with these weapons, no. Very unfortunate for Xpharaoh as he had to mark these angles, watching elbow as well. Down to Estrella, and Gen.G look to make this into a flawless round. Slowly but surely climbing back up. I've never said that for Gen.G in this year.
Yeah, they've usually been the dominant force, maybe getting challenged here and there, but they've always had the endurance to try to close things out.
This goes here.
But this is a close one. And RRQ, they've lost so many maps. 11-13. So many map 3s. 11-13 to Gen.G. You have to imagine that in the back of their mind, this is starting to creep up on him. That we have to get over this hump. We have to get to match point. And the big question is can they keep calm enough to do exactly that? Rifles bought back. It's a good pickoff, a good read against the push out. Immediate Seekers, I love the up in the tempo.
Trying to go in quickly, but Texture just shuts them down right quick as well. Now behind this toxic screen, you've got a B squad going through, and Jemkin manages to open things up. The spike now gets planted. Gen.G has to wonder about their backs.
Yeah, an absolute hard setup from RRQ. They
gotta go
meant
faster
for
than
this
RRQ
to be the absolute fake.
Oh, okay, a bit of a crossfire setup on the site itself. Meanwhile, Xpharaoh alongside Elmimore slowly but surely making their way, crawling all up through. Xpharaoh has regrouped with flips, so this is better firepower. They spotted out Texture, good dink, but Texture swings back and gets the headshot anyway. Jemkin spray transfer, gets a bit of a double, and then it's down to Karen. Oh, flips!
Clean
Just a
shot.
sidestep, one tap.
Very, very clean shot. And finally, RRQ, those set themselves up for at the very least overtime. You gotta imagine that's a huge burden off their back. And now it's just up to them to close it out.
Oh my god.
An absolute fake. I mean, intended from the very get-go, right? Spike was always on that B side. And as soon as they get that kill, it's just a straight Seekers as well to really hard sell it. It's a good one, because it would have been a good round to Deathball as well.
Contingent on Jemkin getting the kill too, and Jemkin definitely delivers. Unbelievable. I mean, we talk about it being a chess match, but some of these players having the mechanical skill to make it happen too. Now Gen.G just back to trying to defend and trying to control as much as possible. They've got these rifles, but RRQ has even more ultimates. I mean, Jemkin might just be able to crack a side open.
RRQ trying to get the read that the B site's generally been weaker as well. But again, Gen G, they're just holding A from heaven. They've already ditched this. They're going to make sure that mid is absolutely clear.
Karen.
The paranoia should buy him time.
Can find the kill. That would be even better. Okay, Estrella tries to get information. There's the showstopper just to collect on the kill, but ooh, he completely evades it. A bit of a trade comes through. That said, still good shots from Jemkin, and they have the side.
But look at the minimap,
Xfero.
Xfero's dug deep, and Jemkin's still on B as well. They could go back at any point. If Xfero can clear screens, that'd be huge. He's waiting for the backup.
Oh. Just buys a bit of attention and time away. Estrella continuing to collect through with this, the rest of the team.
The thing is they have no idea that Lock is already in the site. They think they've already cut off all the backup.
No. Xfero drops. Hasn't been able to collect on these kills just yet, so they will be able to recall in towards Jemkin. But with 9 seconds left, it's going to be tight. Jemkin has to hold for these rotates. Does
he have it?
Yeah, I think he should have it in time.
No, he doesn't.
Just narrowly by like 0.1 seconds.
Oh,
man. It took 7 seconds to plant the spike.
That is, you got to be heartbroken if you're RRQ. I mean, they still have another shot. 2 more shots indeed, but I mean, they had options.
Oh, this Karen.
The fact that he stays alive there, sure, Jemkin still cleans it up. But Lockheed with the early rotate, that was big.
Yeah, and just the stuff that Gen G throws out into the server is incredible, but I really hate to say it, but Xfero on these lurks has not been able to give us the presence that we're looking for. So it gives Gen G 1 more round. 2 is needed for overtime.
So Xfero, the thing is you're waiting for Gen G to over-rotate. I think RRQ, they're trying to get the read that Gen G still sticks to the over-rotating meta that they've developed. So what Xfero's really there for is the last line of resort, right? Once you force the over-rotate, then he'll clear the site. They're not expecting Xfero to single-handedly open it up like some of the ciphers have done in the past. I'm fine with that strategically, but one of these rounds, you got to go for the earlier peaks like you are right now. You've got to put a little bit extra pressure so that change finally comes through. But until now, I mean,
the over-rotation.
Yeah, I get what RRQ was trying to do.
Forces Gen G to invest resources into this A site, and RRQ could actually overwhelm this B site hit right now. Flips, waiting for the flash, goes in for the peek. Inside of his poison cloud, actually, he manages to make it work. Now Jemkin arrives on the crime scene. That's homicide against Karen. The rest of the team now from Gen G arriving, but a little bit late. And Elmimore has the off angle. There's the next player down. 13 seconds and the spike gets planted. Elmimore looking for the next one, and this could be it. This could be over for Gen G. Xfero from the back. Elmimore with a swing, the reads, the prep work. The set plays, and RRQ makes it a flawless round just to end it off.
What a meaningful victory for RRQ. Unfortunately for them, they won't be able to make it into playoffs, but they finally get over the mental block that has been Gen G all throughout VCT Pacific. Gen G kept them from even having a vision of going to Masters Madrid, and now they answer back. RRQ make sure that people remember that they will be feared in Stage 2.
And this is a team that you want to keep your eyes on. They've always been improving. They've always been doing so much work, sometimes coming up a little bit short, but otherwise, this proves different. I mean, you're looking at the players, you're looking at the calls and the reads and how they move across the map. Sure, sometimes it's not always perfect, but Jemkin and Elmimore have definitely shown a lot more today.
Yeah, very, very good showings, especially from Elmimore on that Sky. That was a big question mark after that split showing. Really good stuff. Estrella also finally getting a bit more consistent, I think, towards the end there. Obviously, Estrella having, some good relationships with some of the players on Gen G as well. But overall, an absolute meaningful way to wrap up the regular split of Stage 1 here for RRQ, getting over their mental block rivals of Gen G.
And I mean, hopefully they'll be able to do that much more inside of Stage 2, but at the very least, for Gen G, still in towards playoffs, they look a little bit rocky right now. What does that mean? I'll toss it over to our desk to tell us why.
A meaningful victory indeed for RRQ, finally overcoming that shadow that's always been over their shoulders, that is Gen G. I think this is rather poetic, right? You have this entire VCT Pacific wherein it's always these two teams that are fated to come across each other. RRQ has never won until this day.
No, truly an awesome moment for RRQ and their fans. This has been the team that has time and time again thwarted your hopes of getting to playoffs, getting into international events. But this time around, you're at least able to do some damage to them. Certainly it's going to be in Gen G's mind. Certainly even with that #1 seed, they're not going to be happy with this performance. So maybe you could be the team that sent Gen G spiraling and might keep them from Shanghai.
Yeah, it's really big as well because they got very close many times, right? Like so many 2-1s, and then this is finally the time they do it. It feels like they finally have proven themselves in a weird way, right? Like they always had this thing in the back of their mind, like, oh, well, we get so close. We're a great team. We have the ability. A lot of us talents as well. We believed in this team, and we thought, hey, these guys are good. They're going to make playoffs. They're going to be able to make some waves, but just weren't quite able to do that until this very moment.
Yeah,
so.
I lost a lot of Preds in RRQ at the beginning of this stage.
A lot
I'm
of
not
us
gonna
did,
lie. Yeah.
Well, it's okay. I lost a lot of Preds on T1 as well. So
yeah, I did too, actually.
We're in the same boat. But I feel like, RRQ is just one of those teams where we put Gen G pretty up there in terms of the entire Pacific. But RRQ is just one of these teams that can expose so many weaknesses of Gen G. And suddenly, when you look at a match like this, a lot of teams might be looking at this and seeing so many, chinks in the armor, so to say.
No doubt. I mean, you can see that Gen G was often, especially on split on their attacker side, looking for the RRQ players. They didn't know where they were. They didn't have the ability to get that information. Again, you don't have a lot with this comp that Gen G runs, so it has to be explosive. You have to rely on those contact plays from your duelists to break space open for you. Unless Lockie is doing great things as that Sky, and he had some great rounds, right? Like the casters were highlighting the round with the Trailblazer and the Guiding Light and the Seekers. Like that was a beautiful execute on the B, but outside of that, if Lockie dies or if the utility isn't able to find some of that info, it all just kind of comes crumbling down or comes down to them making insane plays. That's not consistent Valorant.
I wonder if they're gonna, change this up, especially since, as you mentioned, there was a lack of information. And when we talk about Lakia on the Sky, right, we look at Elmi more and how much value he was able to get. Like, I do remember that one play where he had one Guiding Light and there were 4, he blinded 4, and he was able to get a 4K right off the bat on B main.
Yeah, and in terms of just talking about the two teams, I think it's really important in Valorant especially to identify, okay, there's always two teams, there's always two sides to each map, right? So you look at map 1, Gen G absolutely dominated them, and it's like everybody focuses on how well Gen G did, how amazing they were, the crazy plays they had, but also RRQ weren't on their game, right? And I think as the day went along, RRQ just got better and better, and Gen G unfortunately got worse and worse, and RRQ ended up just being the better team. So it's good not to get ahead of ourselves. Like Gen G had an awesome map 1, but at the end of the day, RRQ were just better. I mean, this was it was a close one on a sense, but it was a very strong map for Gen G as well. The first team to defeat Gen G on that map this year. And now they come out once again and they take a second map in a row. They finally do it. And, it's a bit late for playoffs, but maybe this means great things for RRQ later on this year.
Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree, especially since, even they've acknowledged in several interviews that, going up against Gen G is just one of the chips that they have on their shoulder. So now that this chapter finally has, has at least this nice little bookmark that, okay, we can do it. I wonder what's in store for them in stage 2. This is that new page for RRQ.
I hope so. I mean, I really, really, really do. I had so much hope for them with how well they looked or how good they were playing in kickoff that I thought, okay, they're the real deal this year. Then they stumbled. So now it's okay, is this another fake kind of, comeback? Is this a fake end of the run? But I think in stage 2, I think they should be back. They should be better. It seems like they're getting more in tune with Jemkin. It seems like Elmimore is getting more comfortable as we see on this map. Let's not talk about the other two maps and Elmimore's scoreline on those, but on this last map, very, very good. And that's important because as well was really highlighting that he looked rough on the sky here. It looks much improved, better practice, but look at our picture. It didn't change too much today, but that's okay. We still got to play the games, and there were still championship points. And RRQ got another championship point, so that's a little feather in the cap there.
Not too bad at all, I would say. Especially ending it on this note where it's like, okay, we might not make it to playoffs, but we are looking ahead. We are looking into stage 2 right now. But yes, we as Talents are definitely looking into playoffs, and we are going to be seeing these 6 teams next week as they go head to head. And I think that, right now, Gen.G, perhaps they need to lick their wounds just a little bit. I do think as the top seed coming out of the Alpha group, right, they are still going to come back with a vengeance, especially since these matchups, they could be very, very spicy. I'm looking at that potential match 4 as well, which we've seen those in the past, and they can be very explosive indeed.
I remember at the top of the show, you and I, Mika, we put Gen.G ahead of PRX and even some other teams ahead of PRX. After today, I'm not sure how to feel about that. I don't know. Maybe Paper X are just the better team. Maybe Gen.G just had a bad day. I don't really know how to feel. I think they should be favored regardless for match 3.
Maybe it's just RRQ.
Maybe it's Team Secret's chance now to, take an upset win over Gen.G, and maybe they have a chance to sneak in. Maybe you were right, actually.
Hey, Team Secret also does have a chip on their shoulder when it comes to Gen.G, so that might need resolving indeed. What about you, Paperson? How are you looking at our matches? How are you feeling?
I mean, I'll look at the other side of the bracket there then. Whoever goes up against DRX, kind of feel like it's likely to be Paper X, but you never know with the way Talon is playing. I mean, that bottom half of that group is so stacked. Those 3 teams are really good right now, so that could go a lot of different ways. I do favor DRX a little bit against Talon, but maybe not so much against Paper X, depending just based on last year's results. But you never know. I mean, that's a gauntlet that those teams are going to have to run through. And for Gen.G, if you can kind of bounce back and have a good performance. But I'd be really concerned if I'm Gen.G, because if T1 or Team Secret gets their stuff together a little bit, it's going to be tough for them for sure.
Exactly. Looking at that Team Secret versus Talon match, right? It's versus T1 match rather. It's a big question as to how much have T1 been able to fix going into playoffs, the first day of playoffs. Team Secret, are they still solid, or are we going to see that coin flip to Team Secret that we sometimes see? Talon, how much have they prepped for this? All of those answers are going to come into light as we head into playoffs. Final thoughts on the stage as we wrap things up.
I feel like anyone can win on any given day. I think this is just another proof of that today. RRQ took down Gen.G. It finally happened. I think that, maybe Team Secret have a big playoffs. T1 could have a big playoffs. There's a Talon. All these teams that we expect to go in the top 3 might not turn out that way depending on their performance on the day.
Yeah, and
agreed. I mean, it can go anywhere. This has been a really wild stage across the world, so any direction, anything.
Well, that's it from us on the desk. We will see you guys at playoffs. Thank you guys for tuning in, but for now, we'll leave you with Jen, who is on stage for our post-game interview.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here down on stage, and joining me for the post-match interview will be RRQ's Jemkin. Now, massive congrats, Jemkin. Took you guys a few tries, but you guys beat Gen.G today. Now, what does it feel like to finally get over that hurdle and take them down?
I think it's always good to win against the team that we lost twice in kickoff, and it was close matches. So yeah, it definitely felt good for us.
What do you think went well in terms of preparation or in terms of what happened today?
I think it was also really good for us that Gen.G had more data. They played more matches because they played Madrid, and it was easier for us to prepare.
Okay, so a lot of data, so you guys can anti-strat. Now, what does this mean to you to be able to take them down, especially, looking ahead for stage 2? Do you feel like it's such a big confidence booster, would you say?
I mean, for me, it's just okay, even if you didn't win, so.
Okay, now let's talk about what happened after the first map, because Breeze was just so one-sided that maybe we thought Genji was going to take this 2-0 easily, but you guys came back stronger, closed it out with the 2-1 win. So how are you guys able to kind of mentally reset? Because when you usually repeatedly lose to a certain team, you tend to have a mental block, but that wasn't the case for RRQ today.
I mean, it's always easier to reset after like a really big losses. Like when you lost 13-2, 13-3, it's much harder to reset after like close losses, like close matches. But for us, we just talk behind the stage that we need to wake up, we need to finally hit our shots, and we can win. It's still not there.
And now, you guys made changes coming into stage 1 and finally beat Genji down. So what would you say would be the biggest takeaway from stage 1 that's going to propel you even further in stage 2?
I mean, being always confident in ourselves and think that we can play like a really good team, and yeah, that's all.
All right, confidence is the key. Well, lastly, I'm going to give you a chance to talk to the fans. Any message over to them?
Thank you for supporting us. We will do our best for the stage 2.
All right, good luck and congratulations once again. We'll see you in stage 2. And goodbye, Husky. Well, that was Jemkin with the post-match interview, and that's all we have for week 4. We'll see you guys in playoffs.